Recording in progress.
Morning, Chair.
Morning, Mr. Matonsi.
Yes, morning, Chair. Yes, it's 9 o'clock. We do have enough members. The Deputy Minister is also in the meeting. I can see one commissioner from BMA. I think we do have stakeholders that are supposed to be in the meeting, Chair. If we could start, others will join us while we are on there.
Okay. No, thanks, members. Good morning. I hope you had a good long weekend. And good morning to the Deputy Minister and the DG and the entire team of Home Affairs. Morning to the Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner, May Tupana, and other officials from Department of Border Management Authority, and all our colleagues in all the stakeholders, officials, to this important meeting of the Portfolio Committee. All of you, I think you had a good long weekend. We are going to start to interact on the annual performance plans of the institution we conduct oversight, the Department of Home Affairs, Border Management Authority, IEC, Government Printing Works, and the two streams at Department of Home Affairs, the Civic and the Immigration, and also the budget implications on the programs that you have planned as the stakeholders, and other issues that will be arising as we interact with yourself as the executive. And thanks the Deputy Minister for again leading these important subject items that are line up for functionality of the department to discharge services in all the components of the Department of Home Affairs. I've observed that in many times when we deal with critical issues that requires the attention of the executive authority is being led by you, the Deputy Minister. I'm not sure whether it's a sign of more confidence on the clarity of the details issues that you have been responsible to deal with, including the challenges that are confronting the department. And I think this meeting will be able to deal with that. The second matter is that I will expect the Deputy Minister also to deal with the issue of Barberton. I was quite disappointed that we could ground off the services to our people for almost 2 to 3 weeks because of the security involved issues that are said to have been, contract has been ended, and staff will not able to work, and vulnerabilities been created for ordinary people to access the services. So I will want to request the DM and also to deal with that matter comprehensively, because we've alerted both the DM and the DG on this crisis. I've also taken up the matter with the officials in the department. I can confirm to to this meeting that I've made also my assessment. I called a person, or an official of the department called Zodo, and she has given me account on the challenges that they are facing. So we do visit all your offices, and I think this presentation we're going to give today will then reflect on the experiences members of the public are confronted with, including public representatives, when they raise issues to us, both members of the parliament, provincial legislatures, and councillors throughout in relation to the services of Department of Home Affairs. So I would implore you, Deputy Minister, to also deal with that matter. The third point will also to comprehensively deal with the capacity issues of infrastructure in all our offices. We have observed that we spent a lot of time in the last committee meeting to deal with the issue of the Umtata, where we conducted an unannounced visit. And I think your report, as we have been going through, read it through, including the presentation we'll get in the afternoon, that deals with the downtime of the network and the kiosk issues. But the question is the continuous frustration of members of the public. One member of parliament conducted an oversight in KwaZulu-Natal, went early in the morning, and she's found our people or residents who were in the office to receive or to be assisted with the services, sleeping because they've been there early hours in the morning, they can't be assisted. So these are the challenges that collectively we must now begin to confront. We understand that this modernization or digital transformation narrative that you have been continuously building up, but it will be important that we deal with the immediate issues that are confronting the resident of the Republic and any other person who's legal in the country trying to be assisted by Department of Home Affairs. We're going to slightly change the agenda, members, because we must, and I will propose that we deal with the what you call Department of Home Affairs first item, and we then invite the Border Management Authority. Then we comment on the two items. Thereafter, we will break if times. We'll see that we'll have spent a lot of time on the two issues. We'll break at 1 o'clock, and then we, for an hour, we reconvene at 2. We deal with the CSIR and the presentation on the kiosks. Thereafter, we comment. We then deal with the item number 3 that deals with the letters that we have written to the minister involving the Phil Craig, Bulelwa Toyana, and Steve Dion Prince on the matters. We brought this matter of Tulelo in because it was identified in an unannounced visit in Umtata, where she's been going to the Home Affairs Office for some years without getting assistance. And during the public hearing, she raised the matter in the public hearing, and we have requested the committee that we need to respond to these issues now that we're in the space of interaction with members of the public. And I can recall that the Deputy Director General, Mr. Mavuso, were in attendance. And we have requested that we want to understand what is the problem, how it has been resolved, so that it form part of our case study to engage with yourself as a department deputy minister. You recall that in 2021 or 2022, somewhere there was a lady in Vuane where she spent almost 20 years without an ID. She has been going through the offices without being responded, and the committee took a decision to attend to that matter as a sample and to understand what are the obstacles. And that matter was resolved within a month. And I can recall were even to go to the family and deliver the ID. The chair of the committee, the whip of the committee then, and yourself, the deputy minister. So these are some of the issues that we ought to conduct and respond to the community members when they raise issues. So that's hence we want to test this Bulelwa Toyana matter, including this Steve Prince, Dion Prince, who were found in the space of Home Affairs Department seeking to register a person he has married from another country. And this has been, this is part of the issues that the committee is quietly looking at closely in relation to those that are using our systems to certify their citizenship in the country. So those are some of the issues that we'll be interacting with the colleagues as we move forward. Can I then invite Mr. Matwensi to, on the item number 2, if there's any apologies, and we'll then invite Deputy Minister and the commissioners if there are any apologies, and then we'll deal with other items once we've concluded this. We'll try to manage time, but it's important that we ground focus on the plans and the budget issues allocated to department and all the portfolios. Mr. Matonzi?
Yes, Chairperson, from the committee side, I've got 2 apologies from Ms. Mtambi and Ms. Maji. They will be joining the meeting later. They are just taking flights to Cape Town. And also, Chairperson, I've also received an apology from the Minister of Home Affairs last week, and then I think is traveling to Lesotho with the President. There was an email that I also forwarded to you. Thanks, Chair. That's all from my side.
Okay, thanks very much. All apologies noted. We'll now invite the Deputy Minister to introduce the 2 presentations.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to all the members of the Portfolio Committee. And with me today, Chair, I have the DG of Home Affairs, DG Makote, the acting BMA Commissioner, Commissioner Jane Tupane. The Commissioner Mashia Pato is currently in Zimbabwe. There are issues that they are dealing with regards to the issue of the borderline between us and Zimbabwe. We also have Mr. Mavuso, who is our head of operations. We've got the CFO, Mr. Holompe, who will really be responsible for taking us through the financials and the budget. And we also have Leon Duplessis, who was seconded to deal with the IT issues from CSIR. We also have some staff from both the Office of the Minister as well as the Deputy Minister's Office who have joined us here today. Now, Chair, today we're here to firstly present on the 2 items that you've requested us to deal with, which is the Department of Home Affairs as well as the Border Management Strategy Plan for the year 2025 up until 2030. We'll also be presenting the annual performance plan for both the BMA as well as Home Affairs for the 25-26 financial year, and ultimately get to the budget for the 25-26 financial year as well as the 27-28 financial year for both Home Affairs as well as the BMA. Now, I must, as a matter of introduction, indicate that our strategy, Chair, and members of the committee is really anchored on building a digital-first Home Affairs by embarking on a digital transformation journey that will deliver world-class digital services to our clients. And our clients have nowhere else to go other than Home Affairs because of the services that we offer. As well, our services must therefore be of high class and high quality because these are citizens of the country. The strategy that we are presenting and the plans is what will help us contribute towards the priorities of the 7th administration. As you all know, that our administration has set the inclusive growth, job creation, building and ethical and development state as very important priorities for us to take the country forward. We will, when presenting this strategy, Chair, then display our plans to leverage on technology in order for us to ease access to the country in a secure manner so that we promote economic growth through industries like tourism and make it easy for people to come and invest in the country. And how do we plan on doing that? We plan on doing that by adopting new digital tools and technologies, rethinking our business process and models, change the culture in the organization, as you were saying, Chair, that you'll find some of the staff members sleeping and all those things. It's all about culture change and culture management so that we can all pull towards the same direction. We intend to improve our customer experience through those digital channels, as well as leverage on data analytics for us to be able to make better decisions, particularly those that involve issues of enforcement. Now, in order to drive our strategy, we understand that resources are limited, they are never infinite. And as such, we are operating with a budget of just above 11 billion for the 25-26 financial year, which will then grow to about 12 billion 463 million for the next financial year, and ultimately dipping to about 12.1 billion for the 27-28 financial year. The DG will then take us through the presentation with regards to Home Affairs. When it comes to the BMH, we are really looking at adoption of digital tools that will make our work much easier in order for us to better secure the borders. We're also looking at making sure that we do not just have a big workforce, but we have a proper capacitated workforce. And Mayor Jane Tupane will then take us through the presentation of the BMA in terms of our annual plan as well as our strategic plan. I will then request that we hand over to the DG and then the acting commissioner Tupane to then take us through the presentations. The other issues here, I think we'll respond to them immediately once we are done with these two presentations as we have outlined the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The Director General.
Good morning, Chairperson, members of the committee, the Deputy Minister, and also the Deputy Commissioner of the Border Management Authority, the DDGs that have been announced by the DM. Chairperson, I'll switch off the video just for better connectivity. Moses, if we can have the presentation on a slide mode. The DM has already explained that we're presenting both the strategic plan 2025 to 2030 and also the annual performance plan. And of course, the DM has also hinted on the budget, which the CFO will take us through. On the next slide, Chairperson, slide number 2, Mozi, if we can move to slide number 2 and the slide mode. It's really the presentation outline, which will then deal with the purpose of the presentation. And then, of course, what the DM has indicated, what do we mean by the new Home Affairs at home. And then I'll then speak to the vision, the mission and the values, where we have effected some changes and no major changes on the mandate and the outcomes for 2025 to 2030. And then what is then our contribution to the National Development Plan or the NDP? And then, of course, Chair, the contribution to the 2024 to 2029 Medium-Term Development Plan or MTDP, which has been endorsed by the Cabinet and Cabinet Lekgotla. And then, of course, to reflect on the commitments that were made by the President in the State of the Nation address. And then, of course, reflect on other departmental priorities and then the strategic plan in terms of the impact statement, the outcome indicators and the targets. And then we'll try and link the key priorities to the APP emanating from the strategic plan and then the budget, which the CFO will take us through. The purpose is really to present to the committee, as the DM has said, the strategic plan and the APP, and then, of course, the budget. I'm now on slide number 4, Muzi. The strategic plan, Chair, for the 2025-2030 basically forms the cornerstone of this vision to digitally transform the Department of Home Affairs during the next 5 years or during the next cycle of the cabinet cycle. And then, of course, the end state is to make sure that we have a digitally transformed organization where all our services, whether it relates to civics, immigration, and refugee services, are delivered in a decentralized manner through electronic channels to expand inclusion and, of course, to ensure that we deliver dignity for all. Of course, this vision gives expression to the priorities that have been announced by the Government of National Unity, which is already anchored on the following: one, the need to grow the economy, the need to create jobs, reduce poverty, and build a capable state. Those are the three key priorities. And of course, from Home Affairs, we believe that a digitally transformed Home Affairs will make a substantial contribution towards the fulfillment of the apex priorities by positioning our department as an economic enabler through immigration reforms, expanding access to enabling documents to all, and of course, utilizing technology to revolutionize or to change the way in which government delivers services in the Republic of South Africa. So what then are the key elements of this Home Affairs at Home? Chair, if we can move to the next slide, you'll note that the first one, it's where we indicate that we'll introduce a digital ID to ensure access to smart ID cards and new e-passport to all South Africans by expanding services to more than 1,000 locations around the country. And this we will do in collaboration, amongst others, with the banks. But as part of the multi-channel strategy that we have adopted, as you would have noted, there are new branches that are being opened of Home Affairs in the various areas, whether it's in the malls or in the far-flung areas. The second area, Chair, is the introduction of digital channels, whereby clients will be able to order these enabling documents online and then have the option to deliver the documents to their doorstep. This is what we currently are working on. Of course, on the e-visa platform, you are able to do what is called an application online, and you are able to get an outcome of your visa online. So that's just the expansion of that. And then, of course, South Africans will gain access to a fully fledged digital ID system, which will then enable them to store particular credentials and access enabling documents virtually. And this will introduce a unique verifiable credential, enabling users to securely certify their identity through what we call digital locker. You'll be able to make sure that all your digital ID is secured, and through the digital wallet, you are able to then add additional credentials. The fourth area is the creation of an electronic travel authorization system, which we believe will automate and digitize the visa process from beginning to end. This reform will not only tackle the scourge of fraud and corruption in the immigration sector, which you are familiar about, to the extent that the president has issued a proclamation on this matter, but we believe that it will dramatically increase the efficiency of the visa platform, thereby assisting in bringing tourists to our country and also attract critical skills into the economy so that we're able to create jobs. This ETA that we are referring to will be coupled with the BMA's introduction of an automated entry and exit at all the country's ports of entry, which will enhance the security and efficiency of cross-border travel. So the next slide then speaks to what, therefore, will digital transformation unlock. There are benefits that should be able to accrue from digital transformation, because we believe that it will provide a central platform to digitize additional government services. It will unlock this value, and this is what really motivates us to do this. One, it will be to adopt new digital tools and technologies. Of course, the world of work is changing, which requires us to adapt to new ways of doing things. Similarly, it will ensure that we rethink how we conduct our business processes and models. And then, of course, the change on the organizational culture and mindset, and then the improvement in the customer experience through digital channels. And how do we then leverage data analytics for planning purposes, but also for good decision making. The next one then speaks to just a schematic illustration of the areas that will be impacted upon. For example, the application for a document, facial recognition for verification, payment via online channels, and of course, the delivery method of choices indicated there. I indicated earlier on that there are changes on the mission and the vision. The new vision, it's right at the center, highlighted in green. It's now stated as follows. The digitally transformed organization that drives economic growth and job creation, but also enhances national security and deliver efficient and dignified services to clients. This is where we say we'll deliver home affairs at home. Now, if you look at the mission, it's been tweaked as well. It now states the following, that the DHA is committed to citizen empowerment and inclusivity, economic development, and national security through digital transformation. And the rest then says we'll do this by being an efficient and secure custodian of citizenship and civil registration through effective modernized technology that enhances accountability, efficiency, and transparency. And then the third area then speaks to securely and strategically managing international immigration using agile and innovative practices. And then, of course, the efficient management of asylum seekers and refugees. The mandate remains the same, which is in two broad categories, civic services and immigration services. Of course, Chair, the first mandate is the management of citizenship and civil registration. And the second one speaks to the management of international migration. And the third area speaks to the management of refugee protection. The outcomes remains the same. They've not been changed. It's really the secure management of international migration, which we believe will result in South Africa's interests being served and fulfilling our international obligations. The second area speaks to ensuring that we secure and also the efficient management of citizenship and civil registration to fulfill constitutional and international obligation. And then, of course, the efficient asylum seeker and refugee system that complies not only with our domestic, but also international obligations. And then we'll need to ensure that we secure the population register so that we are able, Chair, to empower citizens, enable inclusivity, economic development, and national security. And then, of course, we'll need to ensure that we position our department to contribute positively to a capable and developmental state, which is one of the key objectives that the DM has highlighted. If you look at the values, we have indicated that there are changes here. The new values indicate that our higher purpose is to build a home affairs that delivers dignity and works for all. Now, our pursuit of this higher purpose is anchored in the following. One, to ensure that there's ethical conduct. Two, that there's courageous action. Three, there's innovative thinking and caring interactions. And of course, we need to have a solutions-oriented approaches as we deliver the services. Now, the next slide then speaks to our contribution to the NDP. As you will recall, Chair, the major focus of the NDP is to confront the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment by achieving higher growth rates. And of course, we do make a contribution in the attainment of these objectives. And one of them is to ensure that there's inclusion of all citizens in democracy. We do this in partnership with the IEC. And of course, the development, which is enabled by providing them with a status and an identity that gives them access to rights and services. And this must be done in an efficient, effective, and professional and secured manner. The other priority for the DHA is to ensure that we facilitate the acquisition, Chair, of critical skills needed for economic growth as determined by the Department of Higher Education and Training, so that we're able to grow our own timber. And the third area speaks to the work that the BMA does, which they will expatiate. And our view is that we must continue to drive an integrated and coordinated border management to ensure that our borders are effectively protected and secured and well managed. But of course, we do play a key role in the regional development. This is why the Minister and the President are in Lesotho today, where we work with SADC countries through the Department of International Relations and Cooperation so that we establish an efficient, secured, and managed migration. It's one of the issues that will be discussed there. So the DHA, of course, you are aware, Chair, that it's central to harnessing the fourth industrial revolution or AI or new technologies, and of course, building a capable state. And we are of the view, Chair, that the modernization program of the department should be able to contribute in reducing fraud and the cost of doing business by enabling e-government, which we believe will attract significant investment in the country. So the next few slides, Chair, will then delve into how we translate this into practical action. These are the commitments that we have made to the 2024-29 Medium-Term Development Plan, or the MTDP. The first strategic priority that we are highlighting, it's how we will contribute in driving inclusive growth and job creation. And what therefore is the strategic intervention from Home Affairs? We're of the view that the reform of the visa regime, which we believe will attract skills and promote investment and grow tourism in support of economic growth and job creation. There are 4 strategic intervention indicators that we focus on. The first one, Chair, is initiatives that we will adopt or implement to attract skills, promote investment, and grow tourism. In this sector, there's actually 2 medium-term targets. The first one, it's the introduction of what we call a trusted tour operator scheme. 3 weeks ago, this was launched, and we can indicate that to this day, since its introduction, there's been more than 3,500 tourists that have utilized this trusted tour operator scheme, mainly from India and China. This is where we're piloting with this. And the other one is the Trusted Employer Scheme, which was launched last year. And we now will be launching the second phase. And this is where big companies are able to apply for visas for their employees that qualify. The second strategic intervention indicator speaks to the reduction in processing time for work visas. And here, 95% of critical skills and general work visas, we believe that we'll be able to finalize outcomes within 4 weeks. And of course, by the end of the term of the MTDP, we believe that 95% of critical skills and general work visas would have been issued within 4 weeks. I needed to indicate that for the trusted tour operator and the trusted employer scheme, that target is not applicable towards the end of the term because we've already started with the implementation. Now, the third area in terms of the strategic intervention is the implementation, Chair, of what we refer to as the Electronic Travel Authorization, or ETA, for automated digital application and adjudication of visas. We're piloting this already. We are now at a point where at any time we'll now launch the ETA, mainly starting with the tourist and short stay visas. This is work that we've been doing with the South African Revenue Services. And by the end of the term, we are of the view that an ETA, or designated electronic system, will have been implemented for all visa categories. This then speaks to the digital transformation so that we reduce any manual activities. The second area, Chair, in terms of our contribution to the MTDP, it's really around the area of building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. And the strategic intervention here, Chair, is to ensure that all South Africans can obtain smart and digital IDs and e-passports. In this specific area, there are 4 strategic intervention indicators. The first one will be the work that we will do in the replacement of green barcoded IDs with smart ID cards. As you know, the banks have been saying these green barcoded IDs have been a source of fraud. And in this area, the midterm target will be the issuance of green barcoded IDs is discontinued. And then, of course, by the end of the term, we are of the view that universal enrollment in smart ID system, which means we should have ensured that everyone has been enrolled. And then the second strategic intervention is the introduction of digital ID with remote authentication. And the midterm target is to ensure that we create what we refer to as a digital ID. There's policy work already underway. This is work that DDG Mavuso and the team at the South African Reserve Bank are currently working on. And then, of course, a digital wallet will then be launched. Now, in the digital wallet, you should be able to add credentials, and we are of the view that by the end of the term, we should have added at least 15 additional documents and credentials to the digital wallet. And then the third area, it's the number of bank branches that will be equipped with the live capture functionality. We're of the view that as we work with the current banks that are there and as we expand the footprint through the banks, we should be able by the midterm to add a functionality of live capture to 1,000 bank branches. And once we have done that, by the end of the term, that target is not applicable anymore. And then, of course, we then speak about the introduction and issuance of e-passports. We are working with the GPW around this work. And for the medium term, we don't have a target. And by the end of the term, we hope that we would have introduced what we refer to as e-passports. Now, just to reflect on the next slide, Chair, as I now pick up pace, it's really the commitments that were made by the President in the State of the Nation address. 4 areas that were referred to. One was the launch of what I've just spoken about, an ETA, which is driven by artificial intelligence and machine learning so that we're able to automate those tourist and short-term stay visas. And then we should be able to build the first component of digital identity to eliminate identity fraud, expand social and financial inclusion, and ensure access for all at a touch. The third area, it's the implementation of the Trusted Tour Operator Scheme to boost tourism from the burgeoning source markets of China and India. This is what we've already started doing. This is the area that I've indicated that in the last 3 weeks since we have launched this, more than 3,500 tourists from China and India. And of course, we are hoping to grow this specific area because we will be launching the second phase of the Trusted Tour Operator. And of course, the last area is to ensure that we eradicate any permitting backlog. Then the next slide from slide number 13 then speaks to what then are the other departmental priorities. Of course, what will be key will be the continuation with regards to our DHA repositioning program so that we give effect to the white paper on Home Affairs. And then, of course, the continuation in terms of contributing to both public and social employment through the appointment of unemployed young people as part of the digitalization initiative, where we want to ensure that we digitize 340 million paper-based South African civic records and modernize civic services. Already, civic services is able to access some of those documents that have been digitized. And of course, the continuation with regards to information and communication technology modernization, including the digital transformation initiatives, ensuring that we address, Chair, in your introduction, you spoke about network challenges and system stability. In the next presentation that the CSIR and Leon will deal with some of these aspects. And then we'll continue to endeavor to introduce digital ID and e-passport by 2029. And of course, an accelerated program for the rollout of smart ID cards to enable all eligible persons to get this. And then the automation of the birth registration process for citizens and foreigners at public and private health facilities. Other priorities that we'll look at on slide number 14 speak to the formation of Triple P to assist with the economical, effective, and efficient service delivery. You are aware, Chair, that we recently went to the market to redevelop the 6 ports. This will be in the form of a Triple P, and that work has advanced to a very good extent. The second area here is the provision of equity access and footprint development so that we are able to increase or improve the coverage and reach of the DHE services. including the redesign of a DHA model office so that we facilitate the efficient processing of applicants in offices, including non-traditional channels such as mobile offices. As you know, Chair, we have 220 of these, mainly in the provinces, and then some at head office. And then what will be one of the innovations that we are introducing, it's the self-service interactive machines, or the kiosks, which we have already onboarded, and we should be finalizing the integration of that so that we start rolling this out to various offices. And of course, the partnership that we've spoken about with public and private institutions. And then, of course, we'll strive to obtain and maintain a clean audit outcome. And then, of course, critical is the implementation of the Protection of Personal Information Act, the POPIA, and then support initiatives such as district development model by ensuring that we provide services to access enabling documents. And then, of course, the big fight against GBVF and with regards to issues of gender, youth, and persons with disabilities will be promoted. And then we also align ourselves with the Just Transition Framework. And then, of course, our commitment to international, regional, and national priorities. I will now be moving Chairperson and Deputy Minister to the strategic plan 2025 to 2030, looking at the impact statement, outcome indicators, and then the targets. On slide number 16, the first impact statement speaks to the complete digital transformation of Home Affairs into a digital-first department to ensure citizen empowerment and the delivery of dignified services to clients. The first outcome there speaks up to the secure management of international migration, which we believe will result in South Africa's interests being served and fulfilling international obligations. Here, the outcome indicator, Chairperson, is the international migration management in support of national objectives. We're working on the current baselines. You will recall that we started with the visa reforms so that we are able to grow investment and also tourism. And then in the sixth administration, we amended the immigration regulations. And then, of course, the e-visa tourist model was rolled out to 34 countries. We also rolled out the e-visa for business visas, which was deployed in Germany, France, and Japan. And then the trusted tour operator was launched. So for the 2030 target, the development approach will be undertaken to manage issues related to immigration so that we grow the economy and create jobs. This will include, Chairperson, the implementation of recommendations that have been made through Vulindlela, which, amongst others, introduce a point-based system, a remote work visa, the trusted employer scheme, which we will expand, and the trusted tour operator, which we have already started introducing, and the ETA, which must be fully operational. And then we want to ensure that 95% of critical skill and general work visa outcomes are issued within 4 weeks by 2030. And then, of course, the need to ensure that consistently we update the critical skills list to be in line with the new trends. Then the second area in terms of the outcomes is the efficient asylum seeker and refugee system in compliance with domestic and international obligations. The percentage is the percentage of new asylum applications adjudicated within 180 working days from date of registration on the asylum seeker management system. This is a new system that we have introduced, including appeals and review. It's a new performance indicator. That's why we don't have it on our current baseline. Now, the 2030 target is to ensure that 90% of new asylum seeker applications are adjudicated within 180 working days, inclusive of appeals and review. And then, of course, the second outcome is the secure and efficient management of citizenship and civil registration to fulfill constitutional and international obligations. Here, Chairperson, the outcome indicators to ensure that we have a number of enabling documents that are issued to citizens by 2029, 2030, and this speaks mainly to birth registration within 30 calendar days, and then the smart ID cards that will be issued. So the current baseline, of course, you know that we have a minimum of 14,162,004 enabling documents that we hope will be issued to citizens by 2025. And this is inclusive of birth, which the projection there is that at least 3.4 million. We were able to do that by 30th September 2024. And then the smart ID cards, we're able to do at least 10 million by 30 September 2024. And if you look at the horizon, the outer years, we are of the view that the 2030 target is that the minimum of 17,402,100,000 enabling documents should have been issued. This includes births at more than 3.6 million. And then smart ID cards, we are already exceeding that target since its inception. We now sit at around 28 million of smart ID cards that have been issued. And then the second outcome indicator there speaks to the replacement of green barcoded IDs with smart ID cards. We'll want to ensure that the green barcoded IDs issued at non-modernized offices, and therefore smart ID cards issued at modernized offices. That's currently what is happening. By 2030, we want to ensure that we no longer issue this through the universal enrollment in smart ID system. On slide number 18, Chair, is to ensure that we have a secure population register, which we are of the view that it will empower citizens, enable inclusivity and economic development and national security. The outcome indicator here, Chair, speaks to an integrated identity system, which we hope will be operational. And then, of course, you know, the current baseline is that we had to put together specifications for a national identity system, which will be approved by the DG, and then the e-visa prototype. By the end of 2030, we want to ensure that you have a system that's able to give you a single view of all travelers, South Africans and foreigners. The last outcome here on this slide is to ensure that we position the DHA to contribute positively to a capable and developmental state. And the outcome indicator is to ensure that identified DHA services are available online. And the current baseline is the e-recruitment. Currently, all our recruitment is through this platform that we have introduced. And then, of course, by 2030, we want to ensure that all our services are digitally transformed. This will include core and support functions. At the bottom of that slide, you will note that for immigration services, we'll want to make sure that all these are digitized, from permits, appeals, extension of section 22 and 24 permits, the e-waiver, exemption, the trusted tour operator, uplifting undesirable and prohibition status. And then, of course, with regards to civics, it's what we currently are doing: birth registration, passports, smart ID and digital identity, and the e-marriage registration and citizenship. And then, of course, support processes will include the e-leave performance system and how we track our invoices on the system, including the reporting and the verification processes, or the verification portal. Slide number 19 speaks to how we want to ensure that we contribute to a capable and developmental state. And here, the outcome indicator, Chair, is to ensure that we introduce a digital ID with a remote authentication. This means the power is in your hands. You will be able to authenticate remotely. This is a new performance indicator, Chairperson. And by the end of 2030, we'll want to make sure that at least 15 additional documents or credentials are added to the digital wallet, which you will be able to log through a digital locker. And then the percentage of 340 million civic paper-based records are digitized by 2030. Well, the current baseline is to ensure that at least 12%, and the projection is that at least would have concluded 40 million records. But by 2030, we should ensure that at least 36.8, translating to 125 million civic records should have been digitized between 2025 and 2030. Going further on the positioning the department to contribute positively to a capable and developmental state, the outcome indicator is that we'll develop this regulatory framework fit for a repositioned and digitally transformed DHA. You'll recall, Chair, that we've been working on a white paper on citizenship, immigration and refugee protection. The title is Towards a Complete Overhaul of the Migration System in South Africa, which Cabinet approved in April 2024. And then you'll also recall the marriage policy. I heard you, Chairperson, saying you've been out doing public consultations on the marriage policy. And then, of course, the official identity management policy. And the last one is the one-stop border post, and then the draft Home Affairs Bill, which we hope will be able to be submitted to the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor for preliminary certification, which we've done. And then by 2030 is to make sure that we have DHA policies and legislation that are aligned to make sure that we're not out of sync with a repositioned and digitally transformed DHA with regards to the amended white paper on citizenship, immigration, and refugee protection. You'll recall, Chair, when Cabinet approved the white paper, there was a condition that we needed to do a supplementary paper, which will address some of the gaps that were in the white paper, and that's the process that we have started now. The second area, we want to ensure that the citizenship, immigration, and refugee protection legislation is approved by Cabinet for introduction in Parliament. Similarly, we want to ensure that Cabinet approves the digital identity policy and the National Identification and Registration Bill so that it can also be introduced in Parliament. And the Home Affairs Bill, we hope it will be approved by Cabinet for introduction in Parliament. This is the target by 2030. Now, Chairperson, the next slides, I'll move a bit faster because there's areas that I've already spoken to. It really speaks to our priorities as the Department of Home Affairs, 2025 to 2030, and how those medium-term targets are linked to the APP or the Annual Performance Plan. The first one speaks to digital transformation of the department. That's a key priority. So what are the key elements here? There are 5. One is the automated, modernized end-to-end processes with system integration, including AI. And then the second area is the adoption of new digital tools and technologies. The third area I've spoken about this rethinking business processes and models, and how do we ensure that we have succeeded. It's the customer experience through digital channels, and then utilizing data analytics for proper planning and decision making. So what is therefore the target for 2025, 2026? We hope would have developed an ETA solution for those category of visas, Section 11.1 and Section 11.2 on our website, which we are currently working towards revamping the website. The second area will be to ensure that you have foundational public key infrastructure. The PKI for digital identity needs to be configured. And then the e-passport concept document approved by the DG. This is work that we'll do with government printing works. But by 2026, 2027, we will hope that the ETA solution for study and critical skills is developed. And then, of course, the development of a digital identity completed. And then the technical specifications for e-passports approved by the CIO. And then for the outer year 27, 28, we'll want to ensure that the ETA solution for work and spousal visas is developed. So which means incrementally we'll be adding to the study and the critical skills solution. And then we'll want to ensure that digital identity is piloted. And then the third area will be the functional testing of the system at ports of entry and the e-gates. Now, speaking to the same area in terms of the APP, we'll also want to ensure that there's 25 million civic records digitized. in the 2025-26 financial year, and then in the following year, similarly 25, and the outer year 25 million. And then we'll also want to ensure that at least 10 offices in this current financial year are equipped with the live capture functionality so that they're able to produce or take applications for smart ID cards and passport. And then in the next financial year, add another 10 and add another 10. So which means we'll have at least 30. And then the last one speaks to the bank branches with live capture functionality. We want to ensure that at least 100 for this financial year, and then an additional 400 branches, and then an additional 500 branches in the 2027-28 financial year. If you look at it, Chair, it takes you to 1,000 branches that I've spoken to at the beginning. The second area, Chair, speaks to digital transformation of the DGHA continuing. And I'm not going to speak to the key elements. I've already spoken to them. The main targets here for 2025-26 are ensuring that we have the capability that is developed for the method of delivery for smart ID cards and passport at preferred places of delivery. And the target in 26-27 is to ensure that these enabling documents, both the ID and passports, are delivered at places of delivery. We want to make sure that that is implemented. And similarly, just to continue with that target in the outer year 27-28. The second target, it's the rollout of online birth registration system in 25 health facilities. Of course, we need to make sure that there's capabilities at these health facilities to issue birth certificates. You will note that that target in 26-27 is not applicable. And similarly, in the outer year, it's not applicable. And then 47 health facilities with automated birth functionality rolled out. And then in the next financial year, add another 45. And in the additional year, add another 45. The reason why we're taking this incremental approach, Chair, it's incongruent with the resources that we currently are receiving. And then, of course, the fourth area, it's the rollout of 3 automated corporate services processes. We'll want to make sure that when you take your leave, you do it on the system instead of filling a paper, and then the performance management, and then tracking our invoices so that we are in line to ensure that we pay those within 30 days through this tracking device. So all these, this target is not applicable in 26-27 and also in the outer year. And then the last area on this slide is to ensure that we capacitate our officials this financial year, train at least 2,500 on digital literacy, and then increasing that number by 1,000 to 3,500. And then additionally again in 27-28 to make sure that at least 4,000 would have completed the basic, the intermediate, and then of course the advanced courses that will be offered. The next one then speaks to the key priority on efficiencies. It's efficiency in the issuance of civics enabling documents to ensure inclusivity and citizen empowerment. We can move to the next slide, Mozi. Here we speak about the key elements, early birth registration, the issuance of smart ID cards, and the issuance of machine-readable passports in line with the ACAIO standards. The target, Chair, for 2025-26 is to make sure that at least we register 500,000 births within the prescribed period of 30 calendar working days. And I suppose the preceding slides will enable us to do that, where we want to roll out the online birth registration in those health facilities. And then in the following year, we'll want to maintain the same. And then in the outer year, we want to maintain the same target. With regards to smart ID cards, for this financial year, we'll want to make sure that we issue 2.7 million smart ID cards to citizens 16 years of age and above. And then we maintain the same target for 2026 and also 2027 and 28. Of course, these are subject to changes and when we onboard other methods of delivery. And then on the passports, we'll want to ensure that 90% of machine-readable adult passports are issued within 13 working days. In the outer year, again, 90%, and of course, next year, 90%. And then the passports for children, 90%, and similarly in the outer year, 90%. The next target then speaks to the immigration space, but again, it speaks to the key priority around efficiencies in the issuance of enabling document. Here, Chairperson, the target for this financial year is to ensure that 85% of permanent residence permits outcomes for both general work visa, for critical skills, for business, Section 27C for critical skills, business. So there's business, and then there's those that are for permanent residents. You'll note at the bottom, it's critical skills, business, and general work visas. These are done within fewer weeks. Critical skills being 4 weeks, business 8 weeks, and the other one, general work, 8 weeks. Whereas for permanent residents, it's within 8 months, and the target percentage remains the same for next year, and also the outer year 27-28, sitting at 85%, and then 95%, and 90 and 95%. Proceeding along the same lines for trusted employer scheme, we're pitching that at 95% of critical skills outcomes issued within 4 weeks. For those applications, Chairperson, that are submitted through the trusted employer scheme, I can tell you that we do this even before the 4-week period comes up. And then similarly, the target for next year and the outer year, 95%. And then for the trusted employer scheme, we want to ensure that there's 90% of general work visas that are finalized. That target is 95% next year in the outer year. And then for the virtual port of entry visa, 85%. These are issued within 5 working days, mainly the trusted tour operator, which has already gone digital. 85% for next year and 85% in terms of the population that we would have received. And then similarly, 85% of visual port of entry visas outcomes issued within 10 working days for applications submitted through the Each Visa platform. So that's the same for next year. It will be the same for the outer year. Now, with regards to law enforcement, the key priority here, Chairperson, is to contribute to a risk-based approach to immigration and national security. And the key elements are really with regards to law enforcement inspections and operations that will be conducted. The second area speaks to deportations that will be conducted, and then the adjudication of asylum seekers. So this mainly relates to newcomers. So the target for this financial year is to ensure that we have at least 2,000 DHA coordinated law enforcement operations or inspections initiated, conducted for targeted sectors per year to ensure compliance with immigration legislation. You will note that those are illustrated at the bottom of the page. 11 targeted areas, which will include spaza shops. And we do this working with other law enforcement authorities, restaurants, logistics companies, farms, mines, retail, hair salons, electronics and cell phone companies, hotels, massage parlors, private security services. And then the other one, it's ensuring that 90% of new asylum applications at the level of the RSDO, or the Refugee Status Determination Officer, are finalized within 30 working days from the date of registration on the ASM system. And we'll want to ensure that by the end of this financial year, we have done 40,000 deportations. And in the next year, we maintain the same 2,000, and in the outer year, 2,000, and then 90% for asylum applications and 90% in the outer year. And for deportation, we remain at 40,000 per annum. Of course, this is based on the resources that we have. Now, the next key priority is on policy legislation reforms in support of a digitally transformed DHA. The key elements really speak to the Home Affairs Bill, the digital identity policy. This is work that I've said DDG Mabuso is already working on. And then, of course, the amended white paper on citizenship, immigration, and refugee protection. For this financial year, Chairperson will want to make sure that the Home Affairs Bill is submitted to Cabinet for consideration and approval so that it can be sent out for public comments. The second area that we want to ensure that we take to Cabinet is the digital identity policy. We want to ensure that the Minister approves so that Cabinet also considers and approves. And the third area is the amended white paper, which will be included in the supplementary paper. And of course, we'll need to go back to Cabinet and indicate the areas that we've worked on. For the next financial year, we want to make sure that that bill is submitted to Cabinet for introduction to Parliament. And the same with the National Identification Registration Bill, the same with the Citizenship, Immigration, and Refugee Protection Bill. So all these three, we hope by next year, they will be on your table, Chair, or that of Parliament for consideration. And then in 27-28, that DHA bill not applicable. And then by 27-28, the registration and the draft citizenship, immigration, and refugee protection. We hope that will then be sent out for public comments. With regards to the fight against fraud and corruption, on the next slide, the key elements here, Chair, are business process reviews, and then fraud and corruption investigations, and then the threat and risk assessments, and then, of course, the vetting. The target, Chairperson, for 25-26, it's 12 business processes reviewed so that we're able to check whether there's vulnerabilities with regards to systems that we've introduced. And then next year, we want to make sure that we review at least 12, and also in the outer year 12. And this is based also on the capacity that we currently have at counter corruption and security services. And then 80% of reported cases on fraud and corruption, we hope to finalize this within 90 working days. Of course, some of the investigations are complicated and tends to take longer. The target is 80% in the next financial year and in the outer year. And then threat and risk assessments conducted in accordance with the requirements of the minimum information security standards, the MIS or the minimum physical security standard MPSS to mitigate risk, 40 for this financial year and 40 in the next financial year, and in the outer year 40 as well. And then with regards to vetting, which is referred to SSA for evaluation, we'll want to make sure that at least 100 files, mainly dealing with top secret, and 300 dealing with confidential files are submitted to SSA. And then 400 again in the 26-27 financial year. And then in the outer year, again, ensure that at least 400 is then submitted. The next slide just basically gives you a flavor in terms of what we will do in Q1, what we will do in Q2, what we'll do in Q3 and Q4. For example, in Q3, the focus is on 3 areas: the appeal process, the birth registration, and they are looking mainly at twins, and then first-time applications. You'll see that in Q2, it changes. So we're using it, looking at user identity application, and then the review of the population register functions, passport collection processes to make sure that the correct people that have applied are the ones that are collecting. And then in Q3, they change the focus on death. You'll see in Q4, the admission of persons to the National Population Register. So this gives you a flavor in terms of what counter-corruption will be doing for each quarter. The next one then speaks to transformation and advocacy. This is slide number 31. There are really two key elements: the promotion of GBVF and the rights of women and youth and persons with disabilities, and then the promotion of the DHA mandate and services. The target for the 25-26 financial year is to make sure that we have a plan that deals with gender-based violence and femicide. And then the outer year 26-27, 27-28, the same plan needs to be developed and implemented. And this plan, Chair, it's monitored by the DPME and also the ministry in the office of the presidency. The second area with regards to women is to make sure that there's 30% of public bids procurement to women-owned businesses. We have set it at 30% and we hope to increase it to 40%. And in the outer year, an additional 40%. And then with regards to communication, it's ensuring that the DHA communication strategy and plan is implemented, 56 media engagements, 6 outreach engagement, 12 campaigns. Of course, we tend to do more because of the need to communicate more. And that's the same for the 2026-27 financial year and also 27-28 financial year. I'll then hand over, Chair, to the CFO to take you through the budget. I'll come back at the end of the presentation for a recommendation. Thank you, DM. Thank you, Chairperson and members. Over to you, CFO.
Thank you, DG. CFO.
Good morning, Chairperson, and thank you, DG. Good morning also to Deputy Minister and the members on the platform, the honourable members, and my colleagues as well, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm starting on slide 33. This is our MTF allocation letter. If you notice from the top column, the summary at the bottom, there's in the middle of a sheet, there's a figure of 11 billion and 60 million rands. That's our new baseline for 25-26. Chairperson, this baseline increases over the MTF to 12 billion 104 million in year 27-28. Chairperson, you will also note that we have baseline increases. There are 3 baseline increases in particular. The first one is for BMA, to provide BMA with some capacity for infrastructure and the borderline. Then there's a little increase, a 41 million rand increase for Home Affairs on compensation of employees, which grows to 46 million. That will enable us to fill some vacancies. And then the third one, Chairperson, is in the middle here, there's a 885 million allocation for the Electoral Commission. That's for the local elections that's coming next year. So, Chairperson, those are the allocations. If you then go a bit below that middle line that says 25 MTF allocations, there are some earmarked funds. The earmarked funds, the first one is for the procurement of the passenger name recognition system, the PNR. That money will go to the BMA. It's for a new procurement. Then Border Management Authority, that money is also earmarked for the BMA. Electoral Commission's money is earmarked, as well as for political parties' funds. Those funds are also earmarked. Chairperson, in respect of the department, we have specifically and exclusively appropriated funds for our modernization program, which we call WIRE, which used to be called WIRE, Who Am I Online. You'll see that figure grows from 767 million to 804 and then 840 for the last year. Chairperson, the last important figure or line on this slide is the one for compensation of employees' budget, the COE ceiling. Our COE ceiling for 25-26 is 4.232 billion rands. Chairperson, just to summarize then in respect of this slide, the vote increases from 11 billion to 12 billion over the MTF. For Home Affairs, there's no new money. The new money is for the Border Management Authority as well as the Electoral Commission. If I can then move to slide 34. This just gives the same information, but now in an economic classification and program at a program level. Chairperson, it's the third last column. If you look at 25-26, first thing there is you'll see that if you look at the civic services, it's the budget for 25-26 appears to have decreased.
CFO, sorry to
Yes,
interrupt.
Chairperson.
Yeah, please, can you make the full screen without the next slide so that we're able to see the actual figures there?
Muzi, can you assist and just take out? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will also guide him. So I'm on slide 34. I'm dealing with program and economic classification. The first point I wanted to make on slide 34 was that the budget for civic services for 25-26 appears to have decreased significantly from the 4.3 in the previous financial year, the 24-25 year, to 3.3 billion. Chairperson, this figure excludes about $1 billion for self-financing expenditure, which will become available later this year through the adjustments appropriation. Chairperson, then the last one is on this particular slide is institutional support and transfers. That 4.2 billion is money allocated to our entities. We as Home Affairs do not touch that money. It goes straight to them. Chairperson, then just on the same slide, under goods and services, you will notice that if you compare 24-25 to 25-26, that there's a significant decrease there as well. Again, Chair, this just is an indication that our goods and services budgets are under pressure. We try to make up that shortfall from self-financing, and the same applies to payment for capital assets. For 24-25, we had 332 million rands, and for the 25-26, only 15. So Chairperson, the reason for this decrease is also that in the prior financial years, we spent a lot of money on getting the digitization sites ready. If I can then ask that we move to slide 35. Slide 35 deals with our first program 1, which is administration. I'm starting on the top under 25-26. There's a figure there for transversal IT technology management. That's 1.1 billion. So, Chairperson, that's our allocation for our modernization program. We are trying to give more emphasis to that program and make sure that we can deliver with the budget that's available. There's also just below that, under the line item office accommodation, you'll notice that there's about 100 million increase between 24 and 25-26 for office accommodation. Chairperson, this is to provide for the situations such as the case mentioned in respect of Umtata, where the roof blew off, and Public Works is going to take too long to accommodate us in proper accommodation there. So, Chairperson, again, under goods and services, you'll see that we are still under pressure. If you compare it to 1.7 billion in the 24-25 year and now 1.6, it's R1 billion short. That billion, as I said, we try to make up through self-financing. If I can go to slide 36 now on citizen affairs. Chairperson, status services, it's the second line from the top. You'll notice there that if you compare 24-25 to 25-26, that there's a significant decrease. Again, Chairperson, this is where we put the money which we pay over to GPW as self-financing. It's close to R1 billion. We put that money under status services, and we pay as and when as we receive invoices from the start of the financial year, but we only get the allocation towards the end of the financial year. And again, that self-financing expenditure is dependent on us generating sufficient revenue. So our revenue target for 25-26 is close to 1.7 billion rands. It's 1.68 billion rands, Chair, to be exact. Chairperson, just on the same slide, service delivery to provinces. We try to protect the provinces as our primary service delivery agencies. from any budget cuts. You'll see that we have not touched their budgets. So the provinces, we try to protect at all costs and their budgets so that they can deliver services to the people where it matters most. Slide 37 is immigration affairs. Chairperson, what's interesting from this particular slide is if you look at the total, which is just below the sub-program in the middle of the page or towards the top of the page, but in the middle around, that if you compare 2022-23 to 25-26, that you'll see that in 22-23, we had a budget for immigration services at 1.329 billion. That figure for 25-26 has reduced to 837 million, but you'll see that the drop started in 23-24 with the establishment of a BMA when we transferred the people at the immigration officials at ports of entry to the BMA as an entity, and the function shift followed with budget. So, Chairperson, that's just to explain why that drop was there. We also, you'll notice under admission services, just the second row from the top, there's a 494 under 25-26 million. That still includes the PNR money, the 217 million rands. That money must go to BMA as well. Chairperson, so that's on program 3. Program 4 is our institutional support and transfers, and that's slide 38. My apologies. Chairperson, you'll notice that this allocation in program 4 is growing nicely. It's because of the relief granted to BMA for some additional capacity, as well as the money allocated to the Electoral Commission for the elections for the next financial year. So the growth over this period is about 9.9%, which is rather nice. Chairperson, I'm now moving to slide 39. Chairperson, the 25 MTF budget policy statement outlined a pro-growth agenda to address economic and fiscal weaknesses. The key risks remain. I think added to that is now the uncertainty at an international level about policy directions. Our baseline increase, as I have pointed out, Chair, but this baseline increase is not for the department, it's for the vote, and it's to cover for BMA's infrastructure-related functions, compensation of employees, the 41 million, and then the Electoral Commission for the 26 local government elections. Chairperson, for the department, the goods and services budget is under strain, and we need to fund all our activities from our current baselines and do a lot of reprioritizations and shifts to try and make sure that we keep the lights on. We are struggling with contractual commitments, especially those with in dollar-denominated terms. But we are trying our best to make sure that we pay those as promptly as possible and definitely within the 30-day period. I'm also making the point here, Chairperson, that as at when we ran out of money towards the end of the financial year, then 30-day payments do become a problem. We pay only if we have money available. As a result, we're sitting with accruals going into the new financial year. We also have severe funding pressures in some areas, Chairperson. The digitization project was not funded for, and we reprioritized budget from our baseline to cover for the digitization project. Buildings and facilities, it's the same issue, Chair. We take money from those line items to fund operations, and then we use self-financing to cover the shortfall. Legal costs, Chairperson, that seems to just be growing as an expense. And the last item is security services. Chairperson, in your opening remarks, you mentioned the security services issues. Chairperson, it became impossible to fund the shortfall on security services from a contractual point of view indefinitely. And as a result, we went out on new bid processes, which failed on 2 occasions. We then appointed two new service providers with effect from the 1st of April. And through that transition period, Chairperson, there were some the old service providers were not keen to leave site, Chair, for one thing. So that caused some challenges, but I believe those challenges have now been addressed. So, Chairperson, that's my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CFO. DG.
Thank you, CFO. Thank you, Chairperson. I think the next slide is really to recommend to the portfolio committee that the committee supports this strategic plan for the year 2025 to 2030 and also the APP for this financial year 25-26. Thank you so much, Chairperson and members.
Thank you very much, DG. The DM has already introduced the BMA report. I'll go straight to acting commissioner to present, then after I'll invite members to comment on the two presentations.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to the Chair, to the Deputy Minister, to members of the Portfolio Committee, the DG for Home Affairs and colleagues. Chair, I will present for the Border Management Authority as the Acting Commissioner for this week. I am with the CFO, who will then take the committee through the financial part of the presentation. Muzi, I'm not sure if you can flag the presentation for us. Okay, you can just then move straight to the purpose and as outlined. Okay, I've already spoken briefly to the purpose, being to brief the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs on the BMA strategic plan for 2025 up to 29 and the budget as well as the APP for 25-26. Can move. This is just to outline how our presentation will flow, and I will then take members through up to the performance information, and if Chair allow for it, and then the CFO will take us through the budget, the allocations, and the spending priorities that will be flagged as she presents. You can move. This is just to flag the BMA vision, mission, and values, and this have not changed. For this period, the vision of the BMA stays the same, and I just need to emphasize on the mission that is also still the same, being to be a credible provider of highly efficient, integrated, well-coordinated and technology-driven border law enforcement services that contribute to national security and socio-economic development by inculcating an ethical culture that empowers teams for service excellence. The technology-driven element has always been part of this mission, Chair, precisely noting the impact of cutting-edge technology on border security, on travel, as well as trade efficiency. By this, elements included would be border control systems that are automated, as well as movement control, surveillance, but also the back office as well. The values of the BMA remain what they are: vigilance, innovation, integrity, excellence, professionalism, and patriotism, what we refer to as the VIP PI as an acronym. The outcomes of the BMA, from outcome number 2 up to 5, that they are taken straight out of the BMA mandate as it comes from the legislation, with number 1 being just being the one that's not per legislation, that is institutional excellence, distinguished by digital transformation, good corporate governance, and ethical leadership. That outcome also remains the same, except for the inclusion of the digital transformation in how it is worded. We can move. Just highlight here, Chair, the how we aligned the BMA mandate to the MTDP priorities and outcomes. I'd already spoken to the outcomes. They are lying on your far right, but on our far left, we just sketched out the mandate of the BMA as it comes out of Section 5 of the BMA Act, the facilitation and management of the legitimate movement of persons within the border law enforcement area and ports of entry, same facilitation for the movement of goods, and as well as cooperation and coordination of border law enforcement functions with the SAPS, SARS, SANDF, border communities, and any other persons. And in the middle, we aligned this to the priorities we are contributing to, which is inclusive growth and job creation, as well as the building of a capable, ethical, and developmental state. You can move. Now, in this alignment to priority 1 and 3, which I've already indicated, they are sketched out there. I've already spoken to them. I would not go there. But in addition, some of the priority outcomes of priority 3 of the MTDP talks directly to the mandate of the BMA, explicitly stating the resolve to ensure effective border security as well as effective border management to limit transnational crime and promote regional trade and legal movement of people. Over and above this, we contribute to this the following 5 ministerial priorities: adoption of new digital tools and technologies, rethinking business process models, improving customer experience through digital channels, leveraging data analytics for better decision-making, as well as changing organizational culture and mindset. Can move, and we'll move to the performance information in relation to the strategic plan for 2025 to 2030. Okay, you can go. In terms of the BMA outcome on institutional excellence, the outcome indicator that we had identified, which is a new indicator, is the percentage of identified processes in the BMA digitization plan that are automated. So the automation of processes is one priority that we will be focusing on in this year. It's a new indicator, and members will understand how in the border management environment, particularly in the front line, in the ports, working with manual processes presents major risks to national security. If you are not automated, the challenges are, unprecedented. We as citizens have experienced, and the level of crime and criminality is displayed through even the number of officials that get to be charged and some dismissed due to the enabling environment that sort of easily facilitate criminality when systems are not automated. The 1.2 outcome indicator, number of ports of entry with 100% implemented biometric movement control. And in this regard is just to make sure that all ports are using the biometric movement control system. The limitations in some of the ports, mostly remote, and in some areas where IT infrastructure is very weak to be able to keep up with the network that will allow for us to operate the movement control 24/7 without any interruptions, and is a target that we are also prioritizing. Can move to the next slide. Again, under institutional excellence, we have an outcome indicator that for the period of the next 5 years, organizational ethics score to a 100-point scale. This is in terms of the Ethics Institute of SA, and this target that we had set for the BMA is that of maturity. It's a mature ethical culture in terms of the standard and of the 4 bands within how the Institute rates ethics, this will be the highest, and that's where we are planning to be by the end of this period in terms of ethics. That is very critical in the environment. 1.4 is another outcome indicator, is the audit opinion of the Auditor General, where we see ourselves within the period. We can move to the next slide. Now, in terms of secure borders that protect national interest and enhance national security as a BMA outcome, the outcome indicator, we have the percentage of persons detected illegally crossing at the border law enforcement area that are apprehended. Sorry, this is a continuation of a target that we already had, and we need to just up our game in this area, because it would be difficult, particularly with the lack of technology. It's difficult to be sure that we can be able to apprehend, and citizens are looking on us to be able to apprehend each and every illegal person who may be detected within the border law enforcement area, people who are crossing illegally into the country. And that is a target of 100% that we're setting for ourselves. And we believe the technology will enable us to really achieve that. The second or the other outcome indicator flowing from the secure borders that protect national interest, again, is the percentage of illegal goods detected at the border law enforcement area that are confiscated. And this 2.2 and 2.1 often go hand in hand, because when these goods are being moved, smuggled across the borderline, it's when people are moving, or when they are enablers in terms of transporters who are pushing the goods over the borderline. Again, the improved cross-border ecosystem for the legitimate movement of goods as a BMA outcome, the indicator there being the percentage of consignments presented that are processed in accordance with the preset service standards. We operate in terms of the international regulations when it comes to, for example, agricultural as well as health products, and we have to meet those standards without any compromise. The 3.2, the percentage of consignments that are digitally processed, is a new indicator, again recognizing the challenge of trying to, inspect consignments manually with a lot of limitations and a lot of risks that may escape if you are doing the inspection of consignments without the aid of any technology. The number of things and pests and unwanted elements that may be allowed into the country that may be a risk to the health of the people, that may be a risk to the economy as well. We can move. Again, on improved ecosystem, a new indicator that's at 4.1, percentage of persons, travelers at ports of entry digitally processed. We do know, Chair and members, that at this stage we still have those areas where we resort, or our frontline immigration officials end up resorting to manually processing people coming into the country due to the challenges that I'd already indicated. And this poses a national security risk, as you would know. It's not only a risk in that people can come through without the relevant documentation, because a number of things may not be picked up if you inspect manually or process people manually, but also it allows for ease of facilitation of bribes when things are done in this manner. But lastly, on the strengthening of cooperation, that cannot be overemphasized, our strategic partnership with the law enforcement structures, including the ones that are already spoken to, SARS, SNDF, SAPS, cross-border, the border communities and neighboring countries, and this indicator speaks to those. We can move now to the APP portion. You can move to the first slide that starts with program 1, and there are 8 output indicators. The operations one has got 10, so we all in all have 18 indicators that we're going to be driving throughout the year as our targets that we'll be monitoring very closely to make sure we achieve. Then number 1 is the quarterly performance reports. It's a usual one. Often organizations don't have this, but these are mature organizations. But us being a very new organization, we thought this was necessary. We started with it when we started year 1, and as we go, as we mature, it's one of the indicators that we may no longer have because we would be meeting without any challenge, and it may be relegated to our ordinary operations. But the next one also that is a new indicator is the number of ethics workshops conducted, as you had seen in terms of the stretch plan, how we want to position the organization ethically in the next 5 years, being able to reach maturity level. Therefore, this target speaks to that. We can move to 1.3. This speaks to the percentage of training interventions conducted, and largely here, Chair, we prioritize also training that talks to a change of culture for readiness of our officials to adopt the technologies. It's one thing to introduce technologies that may make our work more efficient, but if we leave our workforce behind, then that may be a suicide on our part. So it is one of the targets that we are going to be making sure that we achieve to reach all officials in terms of change management and readiness to adopt and utilize the technologies that we introduce. The next indicator that's also new is the number of wellness interventions implemented. Wellness in our space is very important. People work in very pressured environment and sometimes very risky in terms of those who would even be working on the borderline and within the other areas, dangerous areas of the border law enforcement area. Can move to the next one, 1.5. The number of ports of entry that are comprehensively branded, and this is a new indicator. And this Chair, I need to upfront indicate that we are mindful that we are having ports that are going to be redeveloped, and therefore there will not be duplication of funds because we are not going to be investing in ports that will be soon redeveloped. So the branding is targeting ports that are not near the process of being redeveloped. 1.6, the number of business continuity plans developed. Business continuity, Chair, is very critical in our areas. We're working in ports, some that are developed a long time ago. Some are already also developed in areas that are not very conducive. Recently, we had seen with the floods, certain ports had to close because of being flooded, and it just goes to overemphasize the fact that business continuity is very critical. Sometimes in the other port, Oshhoek, it wasn't a natural element per se, but it was a truck that came running through the steep and crashing into the port of entry. So this element is very critical, and we are increasing the number of ports that will be covered with the business continuity plans. You can move. Number of ports of entry with the functional local area network and wide area network. It's not new, it's a continuation. We are ramping up the previous year we targeted 13, now we're targeting to improve this. The availability of network is very critical in the ports of entry. As we had indicated, we intend to make sure that we are processing digitally the travelers that move across our borders. Number of business process automated is a new indicator. It's just talks to the elements I'd already indicated, but also not only the frontline processes, but as well the back office processes that need to be automated as well. That will take us to the end of program 1, and when we go into the APP portion for program 2, which is largely the core business that the previous one was support. In this area for border security operations, the first indicator here is the number of risk-based operations led by the BMA, both the intelligence and risk-based operations that we plan to stage. That is the number of 158 that we're targeting for ourselves there. And as members would know, our operations do not go outside the 10-kilometer radius, which distinguishes the border law enforcement area, and we conduct them jointly with the law enforcement structures that are operating within the areas where our ports are. This includes again SAPS, SNDF. We also include the local traffic departments that are very cooperative, as well as SSA sometimes when they are available. 2.2 is the percentage of inadmissible persons that are detected at the ports of entry that are refused entry. This is in terms of refusal of entry, and that is 100%. And you can move to the next one. This is the sustaining targets that we already had. A percentage of illegal foreigners detected within the border law enforcement area that are deported. This talks to those that we detect that do not have documents that are crossing illegally, those that are being ferried by boats, as some of you might have seen what was happening over the period when we were on the recent deployments. It's very important, Chair, that I highlight the criticality of technology, because being able to apprehend or to detect first all these people, it's only when you have such kind of technology, because without an eye in the sky, you will not see all these people because they are moving through the rivers, through the bushes. But once you detect them with the aid of technology, it's one thing to be able to apprehend all those that you detect. So technology doesn't go alone. Technology still assists us, but we need to, as well as the push-to-talk function enables us, we need to be having sufficient border guards to deploy to be able to ensure that all those that are detected are apprehended and therefore ultimately deported. 2.4, a new indicator, the number of risk analysis reports on the cross-border movement of persons, and this is our new target in relation to our work in the National Targeting Center. And it goes with, you can move to the next slide, it goes with the analysis reports on the cross-border movement of goods, as well as target number 6, which is on the analysis reports on the cross-border smuggling. These 3 indicators that I knew are aligned to our work that is now being revamped, and with our NTC, National Targeting Center, becoming more functional and getting support from all the intelligence structures and all structures that contribute to risk and managing risk and information sharing. You can move to 2.7. The 2.7 is the percentage of agricultural goods inspected for compliance. That is 100%. It's not new here. And if I may take them simultaneously, the percentage of health-related goods as well inspected for compliance. These are compliance issues. As I said, we do comply in terms of the international regulations, but also the compliance is critical. Is a critical element in that without proper inspections, we may illegally allow, or we may allow illegal importation of pest-infected commodities that may affect the environment, that may affect the food security, the economy, as well as our export market. These are phytosanitary risks that are there if we are not able to execute these functions efficiently. You can move to 2.9. This is not a new indicator. The percentage of presented CITES consignments inspected for compliance. There, these are the consignments in relation to the convention on the movement of prohibited species, and this is critical, an area that is meant by a real handful of people in the BMA. It's a function that was transferred from the department, the DFFE, dealing with the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of our fauna and flora. It's one area where we are seriously under-capacitated from the transfers, such that a handful of people we have are only head office based. Is the only function within the BMA that doesn't find any footprint in any of the ports of entry in the country, because these people were just head office bound people who would often fly to Cape Town if there is a consignment that has to come through there, or fly all over the country from the center. And that is how constrained this is, but still very costly and tiring if you're working with that very small number of people. The number 10 is the number of ports of entry that are in compliance with the National Environmental Health Norm Standards. These are health issues that I touched a bit on when I was talking to the agricultural element. The BMA has to comply. The Department of Health, National Department of Health, applying the standards, the international norms and standards would still come through and evaluate and check and ensure that indeed our ports are meeting the standards. We are able to self-evaluate, but it's more objective when somebody else looks at you and help the country to be in the right standing in terms of the international standards, making sure that we have all the facilities that are required. For example, in the ports of entry, the health norms and standards require that we have isolation rooms. For example, if you detect a traveler with a suspicious disease before you can even have the person checked, it's very important that you isolate so that you don't expose other travelers. And these are some facilities that we do not have in many of our ports of entry, but these are nonetheless a requirement, and that's why we're targeting ourselves. As you can see here, the target moving on 25. Chair, if you would allow, we can then ask the CFO of the BMA to just take the committee through this, I think about 4 slides, highlighting the allocations, the spending priorities, what we will be focusing on within the limitations of the budget that we have in the current year, just touching the surface on the things that we could be able to do.
Thank you, Acting Commissioner, CFO.
Thank you very much. Good morning to the Honorable Chairperson, the members of the Portfolio Committee, Deputy Minister of Home Affairs, the DG of Home Affairs, the Acting Commissioner of the Border Management, and to all of my colleagues, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to take you through the finance slides. I'm not going to spend too much time on this slide, but I think what might be important is just to give a little bit of a history and just remind us how the finance of BMA were formulated. It's through the transfer that occurred, where we had 4 transferring departments that staff integrated rather into the BMA. The budget comprised more of the COE, which was 90%, and leaving a very insignificant amount for goods and services. In anticipation of the deficit that we were already going to make, we started having discussions with the National Treasury, and the request was for National Treasury to give us a 2.9 billion for the FY 2023-2024 financial year. We were only approved at 250 million, which is 10% below what, less than 10% below what we had actually asked for. In terms of what we've then further done is, having spoken to National Treasury and the various engagements that we had, is we were requested to do a business case, which we did submit to the National Treasury. The business case is valued at 4.3 billion, and it basically looks at all of the funding needs of the BMA in order to be able to render or effectively and efficiently render its mandate. To date, we haven't yet received a positive response from the National Treasury, but we have been having discussions. So we remain positive that we are going to receive positive financial results coming from National Treasury for the FY 2025-2026 financial year. Maybe then to get into the numbers, our allocation over the MTF period, I think the CFO of DHA has already covered me here. In the FY 2025-2026, we have been given a 1.753 billion. In the 26-27, it sits at 1.846 billion. And then in FY 2027-2028, it sits at about 1.937 billion. Members might remember, if you do compare to what we had previously presented, where our numbers were looking a little bit less than what we are reflecting today. And the main reason, and I think the CFO had already covered me also, is the relocation, or should I say the transfer of the land port infrastructure budget from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to the BMA. I think this also aligns with the BMA Act, where the infrastructure or the land port infrastructure would need to be transferred to the BMA. So we are starting to work on that by, number one, ensuring that the finance are relocated or the transfers, then we get to the legal transferring of the actual infrastructure. This budget that has been transferred from DPWI to the BMA is to be exclusively utilized for the repairs and maintenance of the land port infrastructure. In the current year, we've been given, or rather the FY 2025-2026, we've been given 280 million. It does increase to 306 million. And then in the FY 2027-2028, it goes to 323 million. With regards to the remaining budget, it still comprises majority of your COE, which sits at about 1.33 billion and accounting for 73% of the budget. In contrast, then you have the budget for the goods and services, which is estimated rather at a relatively minor amount of 482 million, with the majority of the goods and services budget relating to the 280 for the land port infrastructure repairs and maintenance. I think maybe to say, I think I've already spoken to the one of the business case that we have submitted to National Treasury and the fact that no response has yet been received. But I think we remain optimistic as an organization to say that our request this time will be taken seriously and that we should see the additional financial resources coming through in the FY 2025-2026 financial year. It goes without saying that the gross underfunded mandate remains a significant risk for the entity. Until the BMA is adequately funded, the entity will continue to struggle in rendering its mandate, and this will jeopardize the security of this country. I think we can go to the next slide. We thought that it'd be important, maybe we give sort of a understanding of what have we been doing with the monies that we have been receiving from the fiscus. The first year, which was the inception of BMA, or rather the establishment of BMA, was FY 2023-2024, and we had received a budget of 1.341 billion, which was primarily focused on establishment of the entity. So majority of the cost went to your operational cost. Then we had the 2024-2025 financial year, in which we were given a budget of 1.407 billion, which was focused at establishing, or rather stabilizing the entity. This included the harmonizing of services conditions for transferred officials, investing in some of the tools of trade, where we were also assisted by your CARA, such as your vehicles, as well as your ICT. It also looked at the Section 42 transfer of assets, where we were finalizing some of the transfer of assets and also looking at how do we transfer some of the contracts that the departments were still holding. We also looked at the implementation of the ICT system, maybe to be specific, the Sage 300 system, as well as the Sage X3, which were aimed at automation of the processes, as well as the procedures within the finance, as well as the payroll area. In the FY 2025-2026, we it is a year where we would be looking at how do we deploy technology in aim of automating as well as optimizing our process. Increasing spending is expected to concentrate on enhancing the technological infrastructure of our ports of entry. And I think we've already started speaking about the work that's going to be done within the 6th port. We've already started speaking about how we're using drone technology to be able to assist us in terms of doing our work. Which systems are we bringing in from an ICC system that ensures that we are able to reduce the queues at our ports, but also be able to ensure that we render our services effectively. We acknowledge that there's going to be a investment in technology, but we also understand that it becomes important for us to consider that the technology will need the human element. And I think DC has already spoken to this. To say as much as we invest, we also need to make sure that we have that human element that is able to respond to the information that we are receiving from our technology. And as such, we are looking to capacitate in areas of corporate services and other specialized operational functions. DC has already spoke about some of the specialized functions where we have great shortage in terms of the technology, as well as if you look at our corporate services area where we are lacking in terms of people, or rather warm bodies that can be able to support the operational staff. I think at this moment, the ratio currently sits at about 2% within corporate affairs, and then the remaining 98 being your operational staff. And already, I think we can see that that ratio does not look correct, in that your corporate staff would then not be able to adequately support your operational staff. I must also mention that some of the work that we speak about here is underpinned on us being able to receive the additional funding that will come from National Treasury. But with the little that we have, I think we've been able to show as the BMA that we are committed to foster a strong ethical professional culture through planned ethical initiatives. I think we can go to the next slide. This is just to show the allocations that we've received over the past years, and also then what we're expecting to receive in the MTF period. I think we can go to the next slide. In terms of how we have allocated the spending for the FY 2025-2026 financial year, with Program 1, we have budgeted 392.4 million, and this is basically going to be used for the conducting of ethical workshops across the BMA, With the launch of the BMA and Immigration Anti-Corruption Forum, I think it becomes important as an organization that we ensure that we are able to invest in ethical workshops that make sure that we limit or eliminate any corruptions at our port. Second is the training on intervention change management for technology adoption. As can be seen in the past Easter festive operation that we had, our utilization of technology, it becomes important that we are able to train our own so that they can be able to utilize the technology that we have. But also important is the ability for us to be able to include change management, specifically as we introduce your technology such as your body cam. Conducting wellness interventions, also very important, considering where areas that we are at. Our border guards we need to ensure the wellness of all of our officials, specifically those at the field. And then business continuity, I think DC also spoke about some of our infrastructure that's lacking and what we need to do to be able to ensure or limit any disruption to our operations. One of the things that we're doing is we're looking at the ports and being able to then develop business continuity plan. Then the last one, which I've already spoken to, is the automation of processes across the organization. We do say that we are a organization that will be fully utilizing technology in its process and delivering on its mandate also. Then if we look at Program 2, which is mostly operation, we have estimated a budget of 1.43 billion, which is reserved to assist us in being able to achieve the outcome indicators. Again here, We understand that the 1.4 billion is not sufficient, and therefore we are utilizing funds that come from CARA in order for us to be able to procure some of the tools of trade. Again, we are investing in training. In line with our training plan, we have identified trainings that are required within our ports of entry as well as head office, so that we can ensure that our staff are well trained to be able to execute their functions. We're also looking at the automation of processes at the port through our systems that we have. How do we automate processes? The utilization of Sage. Also within our ports, how do we utilize Sage to be able to automate some of the manual process that we currently have? Then the second part, or rather the third one, is the procurement of tools of trades required by each specialized unit. So this looks at your drain technology, this looks at your maritime area, what type of specialized units are required. This looks at your health in terms of scanners that need to be procured, and also it then looks at the technology that might be required within your agriculture specialized services. And then maybe lastly is also our investment in terms of technology, connectivity rather. We're also looking at how do we improve our network and our connectivity so that we can ensure that we minimize outage, and also that we are able to quicken the process of our people reaching their destinations. Then in terms of the program, this is just a detailed budget for program 1 that just looks at itemized spending. I'm not going to go through it. The second slide also then looks at program 2 in terms of the itemized items. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, CFO, Acting Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. If I may just close by indicating that we do recommend, therefore, that the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs notes the briefing on the BMA strategic plan, the budget and annual performance plan, and supports it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DM, and with your team, both the DG and the Acting Commissioner, with your colleagues, for having presented the budget and the annual plan. I'm going to request members to interact with the report, and thereafter I will then invite the team to respond on the issues and probably the decisions that this meeting will carry for the committee to, for the department to look at. I'll first deposit a few issues on the Home Affairs. For the first point is on the white paper, which I've noted that your target is 2030 for the implementation or for the tabling. I assume for tabling of Parliament or tabling the Cabinet. You'll clarify those two processes. And I don't think that is the attitude which the committee has cautioned the department over time. We've interacted with the minister, including in the oral questions, and there were commitments to that effect. And the reasoning, it was what you have indicated here, DG, on the supplementary issues that Cabinet ought to consider. It will be important that we work on the time frame, and perhaps you may need to demonstrate what informs the department to consider to conclude the white paper on citizenship, migration, of protection of refugee to 2030, and which is not an area which we may need to venture into in terms of the target date. So I will strongly request or move that we may have a demonstrable plan to respond to this question, at least by the year that you have earlier committed to the committee. Recall that is moving from the 6th administration. And the key issues in this white paper, once the bill has been considered by Parliament and assented by the President, it will respond to many issues that South Africans have been raising. And the delay to that, it will increase the concerns and the challenges that we are facing as a country. So on your part, I think there must be a level of urgency on how we deal with this matter. The other point is on the budget outlook, which the CFO has identified. You see the capacity plan or infrastructure challenges on the ground. If you go to offices of Home Affairs, any office in the mostly rural-based areas, it may as well not what you are raising to the committee over time. And we're raising things that we've interacted with on the ground and interacted with the officials of the department, of the Home Affairs, staff members, on the basic infrastructure issues that you ought to have resolved. And I think is where we need to demonstrate the capacity plan on the ground. You go to Umtata, where all of us were there. DG, if you can go there and spend a day, just a day to work in that office, you realize the challenges our staff and clients who are community members are confronted with. And even how they interact with the members of the committee. So your infrastructure plan, capacity plan in terms of reorganizing the service outlook in relation to the strategic plan that you are presenting before us. So it need to be, you need to demonstrate it, Deputy Minister and your team. The legal costs which the department has been, I think over time you have been observing that the Department of Home Affairs has been losing cases left and right. And I think the CFO must demonstrate in terms of figures, because the loss of cases, this fiscus, this monies, it also tap into some services that you have ought to prioritize, like what your narrative of prioritizing to digital transformation in terms of the programs that you have been outlining here. So there are certain services that are compromised because of this legal cost. So you must demonstrate to the committee what you mean of the pressures on the legal costs. In fact, the DG, we made also to find time as the committee to venture in that area of the unit, its capacity and challenges, because in the 6th administration, this matter came out in our discussion. And I think in one of the judgment, I think of the High Court, there was a line which referred to the costs of the legal. So the CFO may need to demonstrate what he means, the cost implication on the financial year which is running. We also need to demonstrate the cost of rental offices of Home Affairs. And I think we appreciate that there's a new regime in the 6th administration to date of building new infrastructure, modernizing offices. So it will also be good to that there must be a demonstration of the cost implications and what is the plan to also move away from that space. You'll recall that the public works has demonstrable offices throughout, and what is the plan around Department of Home Affairs in terms of their strategic plan now to 2030 to reflect on that. So CFO must demonstrate what is the cost implications of this. There are obviously also post office infrastructure that is dormant, and what is the engagement between yourself and public works around that. I know for a fact that there's an office that has been built for almost 10 to 15 years of Home Affairs, which is incomplete. The cost implication for that, whether the contractors are still being paid, and what are the measures you are taking as a department to deal with that point. The issue of the service providers that are not paid within 30 days, we can't understand that, CFO. Why are we saying we have difficulties of paying service providers, small business that are assisting the department so that your functions are able to? You see, I went to Polokwane office here to do a passport. When you get into the front line, there was no machine, something that doesn't even cost 100 rand or something else, was not working. And I asked what is the problem? That they can't, there are no resources. It's what they're told by senior managers, the managers that are in charge of the operations. So if you can't even do that thing, even can't pay even service providers, and the cost to date of the service providers you have not able to pay in terms of figures, so the CFO you must demonstrate to this committee. The deportation in the first quarter, there was a target that the first quarter will deport 10,000 illegal or those that are eligible for deportation. I think the report must also demonstrate what were the cost implications of that area. The last 2 points which also need to be is the security issues, which you are proudly saying that is because of pressures of finances and so forth and so on. You know that you are planning, you know that contracts are going to finish. You know that you have a service level agreement with service providers. And I think Deputy Minister, it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable that an office closed for 2 weeks because of the security problems. Planning is not there. They're in Barberton. And I think this we need to also deal with this matter of the security issues in any other services that assist us to function our services to the South African. The last point, which is on the Auditor General recommendations. The CFO, when we're interacting with you in oversight, you are in pain to explain some of the key findings to the committee, and which one of our members even put to you that there must be corrective measures. And part of the audit opinion was that there's a lack of appetite to engage in the previous corrective measures that the Auditor General has identified, including poor consequence management, or gaps in the financial capacity, particular supply chain and internal audit unit. Since then, we can't even, we need you, CFO, to demonstrate around that area of Auditor General input. I think on the Border Management Authority, all of us will agree, members, that this is a new entity which it has a huge responsibility, mandatory functions that must mend the ports throughout the country. And I think all of us were, even in our budget interaction vote, we have demonstrated, members of the committee, the minister and the deputy minister, the need to manage and influence process, because if finances is not being put across, it then exposes weaknesses that lies with the Border Management Authority. It's one area which we need to take note again to mend the Border Management Authority. For example, the consignment inspectors for compliance, if they ought to take another function to another area, as the commissioner has highlighted and the CFO, in some of the limitations and the few resources that have been raising. The business case, as has been clearly demonstrated here by the finance CFO, that the National Treasurer has not even attempted to respond to that. It's something that the committee may need to take interest on, because it has it will have a negative influence in terms of the functioning of the body in our port of entry, infrastructure, and the modernization of the entire institution. I will just cite some of those issues that I would request that also the CFO ground himself around that. I'll invite members. Mr. Matonsi will assist me to note members who are raising their hands.
Chair, there's Honorable Mohale and Honorable Ross so far, and Reverend Mishwa.
Okay, thank you. We'll call members, other members who will start with Honorable Mohale, Honorable Honorable Ross, Honorable Mishwe, Honorable
Also, there's Ngubane as well, and
Honorable
Mutisa.
Ngubane, and Honorable Mudisimsa. Yeah, you can lower your hands in that order. Honorable Tapelo Mohale.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and greetings to all the colleagues. Chairperson, we welcome the presentations.
Sorry, Honorable Mohale, and Honorable Mtol, I've spent almost 7 minutes, so I think I'm allocating you 8 minutes each. Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. I just want to raise a couple of issues, Chair. Firstly, with regards to the BMA, Chair, I think I agree with you, Chair, that, you know, we have raised this issue not once, not twice, but we have been raising this issue consistently so, of the lack of funding for the BMA to be able to execute its mandate. And I know that in the previous engagement, there was a proposed meeting that was supposed to have taken place with the National Treasury. So I don't know how far we on that regard, Chair. Also, I think we must review this thing of the 10-kilometer radius, Chairperson, that the BMA will only be responsible for, the ports of entry and, the borderline, I really think that, Chair, the BMA should take responsibility for the full stretch of the border. They should be able to conduct operations, along the full stretch of the borderline of South Africa. We have one of the most longest, lengthiest borders in the world, Chair. And it's very critical that we have a fully functional border management agency which is able to execute its mandate to ensure that, we don't have people entering our country without the proper documents and so on. So I think we should review that 10-kilometer radius policy, Chairperson. And in terms of the issue that was raised by the CFO concerning the sites consignment, that they have to now and again take people from head office to go and deal with consignments, at the various ports of entries, because there are no skills or there are no personnel at those particular ports of entries which deal with those who have those particular skills. I want to understand what has been done to ensure that these particular skills are available at all the ports of entries, to ensure that as and when consignments come into the country, there are people readily available to inspect those consignments. So I want to understand what is it that has been done in that regard. We welcome the fact that the agency has started implementing the body cameras for their employees who are rubber stamping, who are dealing with passports at our ports of entries and so on. I think that's a much welcome initiative. We support that, Chair. But maybe if we can also understand in terms of the rollout of these body cameras, have all agents of the BMA been equipped with these body cameras, or is just a limited few? And also, Chair, I think we have raised this issue, and I will raise it again, Chair, as the EFF, that because of the gross underfunding of the BMA, Chairperson, and the kind of work that is expected of them, it's really unfair, Chair, because, we have, stretches of the border which are not supervised, which have nothing, where people are able to enter into the country. And we are spending, on the other side, we are spending millions. I believe in the previous financial year, we have spent over 100 million, Chairperson, on deporting people out of the country. So we're saying, Chair, and this is a very simple a proposal that we are putting forward, Chair, that perhaps we really should consider a change of thinking in this regard, Chair. We're not saying the law must not be enforced with regards to people entering the country illegally and so on. No, that's not what we're saying, Chair. But we're saying, given the tight budgets, the lack of adequate financial support for the BMA currently, and the fact that we are spending millions deporting people who are more likely going to re-enter the country undetected, we are proposing, Chair, that perhaps the money that we are spending on deporting people, that money should be channeled towards capacitating BMA. Once we have a strong BMA, which is well capacitated to execute its mandate, Chair, you will see that the problem of people entering into the country will also be on a decline, because we have strengthened the deterrence measures along the border to ensure that you don't have people entering the country without the necessary documentations. So that is the proposal that, Chair, we have been making, and I hope that it will find support amongst members of the committee to say, because of the budgetary constraints, let's ensure that we have a fully efficient, well-funded BMA that is able to discharge its mandate, instead of deporting people, spending millions on people who are re-entering. They are re-entering the country, Chairperson. It's a fact. It's not a lie. The people you deport every year, they are re-entering the country through various ways. So we are saying, let's strengthen the deterrence measure first. That's where the money should be going, Chairperson. Coming to the presentation by the DHA Chair, this digitalization project that the department has embarked on, Chair, the fact that they are implementing digital ID and all of that, and we welcome that, Chair. The Auditor General, Chairperson, raised a very critical point in a report about the department regarding the ability of the department to implement controls over information technology systems to ensure their reliability and the protection of information. So in implementing this digitization strategy, Chairperson, I want to understand, Chair, does the department have the capacity to protect the information of, our people, Chair? Because this matter was raised by the Auditor General. So you are saying we must move to a digital ID because the current IDs are easily, people commit fraud very easily with this green ID. But now this digitalization strategy, Chairperson, is it not going to open us up for risks of hackers hacking into our systems and so on? So how well prepared is the department in this regard to safeguard the information of the people of South Africa? And also, one of the issues that was raised by the Auditor General was the lack of effective steps to collect fines. So we are fining people, these people who bring people into the country illegally, these bus companies, these airlines, and so on. We are fining them, but we are not able to collect those monies. Why are we not being able to collect those monies, Chairperson? So it's another matter that we want to hear the department responding to. The issue of vacancies, Chair. We went to that office in Port Elizabeth. We met with the inspectorate, those who deal with immigration. And one of the things that they raised, Chair, was the fact that they do the administration, they have to do the filing and so on, and also have to be on the field doing operations. And it was only, I think it was, we met five, it was 5 employees. That office has 5 employees who are responsible for that whole metropolitan area. So I want to understand, Chair, how is the department, because they are saying in slide 27, when you check slide 27, they say they're going to conduct 2,000 operations. These 2,000 operations, you are going to conduct them with who? Because there in Nelson Mandela, you have 5 people there. In that office, you have 5 people. So these 2,000 operations, you are going to conduct them with who? So we want to understand exactly how is the department going to deal or dealing or addressing the issue of vacancies and shortage of staff within the immigration services. And lastly, Chair, there was an issue of 205 million, which was also raised by the Auditor General on the digitization project that the department started a couple of years ago of digitalizing all these records by Home Affairs. So I want to understand, Chair, because the CFO in his presentation, he spoke of a lack of funding in this current financial year for this particular project. This irregular expenditure, what was the cause? What was the cause, and what was done to ensure that the monies, if they were taken by whatever means, they are returned to the department or whatever? So I want to understand on this 205 million on the digitalization project, Chairperson Ore. What is the department doing on it? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Misho, Reverend Misho.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to all members and guests. I want to firstly support my colleague who asked for support when it comes to the BMA being mandated to manage and secure the whole borderline of South Africa. We understand, obviously, that they do not have sufficient staff, may say capacity, but money has to be spent on the BMA because South Africa must be secure. We have criminals coming into the country illegally, and when or if they are arrested, the fingerprints do not match because Their fingerprints were never taken when they entered the country legally. So the issue of BMA not managing the whole borderline, it's almost like a joke. We cannot talk about fighting crime. We cannot talk about a fully capacitated BMA when their capacity is limited and their area of responsibility is also limited. Funding has to be increased for BMA if we want even crime in the country to be reduced. We also truly want to see, as the ACDP, a fully funded, trained and capacitated BMA. And otherwise, we're going to look like a joke to always spend millions of people, illegal immigrants, deporting them. And some of them, when they leave, they do say, we'll see you when we come back, because they know they're going to come back. Now, when criminals know that there are areas of the border that are not manned, that are not secured, they will focus on those areas and keep on coming into the country. Those who are not fortunate, they are arrested, they're taken, they're deported, and then they come back again. So I think if government wants crime in the country to be drastically reduced, they have to accept the fact that BMA has a major responsibility to contribute by ensuring that our borders are secured.
Hi, Chair.
Yeah, I think it got cut. Can you hear me, Mr. Matons?
No, yeah, I can hear you. I can't hear the rep.
Yeah, it got cut. I think we'll invite him later. Honorable Ross.
Hello? Chairperson?
We can hear you now. You got cut. If you can proceed.
Okay. Oh, and I don't know where I was cut. My apology for that. I think if we are serious about winning the fight against crime in the country, BMA is one of the most important organizations, entities that have to be well funded. Now, and then we talk about effective border security. We cannot have effective border security if the whole borderline is not secured. Or how are they going to measure it or define it? So without BMA having that responsibility, how do we define effective border security, and how are we going to measure it? My second question, generally when one looks at the target dates, one becomes concerned. We have a white paper that we're told will be ready by 2030. Why so late? Why 2030? You also look at the replacement of barcoded IDs with smart IDs. The target date is the end of the current term, 2029. Why is it difficult to fast forward these target dates so that there will be urgency in the department to ensure that we deliver services? We know that banks are complaining about fraud that takes place because of these green barcoded IDs. And yet we indirectly tell the banks, you have to wait for another 4 to 5 years before something is done. So I'm proposing that the target dates have to be reviewed. Target dates have to be brought forward so that a measure of agency can be seen to solve the problems that we have. Now, on the issue of POPIA Act, We were told that people will not see or have their information used illegally. Now you have marketing companies that continue to bombard citizens with information they don't need, information they never requested. Now, how is the POPIA Act implemented? And in going to the future, how is it going to be implemented to ensure that we do not get calls from marketing companies? How do they know our details? They know our details because I'm sure they know that even though there is a POPIA Act that prohibits them people to use people's information without their permission, they continue doing it knowing that there will not be repercussions. So the issue of the POPIA Act is not taken seriously. Can the department, the DG maybe, or deputy minister tell us why do we have it if it is not implementable? And maybe my two last questions. We also see that we're told that in 2030 again, 2,500 DHA officials will be trained on digital literacy interventions. How many of these officials are marked to be trained per year? Are they doing, is there any agency for them to have to be literally trained, digitally trained, sorry. And my last question has to do with the transportation of illegal goods that continues to happen. We have seen over the years that money would be stuffed in the backpacks and taken as carry-on luggage. Thousands, if not millions, of rands leaving the country. Is there any plan to stop this, and how is it going to be done? How is this money in the backpacks going to be targeted or traced? How is it going to be traced? How is it going to be seen? Is BMA having a strategy to ensure that people who don't pay tax, because many of the people who do this are people who have businesses, who are running spaza shops, and yet who are not paying tax. People are saying bankers are also asking questions. Our members who work in banks tell us, they say, we don't see these guys. We know there are so many spaza shops in the country, but where are these guys banking? They are not banking. Why? Because they take the money out of the country. So South Africa having so many challenges, and when you complain, you are told there are no resources. There is no money. There are no resources. Some offices that don't even have pens or stamps. You ask the question, no, there is no money. And yet, not much effort is made to ensure that no money leaves the country illegally through the borders. So it happens because we are told there is no money. So BMA in particular, I'm saying they should be capacitated. They should be able to see people, whether it is at the airports or people that are traveling by road. They should be able to detect any illegal good being taken out of the country. But it's not happening. Again, they say, because of lack of capacity. What is going to be done about this lack of capacity that is an excuse? For how long is it going to be an excuse? We see there are needs, but money is not provided. We know that people are coming through the borders illegally, but not much is done to stop them. We are told they can only look at the 10 kilometers radius. This policy, I agree with my colleague that it has to be changed. It is wrong if we want to secure the country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Tupana. Just for one point, I think I'm reminded by Honorable Mukhele, Honorable Ref Mushe. And I think you may perhaps given the limitations of resources, we can test how impact this. When the trucks passes from the border, these trucks, which are carrying a lot of goods, can you demonstrate if there's instruments to check what is in the I've not been exposed how they facilitate checking whether this are carrying legitimate goods, or they just open the whole truck and check, or whether there are instruments throughout our borders, including the borders that are 24 hours running. I'm just on in particular to check the instruments that are used to check goods which are in transit. Ross?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the presenters. Chair, I'm covered on a number of items, so I will just go to the rest. I'd like to start with the BMA, and really, once again, a big congratulations on the increase in apprehensions on our borders, which has increased by over 200% in recent times. And it's a tremendous achievement. Everybody is talking about the budget constraints. And I think we need to realize that this is not just 1 year of budget constraints, because we took all the expenses of all the line departments that were operating at the border and put that budget together. So we are talking about years and years, decades of underspending on our borders. And really the bottom line again is, where you spend your money is where your priorities are. And I'm interested in the business case from Treasury. Is there a deadline that was given by Treasury of when they will return? And if you can just give us the key issues of what will be possible if you get a certain amount. Surely you asked for over 4 billion rand, but there must have been sort of stepwise cases. So what are the absolutely critical things out of that 4.5 billion to allow you to proceed? And what is the business case behind it? Then I'd like to touch as well on we spoke in our last meeting quite extensively about the interaction between BMA, the SAPS, and the SANDF on border patrol. And I think it's come up here on a number of occasions. You'll find many years ago, the border patrol was then handed over to the South African Police Service. And the number of units, once that was handed back to the SANDF, were reduced dramatically. So the BMA seems to be doing a great job in the 10-kilometer area. And we hear that the SANDF also has a drone program. If you can just tell us how these two drone programs are working together, if there's any integration, if there's any information sharing in that regard. And then I'd also just like an update in terms of whether there's any progress with talks with other countries to receive their foreign nationals. We have a big issue of the cost of deporting foreign nationals, and then they are deported and handed back, and then many return. So the question is, with the receiving nations paying for these expenses, it would surely be a lot more in their interest to prevent that from happening. The re-immigration into South Africa. So how are those talks proceeding with these other countries? Then from a DHA point of view, Chair, the Minister made 5 commitments to us at the beginning of his term to reduce the visa backlog, which I think has really been done in spectacular fashion, to accelerate the implementation of Operation Vuli and Lela, and certainly a number of measures in that regard, to reinstate the Immigration Advisory Board, which has been done, it's been set up, and then to strengthen key site inspections within the Republic. But one of the key commitments was the system modernization. And it appears that the system modernization is not necessarily 100% in the hands of the Department of Home Affairs. And I noticed the mention of cost overruns. So the report says that higher costs imposed by CETA compared to market rates are impacting the DHA's budget for critical infrastructure and cyber security. I'd just like to understand, and perhaps Mr. Hollenby can give a guidance here. What are these higher costs? What kind of savings can be realized if the Department of Home Affairs were to be released from the obligation to utilize CETA? Then I'd also just like an update in terms of the smart IDs for naturalized citizens and permanent residents. It's good to see it in the report. I'd like to understand where we are with that project and whether we are on track to meet the deadlines in terms of the performance plan. Then I think the ability to order online and deliver at home is a fantastic initiative. It's been done with bank cards, etc., which are highly secure documents. So it's most welcomed. My question, though, is there a consideration to do this kind of thing overseas as well? I think we have an issue abroad, a big challenge, especially in Wellington, for example, where persons have to wait over a year just to make an application. And surely these services where you can order online and deliver can also be done overseas. So I'd like to understand whether this is also going to be rolled out overseas, and if not, what are the plans to improve those services abroad? Then, Deputy Minister, in your report, in the documents, you mentioned that you've assumed responsibility for matters related to early birth registration. And we saw that there's some business process re-engineering in that regard. The one thing I don't see is the issue of abandoned and orphaned children. And this is an ever-growing concern in South Africa. We have intergenerational statelessness where parents could not get their documents because they failed to the late registration of birth process. Let me just put it that way. They were turned away. And now their children are also unable. But we also have abandoned and orphaned children. And the process that's going on simply isn't working. There's a certain time period in which these children need to be documented with the assistance of social workers. Otherwise, it becomes a huge process. Now, there are persons that are waiting to foster these children, etc., that cannot do so until they are documented. So my question to the Deputy Minister in particular is the Deputy Minister looking at these scenarios? And if not, will he look into this and give us a report back on that? Because I think that's a very important workflow that needs to be looked at quite urgently. Then, Chair, in finalizing, I think it's very important. The Minister emphasized a new Home Affairs culture must be created and established based on dignity. And I think some of the things that you've mentioned and you're talking about where we've gone on oversight, etc., that not everybody is necessarily aligned or on board with this new culture. And so my question, particularly to the DG, is what programs or processes are being put in place to ensure that this culture changes across the organization, that South Africans are treated with dignity, and where they are not treated with dignity, that there are complaints processes and action can be taken against the relevant officials. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ross. Honorable Ngubane.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to colleagues and to everyone in that presented. Chair, I think we note the commendable work done by all entities that have presented their plans today. Also, Chair, we commend where good work is being visibly done, and we are worried about that there might be more unearthed going on than the ones daily reported, Chair. This is highlighted by the arrogance displayed by foreign citizens to South African citizens, even to our law enforcers. We see much arrogance, Chair, displayed by foreign citizens like Nigerians, Somalians, Pakistanis, and others. But specifically to these other foreign nationals I've specified, there is so much arrogance in the country where it's being displayed by these people because they know that our laws, all of them, mostly in Home Affairs, the immigration laws are weak. and they see mostly loopholes in our laws. Hence, the arrogance is displayed by these foreign nationals to our citizens. The strategic plan and budget plan and performance plan, Chair, needs to talk to the problems of the country. We must stop this religiously presentation of these plans without yielding effectiveness in solving our people's challenges. We have this religiously, Chair, presentation of these plans year after year that is being done, but problems still engulfed our societies and the countries. Many problems, Chair, that I will mention below that still exist today but are not solved. But we have all these good plans that are presented on a daily basis. Chair, when we transform Home Affairs to digital state holistically, we need to be mindful of risk that comes with it and do it in such a way that always include or carries with it the security, the controls, and the efficiency. Sometimes, Chair, we introduce these we term these digital names, and then we solve many problems of affairs by introducing digitization whilst we're introducing other problems. So we need to look, Chair, when we start to introduce to digitalize Home Affairs, to look at securities, PDF that have securities. I think one colleague spoke about cyber security as well. All those things need to be put in place so that we don't speak about digitization that brings even problems. When we digitize Chair, the Home Affairs, we need as well to make sure that we cap corruption that will be brought by this. Because when people are starting to do things electronically, we start to see other forms of corruptions come in. So the Home Affairs must be mindful of these activities that might happen. What I would like to ask as well, Chair, from the Home Affairs, because we know that mostly the problems that engulf Home Affairs is the issue of capacitation. How many vacant posts Home Affairs has nationally, and what are the plans in place to fill all these posts, all of them? So we need to put the targets of turnaround in filling vacancies. Chair, we need to solve the undercapacitation of Home Affairs. The issue of Home Affairs is undercapacitation, vacancies not being filled, and hence you'll see the underperformance of Home Affairs on many things where people throw hands and say, I can't do this because we don't have resources to do it, and we don't have, this post has been vacant for over a year. So as I mentioned, Chair, earlier on, that in IT, when you eliminate digital fraud, you might yourself introducing other unintended fraud. So it's very much important, Chair, to use latest technologies of 2x time control, security features and barcodes, thumbprints, or even scanning. The issue of online system of ID self-checking, if you are married, single, or dead, why is this web system was shut down? Because it would have helped many people to just at any time verify themselves. There is this web system, Chair, that we used to have at Home Affairs, where people will just go online, punch in their ID, and know if they are married or they've been married with without their permission, or whether you've died while you're still alive, and many other ills that we see in our society. We don't know why the system was shut down. It used to be a very useful, effective system, but for whatever reason, which we've never been told what it is, this web online system has been down for years. Hence, people start to find out that they are married when they start to applying for RDPs and doing other most important things. Chair, the economy is not growing, which means that some of the output that we put in aren't really effective as Home Affairs. Remember, when the DG was presenting that, he said the state plan and all these presentations to assist the growth of this economy. So we must really look at this strat plan, Chair, and then see what it is that we are not doing right. Because by virtue of the economy not growing, it means we are contributing as a Home Affairs with all what we are doing, with our strat plans and budget plans and performance plan. The main issue, Chair, with Home Affairs, we need to know where is the CRM systems. We are bombarded about queries of our people left, right, and center on the daily basis. Where even Chair, when we're at Eastern Cape, there was a gentleman who hasn't been having an ID or a birth certificate, and the gentleman is, I think, 35 years old or so. And they say they come to Home Affairs like it's their bathroom. They come the next year, the year after year, just for the simple things. If we can have the CRM, Home Affairs will be able to trace this as a logged call, who's dealing with it, how far the issue is. And because we don't know about this, the CRM, and people are unable to log their issues and their issues being traced, that I've logged an issue that I don't have an ID, or I've lost an ID, or I don't even have a birth certificate. And you can't have, Chair, a 35-year-old coming to Home Affairs to just have a birth certificate or an ID. So our main challenge is, Chair, that we are still having with the Home Affairs as things stand, no matter with this presentation of these good strat plans, performance plan, and budgets plan, we still have the porous borders. We still have the border lines that have no borders, but we know that there are borders. We still have deportation that is not working, Chair. We still have the marriages of inconvenience that are happening in the country, left, right, and center. We still have people dying while they are still alive because people want to cash in on insurance. We still have untraceable immigrants that are inside the country illegally. The reduction of backlog versus the increase of litigation, Chair. We still have people not having ID and birth certificate, as I mentioned, Chair, up until they are old. And simple things like failure to change surname after being divorced quickly. There are many of these things, Chair, related to the Home Affairs. Coming to the BMA, Chair, I hope the BMA will this time around successfully receive their budget requests, because again, their main issue is undercapacitation and underfunding. The use of technology as well is well appreciated to solve many of our problems in the BMA, especially the drone that has been introduced. We need, Chair, to get a proper information on this, because we see some of our colleagues, they have this trump card of references of increase of 200% on things. We need to have some documentation as a proof as members of this committee of really what is the key performance indicators, what were the lowest stats before the 200% was reached, and how has it been reached, so that we all, Chair, start to popularize these wins that are now politicized, that are being one-sided, as if because now Home Affairs is headed by other political parties, there are these 200% wins. Let's all work as a team, Chair, and then circulate, Chair, these 200% win. Tomorrow we'll have 1,000,000% wins that are one-sided, while we are members of this parliament, we haven't been offered about why you've reached this 200% win. What was the lowest before? Was it 20%? What did you do to increase this win, so that we all commend and be able to congratulate the minister together as a team, so that we are able to work as a team? I think in that nutshell, Chair, my challenge with all these entities of the department, the challenge is mainly the capacitation. If we can fix that, Chair, and focus on filling all the vacancies that are here, and if we can put that as a key performance indicators in filling of the vacancies, and making sure that we capacitate the Home Affairs, Chair. And resourcing, the major issue and other one, Chair, is sometimes we do not use our resources the right way. We use our resources the wrong way. Hence, we always receive the undesired outcomes year after year of the failures of the Home Affairs to meet its target, to meet its key performance indicators, because we do not utilize our resources in the right direction that must yield the values. And Chair, we need to highlight as well the potential risk and challenges of the implementation of these plans of ours, so that we know how to cap them upfront and be kept abreast of these risks and how are they being mitigated. I think I will end there, Chair, from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngubane. Honorable Mudisemza.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to everyone in the platform. Chair, I think members have deliberated on all the issues. I would just also talk to a few. I think firstly, Chair, is to acknowledge and appreciate the budget allocated to Border Management Authority. I think as it has been mentioned previously, a number of times, the concerns and the challenges we would have had regarding the BMA not being adequately allocated funds. We know that it may not be a full complement of a funding that the requirements that they have, but I think it's a big move from the 200 and something millions that they operated with since the establishment to over $1 billion budget allocated to them now. Really, it points to the right direction, Chair, and hoping that they would continue doing the great job that they've been doing, and hoping that they'll be able to curb issues of corruption that we know that in the main, most of the time, those are issues that would compromise our institutions, particularly around the security. So we really hope that the plan that they have, or the workshops that they've indicated, that it's part of what they have in place to ensure that the workshop and adequate capacitate their members with issues of ethics and their conducts would really yield positive results, because indeed we are now largely relying on the BMA to safeguard our borders, take into consideration that indeed we still have the SANDF and the SAPS, but I think in the past few years and few months ago, we would have seen the effective work that the border management has done. So I will get to the DHA. I think largely the presentation today was the narrative that has been provided. Largely, it's around the digital transformation, which I believe, Chair, that having that in place or as a future program that the department is implementing, it really does not deal with the current challenges that officers on the grounds are facing. And I feel that in as much as it is a proper vision that the department has, but the day-to-day challenges, service delivery challenges that communities are facing currently, these plans are not talking to it. Chair, we would know that across all the offices of Home Affairs, we have challenges of queues, we have challenges of a system or the network that from time to time will be down, and as a result, services will not be able to be provided. We visited offices. You'd find that there are 10 booths that are there, but only 2 officials can be able to serve or service the people. So those are the issues that really these plans need to speak to, including the issues that members have mentioned regarding the office spaces that the Home Affairs has. There is no plan currently put in place with regard to maintenance and refurbishment of some of these offices. We know that there are plans in place as well of moving some of the offices to the malls. But we know that it takes time. You can only be able, or we get reports that it takes one officers to be put in a mall at a time. It doesn't mean that many of offices are taken into more convenient spaces, but the current offices physically that we have on the ground, where people are able to access on a daily basis, are not functioning properly. And I think the department really needs to speak to those issues, because, and again, if we are failing to deal with the system network currently that we have as a Home Affairs, how is then the new system that they are talking to of digital transformation will really assist, or they'll be able to sustain it if we are unable to deal with the current challenges that we are having? There is a mention of a new Home Affairs. I just want to get clarity on that. What does it mean? The new Home Affairs home. I think that's how it's been coined. The new Home Affairs at home or home. Does it mean that the DHA is changing its mandate also a bit, or it is introducing just a new name called a new Home Affairs home because it's going to be digitalized? And what does that mean to the current situations of these offices that we have that members have also alluded to? Chair, on the amended white paper, I also want clarity there. Does that mean it has been adopted by the cabinet? I mean, the new amended white paper that has been mentioned, or it needs to be presented to cabinet? And Chair, we must also mention that we have deliberated in the past with regard to the agency on this white paper, when it may seem as if the target now has been shifted to a later time, 2030, and I don't think that is sufficient. I don't think that is correct, Chair. Members have made mention in the previous meetings with regard to the agency of this white paper, and 2030 for me, Chair, does not sound good. They need then. There's a need for this white paper targeted dates to be reviewed and be brought closer. There is a great need and an agency surrounding this white paper. So 2030 cannot be acceptable. So the department must go and review this white paper 2030 targeted. Chair, I want to propose that probably the Home Affairs should also conduct imbizos around provinces, educating our people, speaking to the issues of our people. Probably they would also have an understanding of the challenges that people have on the ground. So we need more visibility of the department on the ground, other than them be seated in offices alone. So we would really want to propose that the department must give us a plan around the imbizos and target all these provinces and areas that members have mentioned, including those that we mentioned, the Umtata, here in Gauteng, your Alexandra and whatnot. We may really need to have those imbizos across, because there are serious issues, as the previous speaker has mentioned, issues of older citizens not having birth certificates or even identity documents, and all those are the issues that our people are confronted with. And we may need to get closer to them. Chair, there's a Lindela allocated costs, as it has been demonstrated by the CFO. What is the plan to curb the corruptions that have been identified there in the past, or that are taking place around that Lindela? Can we then be at least provided with what the department has a plan to deal with the issues that are surrounding the Lindela? Also, on this digital transformation, has the department identified or made an analysis on the risk regarding the lack of adequate digital infrastructure? And what is the plan thereof to make sure that they sustain this future functioning of this digital program? We see it's good, and I'm mentioning it quite a lot because it has also been highlighted quite a number of times in the presentation. Actually, I can say that today's presentation, mostly it was around this digital transformation program. So we need to be told what are the risks that have been analyzed regarding it, and what is the plan to make sure that they deal with those. On branches that on bank branches that are currently functioning or providing home affairs services. We are not being told how many branches are in existence currently and what is the impact of having banks providing those functions of home affairs. Is it really assisting some of the challenges we have? Is it curbing some of the queues that would take place in the physical home affairs offices? But I can tell you, in all the queries that we would get, or even the reviews that you would see with regards to services of home affairs, even on social media platform, you would hardly see most members commenting about the services that they are able to access and get in the banks. So in the main, I think also the education or the communication or the advertisement of the bank branches that are providing these services is not sufficient. So we may need then to communicate largely to our members that they can also access some of these services in the bank branches instead of just flooding only the physical home affairs branches or offices that they know. But I want to know also, has it really yielded any result? Is it assisting with the challenges that we are currently having with the home affairs? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, members, for your contribution. Mr. Matons, I can't see. Is there any other member who still want to contribute so that we invite the stakeholders?
Yeah, Chair, there was next there was Mem Tolo and then followed by Mem Muthabi.
Honorable Mtolo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. Listening to members of the committee.
Yeah, if you can come closer to the audio, comrade. Sorry, Honorable Mtolo.
Thank you, the members of the committee and everyone.
Hey, you can. I'm not sure, Mr. Matons. Is it me on my side, or you can hear?
No, I can't hear you. It's very soft.
Okay. Honorable Mtolo, I'm not sure what's the problem. Maybe the network. Can try it again, Honorable Mtolo?
Hello?
Yeah, can you try it again? We can't clearly hear you, Honorable Mtolo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. Listening to members of the committee and everyone. No, Chair, I'm covered on the number of the items. But I have a question, Chair. Infrastructure service impact. What the criteria will Home Affairs use to determine the location for self-services kiosks and how many kiosks does the department plan to deploy over the next 3 years? And would it be good or bad to use the one operating system for all Home Affairs applications? The CSIR, are there any plans to upgrade the SATA mainframe which is under strain? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mtolo. Honorable Mthambi.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to colleagues, all the colleagues from the department. I want to welcome the presentation as they are, but I've got issues that I need to raise. Let's start with the BMA, acknowledging the good work that they're doing, but looking at this is the APP, is the strike plan for 2025-29, budget and annual performance plan for 2025-2026. Unless you got other documents than the presentation that were submitted to us. I've got difficulty when I'm reading what is presented. For instance, let's go to slide 17, Chair. You look at slide 17, Chair. moving around the smart principles, Chair. You look on improved governance administrative system. There's a baseline. The previous baseline was for the previous year was 4, and now it's 4. And then they are going to deliver in line with that 111 per quarter. But coming to 1.2, number of ethics workshop to be conducted. This is in fact on top from the improved governance on the baseline of the previous year. Without the quarterly progress report, Chair, I'm trying to wonder whether this was actually achieved, because this was supposed to have been accompanied by the last quarterly progress report so that we're able to make a comparison. Going to number 1.2 on number of ethics workshop conducted, I've got an issue that I need to raise. Is this going to be done in-house? And then if not, is it going to be done using consultant? And what is the cost that has got to deal with that? Then when you go to slide 18, Chair, is the percentage of training intervention conducted in accordance with the BMA training plan. I should think, Chair, if that plan is shared with us, we'll be able to then monitor it. But I've got a problem if you look on the quarterly targets. And these targets, they are not, there's even no narrative that says how are they going to achieve. Because if you look on their previous presentation on the APP and the budget, they were giving narratives on how they are going to do this. But here it's just some figures that seem to have been thumbsucked, and then they are put here to us. Because if you look on slide 18, you can see at the end there, they're saying this is a new indicator with regard to the training interventions that are conducted in accordance with the training plan. And then they say it's a new target, yes. But look at the quarterly targets at the end, Chair. Quarter 1, they are saying they're going to do 20%, 60%, 80%, and 100% of quarter 4. If you have to add those figures, they give you over 200. So you can see these are just figures that I'm stuck. I think the colleagues must go back and rework these things so that they don't just subtract numbers and give them to us as they are, in line with the SMART principle. And we also like to do the SMART, the narratives, because I've gone through their presentation that they presented in July, Chair. They were very thorough on this. I don't know now what is making them to do what they're doing without any narrative on what is going to happen. The same thing if we are going to look at slide 19, Chair. They will say there on the number, comprehensive branded ports of entry, number of ports of entry that are comprehensively branded. They are saying it's a new indicator, and then it's 12. But what they do there, quarter 1, 3. You can see this number, that's number, without indicating how are they going to do it. I've got a problem with that. Also, with regard to the number of business continuity on the same slide, the baseline was 13 for 2024. Where I'm seated now, I will want to understand, did they deliver on the 13 on the baseline? Now they are putting in an annual target of 8. And you see that for quarter 1, quarter 2, they don't have any target. And then they're saying they're going to do all 4. Understanding the narrative of what they put in the previous plan, I've got difficulty whether this thing is realistic, Chairperson. I need somebody who can explain that to me. In fact, if you are to go through the entire strat plan without wasting time, because I will also raise the same issue, you go on the slide 20 as well, Chair. Their baseline was 13 with the narrative where in the last term they've said they're gonna do 1, 2, 3 by this time, and they were able to narrate on the 2024 one what's gonna happen when. But here now there's another target of 29. We know there's 71 ports of entries. Have they fully then did what they were supposed to do on the 13? Can they show us the progress that they're gonna do? Because in that one they put timelines for quarter 1, or they will be doing what Q2, Q3. But here now they are putting 29. They just divide them into numbers to add up with that number without any narrative how it's going to be done. So the whole strike plan, if you have to look at it, Shell, unless there's the other document that some of us we didn't receive, I've got difficulty if we are to approve this. They need to go back and rework on this one. Then the other issue in line with their mandate in terms of the action, you remember Section 5 of the BMA Act says that they need to facilitate and manage the legitimate movement of persons within the border law enforcement area and at the ports of entry. Also to facilitate and manage the legitimate movement of goods within the border law enforcement area. But there's a critical aspect that deals in terms of the act for them to cooperate and coordinate with its border law enforcement functions such as SAPS, SARS, the South African National Defence Force. The act also provides also with the post office on the other matters. Then I'm looking throughout the whole strike plan. I don't see them saying how are they going to comply with this legislative requirement. That's the matter that I need to also ask them to deal with that. Coming to also on the other issue when they're talking about ethical trainings and whatever. We have raised this issue consistently in the past, Chairperson. There is the issue about these employees of BMA exactly to say with regard to the immigration officer, understanding the immigration challenges that we are having. And then there was an issue that we've raised to us to say these are the same people who were transferred from the other department. There was the issue around their vetting. I want to understand how far are they going to how far have they gone with that issue of vetting? And then I was also expecting on their strategy to talk about the issues around having a strategy for combating international organized crime in our port of entries. So that they talk to it. I don't see it coming clearly in their document. And also, I think this could have been an opportunity, Chair, for them to share with us, as the other colleagues were recommending that they need to maybe have to guard the borders. But for them, it was supposed to be them coming to us to tell us what are the gaps with regard to our laws. And then also, what do they think need to be done with the current legislative framework that we are having? Coming to the issues that has to deal with the department, I'm glad, Chair, you've clearly raised these issues, but from where I'm seated, Chair, I still need to see a plan on the capacitating of these existing offices. As Honorable Mudise said, our offices, and we must also understand that these are matters of life and death. You are dealing with the most vulnerable people, the people who come for birth certificate, death certificate, and whatever. And then you find a situation wherein the offices are not capacitated. I would like to know and understand what is the capacitation plan and how is it costed, because I don't see it in the strike plan of the department, and the budget doesn't say anything around that. Secondly, on the digitization strategy, that is the talk of the department, like it's a model project, but we seem to be forgetting the realities where we live in. The issue of accessibility, the issue of connectivity, unless if we want to service all South Africans, because in the most rural areas, the telecoms have not met their universal service obligation. There are areas where there is no connectivity at all. And if I'm to be told that people will be going to the mall, we must face the reality of South Africans, because there are those people who can't even reach the malls. They rely on the spaza shop near them. And they were also relying on those offices, because all these offices that we're talking about, at least they are central and they are within accessibility. And then you'll be told about the deployment of the mobile trucks. Then without them, also we should be told about that plan should be shared also, and also in regard to the reliability, to say are people actually going to get these services in the truck, in line with what somebody has talked about, the self-service kiosks. and then, but also attending to the issue to say there are those people who are illiterate. Does this cover them? How are they going to be assisted? Because it's not everybody who can operate a kiosk. If you are to talk of the elderly, there are in those rural communities, there are those old people and even young people, like people from the persons that are working in farms. Most of them, they are dropouts. Some of them have never seen the door of a class. How are we catering them in this whole value chain? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for your contributions and also recommendations that you propose must be included in the strategic plans and also around issues identified by the Auditor General and appreciation of good work that has been demonstrated, and also identifying the weaknesses that we may collectively cover. I will start with the Border Management Authority. Invite the CFO and the Commissioner, then the Deputy Minister. Then we'll come to also the Home Affairs Director General, the CFO, DG, and the Deputy Minister. There's one important matter, another important matter that Honorable Mutolo raised, which falls in the next presentation, in our next session. And I want the DG to note that point so that we don't lose it when we're going to deal with the presentation of the CSIR and the kiosk matters. CFO, BMA. Okay, she's left. Commissioner?
Apologies, Chair. I've been trying to just get my mic on, but excuse me, I'm with the DC in the meeting, so I'm going to just try and mute on DC side and then come through.
Okay, you can proceed, CFO.
Chairperson, I think she's still muted.
Okay, Commissioner, can you proceed?
Apologies, I'm going to try and come through on DC's computer.
Okay, CFO will come after the Commissioner. Sort your issues there. Commissioner, can you proceed?
Thanks, Chairperson. Yeah, the CFO will come after me. We're just struggling with echo issues. We are sharing offices, and therefore there's echo on the other side, we're also struggling to connect from one line for the sake of being audible. Am I audible, Chair?
Yeah, you're fine. If she's with you there, she can use your line. It's not a problem.
No, she can just speak from my line, and then I'll take over after she had spoken.
Thank you very much, and apologies, Chair and the members, for that. Maybe let me start by thanking the committee for the encouraging words of them being in support of the requested additional funding that BMA has been requesting, and I think we are grateful and appreciative of the discussions that have been held with National Treasury that advocate for the BMA to be adequately funded. And the majority of the questions come around or that were asked with regards to finance speak to the business case. The business case was submitted to National Treasury after we had had our discussions with them to say, what is it exactly that you want us to fund you on? And we were very specific that there are 3 items or 3 areas that desperately or critically require funding. And that would be 1, the tools of trade, following from the fact that when we had asked CARA for funding, we had asked for 500 million and CARA only gave us 150 million. So there is still a lot of tools of trades that we need to acquire. Also, new tools of trades to acquire that will match the technology that we are actually investing on. We then said to them, also important is the information, communication, and technology area. And here we're specifically speaking to systems that we need to be able to invest in, network that we need to invest in, so that we can be able to say we're improving the experience that one has when they are passing through the ports of entry, but also to quicken the process of our travelers getting to the destinations that they need to get to. In terms of maybe also the one thing that we must mention that we want to invest on is the electronic record management system. What we have noticed at our ports is the amount of paper that is being utilized, and then the requirement for us, therefore, to have storage areas for these papers. And then for us, it became important for us to start looking at how do we get an electronic record management even at our ports of entry. I think the last one then, and I think one we have spoken to at large, is the human resources. Whilst we are investing in technology, I think it becomes important for us to ensure that we've got the human element that would be able to take over where technology is unable to respond to. And I think DC made a great example of the power of the drone technology that it has, but the inability of it to be able to respond. And that's where then we start speaking about the human capacity. There are numbers that are allocated to this, and I think we'll be able to share the business case in terms of what is it exactly that we're looking for. I mean, if you look at the human element, we had always said that we wanted the junior border guards, and we predicted that in each year we'd be able to at least hire 200 border guards that would be able to assist us at our various ports and vulnerable areas. We have not done that in the last financial year, and unless we are funded this year, we also would not be able to do that. We've spoken about the agriculture area, where we really require a lot of capacity, or we have a shortage of capacity, and we require capacity to an extent that we are unable to respond to some of the service providers where inspections need to be done on such things like meat or any other items that are being brought into South Africa. So there we definitely need to be able to capacitate. I think health, we had already spoken about that in areas of, or the ports of entries that do not have an active active health specialized functions. Then the question that was asked is the deadline. We had provided the document, or rather the business case, to National Treasury on the 3rd of August 2024, with the understanding that they would assess, and obviously come the midterm budgets, they would really look at adjusting our budget, which also did not happen. We are now just waiting for them. We are in engagements with them. They have said that they expect that there should be positive results, financial results for BMA, but we continue to wait until we get that confirmation from them that says that indeed BMA is going to be receiving an additional allocation. Thank you. Okay.
Chairperson, can I come through now?
Yes, proceed, DC. Proceed.
Thank you very much. Let me start with your question, Chair, before I forget it. You asked about the trucks, the cargo, when it moves through the ports. How do we do inspections of trucks as we facilitate? We are supposed to facilitate a movement of goods as well. I must indicate, Chair, members, that this is an area where we are extremely wanting and extremely sort of exposed. We run inspections sort of manually, if I may say. We do sampling, our border guards do that kind of sampling when a truck arrives at a port to just inspect, try to sample and move things around and see if there could be anything loaded that's not what is written to be what is being ferried in the truck. And that is how far the human element can go as far as this is concerned. And I must indicate there's one port of entry where we're having a scanner. We're relying on the SARS scanner that is at Bait Bridge, but also it has got a limitation because they knock off at 10 and it opens at 6. In the very recent past, where there had been a number of past detections and millions worth of cigarettes, illicit cigarettes were found. That was in the early hours of the morning. And that's obviously because the people who are running with this kind of operations know very well that the scanner is operational only up to 10 o'clock, and obviously when they want to move what they want to move, that's illegal, they will never come before that time. So the very recent cases had been where such breaches were detected in the early hours. It's not everything. It was good that they were discovered, but using sampling, human element sampling, sometimes it's the kind of cargo that's in there, it's not anything that border guards can just simply move to check. But Bait Bridge being one of those better ones, but in the rest of the ports, we do not have scanners. And as members would know, even a scanner, it has to be operated by someone who is very sharp, who can be able to analyze cargo when he sees it. When you sit in front of a scanner and a truck is being scanned, somebody might even miss things that are sort of irregular, because you have to understand patterns, lines, even when you and color shades when you're inspecting a cargo that's running through a scanner. Now, I'm just stating this because when you compare this to being done manually through sampling by human beings, it shows us that there might be smuggling of illicit goods into the country that we do not detect using the kind of method, and that is for lack of the right equipment to do that. I will go back to the questions by Honorable Mohali. The issue of the inspection skills, perhaps that what are we doing, what has been done to make sure that perhaps the inspection skills are made available in the ports. And I believe the honorable member was reacting to the kind of example that I made of the CITES inspection of the CITES consignments. What we do within our limitations, honorable members, is to ensure that our few environmental specialists are skilled in quite a broad range of environmental areas, the biosecurity issues, as well as the site issues, the inspection of alien and invasive species, for example. And therefore, even within the limitations, you find that one person can do quite a number of tasks in this regard. That is for the immediate, what is happening currently. But for the future, we are also planning to capacitate our border guards in all the other 4 streams of the specialization to see how we can be able to capacitate our people to make sure that we increase the element of multi-skilling amongst our officials to be able to come through for this difficult times, because we know even if we may get money, the status of the fiscals would not promise to give us everything that we need in terms of the warm bodies that we may want. So those are some of the skills that or the interventions we have deployed over and above having brought in some X-ray scanners and increasing the sniffer dogs from what they were at the time of a transfer of the function to the BMA. Now, with regard to the rollout of the body-worn cameras, again, an element of resources that are required that the CFO had spoken to in terms of technology. we have not scratched the surface with regard to body-worn cameras. We are having about 2,000, more than 2,000 people who are in the front line, actually close to 2,400 people who are in the front line in our ports, within the port parameters, and those who work up to the extent of the border law enforcement areas and area along the border line, which are the border guards. All of these officials who are in the front line interacting with clients need to have the body-worn cameras. Two ways, again, for their own sake, but also for the sake of ensuring that any conversation that you have with a traveler or anybody that you encounter, whether illegal person or legal people you are engaging with within the parameters of the port, those kind of conversations are captured, and anything that happens, and sometimes it becomes obvious that officials may even be cornered in some way, and they're able to come up with clear evidence that a traveler was trying to bribe me, and record will be there, which would never lie about what was happening. We so far only have 40 body-worn cameras. That's why I'm saying we haven't scratched the surface in relation to the frontline officials that we have. The question, we do recognize the support that came from members where there were no direct questions. I would really not go to those except to just appreciate. But let me talk to the questions raised by Honorable Ruos. The SANDF drone program, and whether we work, there's any integration between the BMA and the drones that belong to the SANDF. Let me indicate, Chair, that the SANDF drone program is not a port-based program. It's seemed to be a program under the Defense Intelligence. They would fly once, sometimes in Bay Bridge. They would tell me that it had come once, like in 3 months, and I believe that's sporadically in other ports. It's not the SANDF doesn't have the port-based drone program, so there is no any integration we have with the SANDF. Honorable Member Ruos also raised the question of talks with neighboring countries with regard to this cross-border activities that are unwanted, that compromise the economy and national security, the smuggling issues. But maybe let me indicate that there are ongoing programs. We have bilaterals with these countries. We engage a lot, but it's not within our space to impose to say whether they could fund any kind of expenses that relate to deportation. Let me also indicate the difference that come through between the deportations that are run by the BMA, perhaps as opposed to the deportations that are happening from inland by the Department of Home Affairs Inspectorate. With the BMA, we intercept people on the line. We do not keep them. There is no cost of keeping those people. There is minimal cost of deporting them, because we just move across the bridge. If you are in the ports, if in the Bombo, you just move across the bridge and hand them over to our counterparts less than a kilometer away. And that is the benefit that came with the BMA Act, that allows us to be able to deport within that area. And of course, if people are detected outside that area, then they will have to be taken through the process by the department to be processed in line with the Immigration Act, and that is different when it comes to the BMA cost-wise. We also engage further, Chair, with these countries. A good example is areas where they could be losing some benefits themselves, and we were thinking it would be easier for them to cooperate, but we haven't been receiving much of cooperation as yet. The people moving from these countries, a number of them come for shopping. We process a lot of people. Sometimes we process one person 3-4 times because they move out, in, out, in, out, in, out, just to buy, and those who are just carrying things for other people. So there's a lot of a business transaction taking place. Now, in order to avoid taxation at the port, then they move outside into the borderline to move their goods. They carry things as heavy as fridges through the river to avoid taxation. So that should be complementary, because the Zim or Mozambique would be realizing that they are losing revenue if there is this movement along the lines, and we thought it was a catchy situation that will attract their cooperation. But we keep working at it. We are hoping we will be able to get their cooperation. It's not yet coming through, but it's even worse when it comes to the issues of smuggling of illegal cigarettes. We are not getting that kind of cooperation, because sometimes you do see the Zim forces stationed on the other side, and you see some activities that are happening just very close to where the Zim army is stationed across the river. Now, the question of, let me just see, I think the others were noted as members indicated, and we really appreciate. I will then go to, I think it's the last questions raised by Honorable Mutambi. Honorable Mutambi, we appreciate the guidance that you provide. We have on the call our executive manager, the Deputy Assistant Commissioner for Strategy and Planning, who has been recently appointed in the past 2 months or so. And this area, the challenge is we are dealing with many principles. You get told, no, you have to do it in this manner. And when you try to limit your narration and get straight to the point, then you deprive the reader like yourselves playing such a critical role to understand exactly where we are going. Particularly when you touched on elements of us not indicating when you move with the target that you had in the previous year, whether you had achieved that for the previous year. Unfortunately, it had not been within the brief, and we didn't want to go off script to start indicating yes, and therefore this one's for the previous year were achieved, and therefore we will be targeting additional indicators in a particular space. We would, and Dr. Dlamini is on the line listening, we will engage with yourselves and try to perhaps bring in more narration that should give you the comfort and in relation to the percentages you are referring to on slide 18. The percentages are not meant to be added up to. It's just a build-up. It's a accumulation of, in quarter one we'll have achieved 20%, and cumulatively in quarter two we'll have achieved 60% in quarter three. But I think, as you rightfully indicated, the narration might just make it easier for the reader, and it's an element that we will build in. The very important element you referred to say, yes, in terms of your mandate, you have to cooperate with other entities. It's stated in the legislation, and as you would have seen, it's also stated in the strat plan. It's what we continue to do. In the previous 2 cycles, we were stating it properly as even as an APP target. to strengthen this cooperation. And we right now in the strat plan indicated that we continue to make sure that this agreement, because they are written, there are protocols, there are SLAs, there are MOUs, we will continue to make sure that they are being operationalized. We use the word operationalized because yes, often we might have agreements, but do they work? When we have an agreement with SNDF, does it work? And that you will see on slide number 14 of the strat plan. We continue to monitor this operational plans that are different. Some are dictated by the legislation, as you rightfully indicated, SARS, SANDF, and SAPS, but some are not even dictated, but they are mandated by the kind of work that we do, the integration in that front, because there are other law enforcement like your CBRTA that are dealing with the conveyances and the traffic, local traffic, and other agencies within the provinces nationally that still have some mandates within the area where we operate. We have clear agreements with them, and we can be able to share with the committee clearly what are the things that we are doing to make sure that this plans and protocols are being operationalized. Chair, I believe this year had been that kind of classical example with the drones. When we have we depict movements and activities with the push to talk, we had quite integrated forces between ourselves, and we reinforced the team through the PMC structures in the port with SNDF and SAPS to be able to cover at least a more decent area. I indicated our forces are very few, very thin on the ground, and therefore you depict a lot. But the challenge is, are you even able to do the necessary detentions and arrest? And we have been seeing the protocols coming to life a bit, but yes, the capacity is still a serious challenge. The immigration, Honorable Mutami, the immigration challenge, the vetting of the people, the level of corruption, indeed, as we are indicating, ethics is the main thing in our space, to bring back the trust and to make sure that people know how to deal with the immigration issues and to understand that they may easily expose the country, sell the country for a song, and therefore just to understand the element of patriotism that is required in the kind of work. Unfortunately, we don't do vetting. We rely on the very same thinly spread SSA to do the vetting of our officials. You would imagine we're talking thousands of officials as we are speaking, not even the senior, let alone everyone. Not all the officials had been, even the senior ones, even the ones they're dealing with critical issues like supply chain management would have been all vetted as yet. It's a project we are working on. We're trying to intensify. We assist the SSA by being able to generate, to get the forms, run with the administrative component of it to minimize the burden on their side, so that they are left with the very critical specialized areas that they have to do, and we try to do that. We also, Honorable, be doing this year the what you call this, the lifestyle audit. And I know that the committee had previously raised concerns in this area because of the nature of the environment that we operate in, and in addition to just the vetting, the lifestyle audit will be conducted this year, and we are working with the SIU on that project. The strategy dealing with cross-border crime, honorable members, is covered. There are actually 3 indicators that I tried to speak to almost simultaneously. I clubbed them. I even referred them as the target that fall under our NTC, National Targeting Center, which is our intelligence, risk and intelligence center. So there are 3 targets that are talking to the issues of dealing with cross-border criminality. But lastly, Chair, with regard to the gaps with regard to the law, Honorable Mutambi raised this, and we as you know, the BMA is not a policy entity. The policy function still sit with the departments. We engage with departments all the time. We have service level agreements where we have quarterly engagements with the departments, and where there are critical issues that are to be raised, we do raise them. But if the committee would want specifically for the BMA to check, to share our observations with regard to possible areas where the law can probably be can strong arm implementation of efficient border management, we can be able to share those. Chair, I'll stop here, and I really hope I have not left any question that members would have raised. Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks very much, DC. 2 issues. I deliberately ask you that question of the instruments because I was in one of the borders over the weekend, and you responded as of my observation, and I want to thank you for that honest picture to the committee. I had expected different explanation, but it's a demonstration of public servants that are carrying the responsibility to preside over the affairs of the institution, because this also gives us an opportunity to understand and able to complement where we can. And I think on the business case that you have presented to the National Treasury, and Honorable Ross identified what are the areas of priorities, and it gives us a picture of practical issues that we confront, so for you to deal with that. Secondly is that I heard you correctly, and I don't want you to respond to that you get different mandate from different principals. And we will then take up that matter because you are an entity defined by an act, and the functions are defined on how you interact with the principals. Can be the portfolio committee, it can be deputy minister, can be minister, can be president, or can be executive. So we're underlining that statement. And that's why I want to talk before DM can comment on some of the issues. And when we wrap up, we'll come back to the matter because it will destabilize the intention of the collective officials, including commissioners, in terms of how you derive your existence within the provisions that are in the Act. So I wanted to emphasize this matter so that we underline that Deputy Minister is a concerned statement, which will come to it later when we summarize the meeting. Deputy Minister.
No, thank you, Chair. Let me just dive to the issues. I actually was preparing to do the overall response when we summarize everything. But let me deal with the ones as they pertain to the Border Management Authority. And firstly, Chair, I think we must accept, all of us here. I think mostly we have spent a lot of time working on the BMA as a very important instrument that we all see is required by the country in order for us to move forward on issues of immigration. And I think we must at all times understand that we are still building it. I mean, if it was a human being, it would have not even been an infant by now. But we understand that we have to put in a lot of work to further deal with the issues. And there is no quick solution that addresses everything else at once. We need to accept that we progress as we move along. And I think great progress has been done in this aspect, where we were left with borders that were not meant for primarily for purposes of immigration control. But today we have something that we can say is happening, and we are now seeing the investment in terms of technology, which is making our reach even be much higher. I think on the last statement, Chair, that you just said, I presume it's pending. We'll look into it. We'll have a discussion with the commissioner. But I think it's pending from the fact that you will remember that the Border Management Authority is mainly supervised by an inter-ministerial committee, which means that it's a set of ministers who oversee it. And obviously, it is the only ministerial committee that is designated to be led by the Minister of Home Affairs. So we'll deal with it, I think, on the sidelines in terms of the operations, because that might have been coming there, and also in terms of structures of cabinet, in terms of instructions that will be coming probably from the JCPS. As you will know, that there are co-chairs who are dealing with the JCPS instruction. So maybe those will be the issues, but I think at cabinet level, the minister will have to then deal with that particular issue. I think we welcome the proposal and the support that we are receiving from the committee around the issues of funding. And I think the meeting that honorable member, I think Gubane, was referring to with Treasury is very important. In fact, it's actually Mohale. It's actually Mohale who made the recommendation that there is a meeting that we must follow up with Treasury around issues of funding, so that we do not have only us screaming funding about Home Affairs, but we also have different voices. That will be very important to us. And I think it's something that we need to do. We accept that in the border environment, Chair, it is not only Home Affairs it is not only the Border Management Authority that is expected to man the border. The Border Management Authority is mainly there to deal with the issue of illegal immigration. And when we are dealing with other terrestrial and other foreign threats that are threatening the country, the defense is there to deal with that particular issues. For instance, attacks and so on and so on. So how we package our work and how we package the entity, it's meant to respond to those issues. I think in the long run, we can look in terms of policy. The issue of the 10-kilometer radius was raised. That probably it might not be enough, as we need to pursue criminals to a larger extent and then be able to take them back to their own countries. Around the issue of the border environment and the security in the borderland, I think a lot of issues have been raised there. It's good, Chair, that we are now concluding the redevelopment of the 6 ports of entry. And it's something that we've been talking about. And I'm saying we make steps of progress. We don't make progress overnight. And that's very exciting that we are at the ending stages of that particular public-private partnership arrangement, which will see great infrastructure being put up, which will deal with a lot of issues. Amongst them is the issue of gamma ray scanners, is the issue of proper infrastructure. I mean, if you look at Bridge, you look at the side of South Africa, you look at Zimbabwe, you can see that Zimbabwe is actually at a higher level than us. But we are happy to announce that we are getting closer towards the conclusion of that particular arrangement, which will really help us in terms of our infrastructure. On the issue of the narratives in the presentations and the format of the presentation, it's not really about that the strategy is lacking. Probably we can deal with the issue of the presentation. If additional fields will need to be added, we can add those additional fields and actually share the actual tactical write-up plan. Because normally when we come to portfolio committees, we normally come and make presentations, but we can share the written plan with the members, and I think from there they will be able to read through it and then get a more deeper understanding where it is necessary. And also we have been providing feedback in the previous plans in terms of our achievements and what we've been able to achieve. But what we are presenting in terms of the strategy now is what we are able to do with the limited resources that we have, and we need the support of the committee for us to be able to grow this entity further to make more impact. Thank you. I'm not sure, Chair, if I was still audible, or maybe I was talking to myself right there.
No, you are covered. You have concluded. DM, have you concluded on the BMA?
Yes, I've concluded on the PM. I think some of the issues are around home affairs. I will suggest that probably the team that I'm with takes some of the technical questions, and then I will come at the end.
Yes, it's what I was proposing, that we'll deal with that. DG, the main issues that have been raised by members, I will advise you that you allocate those responsibilities, those that have been raised, for the next presentation. We can wait for the next presentation of the research institution or the team that deals with the IT unit. And then the rest, we can deal with them. We still have enough time, still have enough day, in fact. Thank you. Proceed, DG.
Well, thank you very much, Chair, and the honorable members and the DM, and for the questions that have been raised. So I'll start with the question that's been raised by Honorable Mohale with regards to issues related to collection of fines. Honorable Mohale, you will note that in the same report, the AG does refer to historical fines that the department has not been able to collect dating back to about 2012. The good news is that this was because there was no signed agreement between the various entities that operate in that space. We've now concluded that MOU for transgressions at the airport, with an MOU with AXA and the Department of Transport. We have an agreement with the BMA, an agreement with the Cross-Border Road Transport Agency just last week. We now have a draft agreement with Transnet to deal with the ports, in particular your 8 maritime ports. But just to indicate that in the last financial year, they have been able to collect at least 10 million rands. We're now tracking what is known as the historical fines, but the BMA has been able to collect these fines much more effectively because the Act empowers them to have a law enforcement function, which was not the case with regards to us as Home Affairs. So we're working on that. And then you also raised an issue with regards to the AG, with regards to irregular expenditure of 205 million rand. Honorable Mohale, this was with regards to equipment that had been bought for the digitization project. And the AG simply indicated that we should have procured those or that equipment through CSIR. And therefore, the irregular expenditure was therefore declared because we didn't go through that process. And as you know, we are well of the view that and we remain of the view that this was an urgent project, and therefore with CETA, it was going to take far longer to procure some of those activities that we required. Now, there's a question that's been raised around capacity. Honorable Modisempia, you have raised the same. Honorable Mutambi, you have raised the same. Honorable Ngubani, you have raised the same. Just to come back to this committee, in the sixth administration, this committee, the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs, directed the department to develop a business case for capacitation. And we were able to do that, which we submitted to Treasury. We were able to fill 742 positions in the first business case that we tabled before Treasury. Treasury then said we need to do another business case, which we did for the second business case to fill at least 2,000 positions. We're still waiting for the outcome from that process with the National Treasury. I think DDG Mavuso will deal with issues related to digitization that you have raised. And then Leon will then deal with issues related to how are we mitigating the risks, including hacking, with regards to IT security? How are we safeguarding the information for South Africans? So he will deal with that aspect. Then there were questions that were raised by Honorable Mutambi with regards to what people are feeling on the ground in terms of lived experiences. I think Honorable Modisempia raised the same issues. Just to indicate that on the infrastructure side, there are new offices that are currently under construction through the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. And a lot of them, as you are aware, have been delayed. In the Northern Cape, we are now just about to finalize the office that is being built in Taung, following a revised project plan. And we hope that the project will be completed by the 31st of May 2025. In Limpopo, in Thohoyandou, the project was then handed over to the DBSA so that it can be completed because the service provider there could not finalize the project after a number of fines were issued to the service provider. But DPW has been able to find a new contractor to take over that project. Now, we do have challenges, Honorable Mutambi, in some offices where we don't have space and we currently operate alongside the Department of Justice. Such will be the case in Vuwani. This was the case in Matatiele. We've now progressed in Matatiele because the local authority there gave us infrastructure or gave us a building that we have now taken occupation of. In Maponya Mall, for example, we're operating at a Tusong Center facility. The DPSA has now started a project to withdraw from those projects. They now want us to have direct agreements or engagements with the owners of these structures. So this is the similar model that we'll undertake as we undertake a multi-channel strategy to deliver some of these offices. It was the same in Lusikisiki, and DDG Mavuso will speak about the work that we're doing in Umtata, for example. The one that Chairperson, you have indicated that I need to visit. I've been there 3 times already. To ensure that we find another space, because that office is a heritage building. We can't do alterations to that building. Safe to indicate that DDG Mavuso will indicate how we're trying to mitigate that risk in terms of the space that is required to build a new office in that specific area, so that we do have modern offices, including the deployment of those mobiles. We can share with Honorable Mutambi the schedule of the mobile trucks that are currently out in those areas. And we do this in collaboration with COCTA through an MOU that we have with COCTA through traditional leaders in those specific areas that we can certainly share. And then with regards to questions that were raised by Honorable Roos, I think you have stated it quite clearly. Historically, there's been underfunding on the JCPS cluster, and as a result, the capacity challenges are what we currently are experiencing. Just to indicate, Honorable was that the issues that you have raised with regards to DHA or Home Affairs at Home, the collection at banks overseas, you indicated Wellington, that work is progressing quite well. We've now finalized the contractual agreements to make sure that anyone who applies, whether at a local or whether overseas, will be able to get those enabling documents delivered to them. What we currently are doing is to just finalize the system integration so that we're able to finalize this piece of work, and then we should be able to be underway with regards to that. With regards to abandoned offense, I think this is work that social development is currently seized with. However, we do work with them when those children require enabling documents. And then with regards to a new culture, I need to indicate that there's work that's currently underway in terms of training through the PCETA, which has availed funding for training. And the initiative is being led by the University of Pretoria with regards to digitization. And then Honorable Mishwe, you asked a question with regards to the replacement of green barcoded IDs. I think DDJ Mavuso will then be able to respond to some of the issues that you are raising. Also, with regards to Popia, safe to say that we agree with you. It's now an urgent matter, which is why we now are finalizing an agreement with the banks to make sure that we have a much more wider footprint in those banks so that we are able to replace this green barcoded ID faster. It might not even get to 2030. I think 2030 is because we have projected the capacity that we have, but with the agreements that we'll have with the banks, it will then upscale our capacity. Just to get back to a question that was asked with regards to scanners, I think this is more of a customs function. However, I think DM has indicated that with the redevelopment of the 6 ports, the scanners are part of what will be introduced. But currently, SARS has what is known as the NUCTEC cargo scanners that are currently deployed at Beitbridge. There's one in Durban and there's one in Cape Town. These are your mobile scanners that are able to scan through big trucks to make sure that they look for anything that is not authorized to be in the country. And then with regards to the issue around the white paper, I think we've taken note of that. DDJ Mavuso will respond to how we can ensure that we bring closer the timeframes that have been outlined. And then Leon will then speak to issues related to system modernization asked by Honorable Rose. And then Honorable Ngubane, I think we've taken note of the issues that you have said with regards to capacity. I've indicated that we currently are sitting at around 39 to 40% out of a staff establishment of 18,000, which means we now just above 7,200 officials instead of the 18,000 that's supposed to be there. And I think DDJ Mavuso will also speak to the CRM system that's currently there. And I think we need to take into consideration, Chairperson, that we have 60 million, we have 63 million South Africans. And our own HACC only has a capacity of about 96 officials to track all the calls that are coming through, including for civics and immigration. I'm just trying to indicate the magnitude of the challenge that we currently have. And of course, the indicators are done in terms of the SMART principle in line with the DPME and the Treasury triangle. So let me then hand over to DDG Mavuso, the CFO, and Leon to respond to the outstanding questions. Through you, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, DG. Let's go to the CFO first, secondly. Then we'll invite, who I think is who?
It's Thanks, Chair. It's DDG Mavuso, and then Leon, who has been seconded by the CSIR, can then follow. Yes, and then the CFO, as you indicated at the first.
Okay, sure. Thank you. In that order, proceed.
Chairperson, my apology. I've been struggling to unmute. Can I proceed?
I thought the DG has allocated sequence of responses, unless I'm getting the DG wrong. You can sort out your matter of the network, Leon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson. Can I just confirm, am I audible?
Yeah, proceed. You're audible, Leon.
Thank you so much. So I'd like to just respond to the question that was raised around information security.
Sorry, Leon. DDG, I'm understanding that Leon, his responsibility, just for the record of the meeting, that we invite him with a proper title. DG, can I understand Leon's role?
Yeah, Chair. So in the previous financial year, we had requested capacity from the CSIR. He was seconded as a CIO to come and assist us with regards to that work at IT. That's how he was seconded by the CSIR. Thank you.
Okay, so he's an acting DDG IT, CIO.
He's been seconded to that position, correct?
Okay, no, I wanted to understand for benefit of members of the committee so that we are clear on the responsibilities that we're dealing with. Thank you, acting DDG, Leon.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and thank you, DG. So I think the part that I'm going to provide an update on flows from the CSIR presentation as part of the recommendations they have made, Chair. So during the system diagnostic study that was completed by the CSIR, they identified certain areas of improvement, particularly with regards to the information security domain that contributed to system downtime. So we have internal to the department then developed a security strategy or information security strategy, and a three-phased information security roadmap was then developed with a focus on implementing at different maturity states 8 control areas, and the areas that we've identified obviously spans your firewall, your data encryption, email security, web security, and incident response protocols, as well as awareness. So we're in the process currently of implementing the information and event management SIEM system, which gives us insight across the enterprise of all security-related events. Now, unfortunately, the progress was stifled slightly as a result of funding. In collaboration with the CFO and the DG, we managed to secure funding, and we're working together with the CSIR then to implement that. The target date that we have for implementing such a SIEM is the end of July this year. In addition to that, we're also working on improving the access management processes. And as you would note, that obviously access is granted at different levels within the ecosystem. We are reviewing the access on a continuous basis, but we're making strides into reducing the potential vulnerabilities that we have within that environment. I think any security or information security roadmap is a journey. It's not necessarily a target, because your attack vectors change as you progress during that journey, and we continuously have to adapt our focus and strategies then accordingly. So that's in a nutshell what we are currently embarking on, and in terms of the information security roadmap, first focusing on the fundamentals. And I would really have it be a proud moment by the end of July for us to have then implemented successfully our security event and information management system, which gives us insight, as I've indicated earlier, of all security related events across the infrastructure and applications, which will then give us an indication of potential rogue activity that might might be occurring across our network. So that would be a big win for us. And then in addition to that, also then to review our access management security groups that we have within the infrastructure to then facilitate the access to particular systems, databases, and applications. Perhaps if I can then also then just touch on the systems systems modernization question that was asked by Honorable Ruiz. I think over time the Home Affairs applications and infrastructure adopted sort of a monolithic infrastructure or architecture for that matter, and what that means is that systems were added and the integration facilitated by workflow and particular ESB middleware layers, which is very complex to support and very complex to then expand from a modularity and scalability perspective. So the new strategy that we've adopted is to address the high availability within our environment that is also lacking to a certain degree, both from a networking infrastructure perspective as well as infrastructure from a server and database perspective. And we in the process of finalizing partnerships, strategic partnerships, with the intent then to rebuild our biometric as well as non-bio environment as well as PKI infrastructure together with that particular partner that we have selected, with the intent then to address the infrastructure resilience as well as applications resilience. Now, I think key to that is that's also built in on the basis of the architectural principles, then adopting scalability and modularity as then proposed or recommended by the CSIR as well. Chair, I'm going to pause there for now, and if there's any follow-up questions.
Okay. The DG, in our next session, I'll request that, or let me put it to DM. No, the DG. In our next session, we'll request you to brief the committee on the status of the acting DG, Leon Debres. You'll know that it was recommended in the 6th administration, if I recollect my notes. How long? But we're interested on that position of the CIO because we've been struggling for a longer time. I think even the former principal or former minister advertised concerns about that, to the extent that at least there was a progress in terms of the recommendation from the CSIR now that they brought press. Just to build up on the committee to be familiar with the how are we responding to this question. It will include also the immigration, the acting DDG that have been sitting for a longer time. So I'm trying to raise that in the next session, if you can update us on that two issues. DDG Mavuso.
Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members. I will try and deal with these questions as quickly as possible. So let me start with the question that was raised by Honorable Mokhale on digitization. Just want to, I think there are multiple facets around digitization at Home Affairs. We have the project on the digitization of civics paper records. The reason why we want to digitize those records, and actually we have already started. I think we are sitting in the financial year that just ended. We just digitized over 12 million records. So we're moving forward, because in the previous financial year, we digitized about 30 million. So where we are, Chair, is that those records are quite critical to enable us to have automated processes, because basically, if someone is applying for a particular product, if we are then able to pick up those records from the back end digitally rather than going to get them manually, they make the process much more easier. If someone is changing their names
and surnames. So the personal amendment of records becomes much more quicker if your records are digital. Civic services is starting to see the benefits because they're able to pick up those records. So that's one project which I regard as a subset of the broader digitization of the department. Now, the other issue from Honorable Misha on issues of POPIA. We are implementing POPIA in the department across. We've created the policy, the frameworks, the guidelines. So there is a team that is actually implementing POPIA across the department. Now, there is an issue that you raised around telemarketers getting information. Unfortunately, South Africans, when they transact with different companies, they sometimes have blocks where you tick whether you want marketing, your details to be available for marketing purposes. So that particular information is not generated out of Home Affairs. It's generated out of those telemarketing processes. What we are trying to do all the time is that the information in terms of POPIA Act that we collect from citizens is utilized for the purposes that is collected for. That's what the legislation says, so that's what we are complying with. Where we are able to give third parties information, for an example, a bank to verify you when you're opening an account, on the bank side, the banks has got a process that says you need to give them authority that they can authenticate you against Home Affairs as you are able to open the account. So that's how we're safeguarding that particular issue. I think the Honorable Medisa raised the issue of public education, that we must go out there. It's quite important. It's one of the key areas that we have found, Honorable Medisa, when we're going for different, for example, consultation, where there is policy issues. What we have found is that really there's a lot of public education that is required about policies of Home Affairs, about legislation in Home Affairs, about processes. You know, people sit at home and not registering their children. That's why you'll meet a 35-year-old, precisely because of the lack of knowledge. We conducted a research recently on birth registration. I think there are a number of gaps that we found in terms of that, which is something, I think, a study that we can share with the committee. I think one of the determining factors was around the education levels of the family where the child comes from. The level of education determines whether they're able to actually to register, because if they don't have the a good understanding of the processes, they end up not registering. The economic condition is one of those. So there are many of those factors that precisely respond to what Honorable Modise says, that public education becomes more critical. So our communications unit will be dealing with that particular issue. I think, Honorable Ross, you raised an issue on the services. DGS has covered that. But what we have done in the interim, we've taken a decision that we will open up a service in Wellington very soon. And now in June, we are working on a project similar that we did in London, where citizens will be able to apply for passports in those particular offices while we're still dealing with the other elements of a broader solution of ensuring that those can apply for documents, they can be sent to their homes. So we are going to be implementing that particular project, identical to what the UK currently benefit. And then Honorable Tambi raised an issue of the far-flung offices, the issue of the branches. I think as we've previously indicated, Chairperson and members, we're quite aware of the different literacy levels of citizens and also the different what we call economic conditions. So what we have done, that's why our strategy for servicing citizens is not just one size fits all. We said we're adopting a multi-channel strategy. That's why we now have over 200 mobile units that are able to go to communities. That's why we are not saying that we are going to close bricks and mortar offices, where we still need to expand. And as DG has said, we're building offices in some of the rural communities, except delays from public works, but also the issues relating to kiosks, the issues relating to online services. Imagine if a number of other clients are able to service them digitally. It means they are creating space for those who need to do a walk-in in those offices to get physical services. So our view is that it will definitely be reducing the traffic, but also the mobile units will go to those rural communities. They are not enough. Even our offices are not enough. I guess the realization is that our budget constraints still remain. Now, Honorable Mutambi, on the issue of the white paper, the cabinet, when they approved this last year in April, one of the issues that cabinet said is that we must seek a legal opinion on some of the aspects of the white paper, including the issue of the UN Convention, which we have done now in the work that we have been doing. So we're yet to advise the minister on the outcomes of that particular work, because the team has been working with on that legal opinion. And also, but we have been in touch with our counterparts at DECO to ensure that, because DECO is responsible for foreign policy, so whatever would happen with that UN convention, obviously DECO would have to take the lead on that. So we have been in consultation. So I think once we have been able to present that particular legal opinion to the minister, we'll then be able to come back to the committee and then have a firm view. I think on the last 2 or 3 issues, Honorable Ngubane raises a critical issue of a system that was previously able to allow citizens to check their status. It was quite true, Honorable Ngubane. We did pull that system out. There were a number of issues. There were vulnerabilities to cyber attack on that particular system. So, but that was one issue, because it was going to affect our back end, because the cyber attacks was coming through that particular pipe. The second element to that is that it was prior to the introduction of POPIA. Now, you will have an appreciation that if someone has applied for a work or any other information, you'd find that I will then have visibility to the ID number of that person, or any other person who might have a visibility of an ID number, or your ID number, or somebody's ID number. So what means that the system did not have a protection. You were just going to put an ID number. It tells you the status of that particular person. What we seek to do is that each and every person must have a profile at Home Affairs, so that you are able to log in, get your OTP, go to your profile if you want to check information that is pertaining to yourself. But as it is, that system was actually not in line with the POPIA Act, but also it was subjecting us to phishing issues. On the issue of Mthatha, DG highlighted about the office, and so what we have done again in Mthatha, we've looked for the land in most areas, trying to work with public works. We've not been successful. Our decision that we have taken is that we will also, like with other areas, relocate that office to Mthatha Mall. Negotiations are at advanced stage on that particular area. It's a very highly populated town. And also, I think we do believe that where the office is and where the mall is just less than 300 meters. So it's not going to inconvenience anyone in relation to the access to services. And then the last point on the contact center. Chair, what as DG has said, the bums on seats in the contact center, when we built it, it was 122-seater contact center. But those numbers have been shrinking due to what I call people either leaving for various reasons. So the issue of attrition has contributed to us losing the number. But what we have done, we've improved the contact center now in terms of the system, but we've also been to the last EXCO, advising EXCO of other models we're going to do. We will be introducing on our CRM, which is a system that we use to log complaints. We will be introducing the chat box, chatbot, which is an AI-enabled assist individual. So a person will be able to chat to a robotic type of an individual, then be able to give that particular information to the client. So that's what we have resorted to do. At least that will be able to increase our capacity to reach out to citizens on the basis of that particular upgrade. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DDG Mavuso, CFO.
Chairperson, good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. Chairperson, Mr. Mavuso, as well as DG, has already responded on the issue of infrastructure and the dire state of our offices. So all I can add, Chairperson, is that we will gladly provide the committee with our footprint expansion plan with a clear indication as to the costs. This footprint expansion plan includes the malls, the kiosks, the mobiles, and as well as our physical infrastructure. There is a dependency on public works, as DG and Mr. Mavuso has pointed out before, Chair. Chairperson, in respect of legal cases lost, we can provide you with a report. Chairperson, our legal costs are determined by 3 factors in particular. The first is what we call private attorneys, which we use in labor relation cases. Then there's the state attorney, and then there's a third element, which I think the one where you have a particular interest, is the issue about warrants of execution and the sheriff.
So, Chair, I don't have those figures readily available or current figures readily available, but we can provide you with that. Chairperson, then on the invoices, paying invoices within 30 days. Chairperson, I previously provided this committee with reports on 30-day payments, and I think I will continue to do so as part of our quarterly reviews. Chairperson, for March, we had 93 invoices not paid within 30 days to a total value of 23 million rands, 334,000 rands. So Chairperson, it is a reality that as we run out of money, that finding funds to pay for all invoices becomes problematic. Our focus in that process, what we call the year-end budget process, is to prioritize small suppliers. The ones that we pay last are our big suppliers such as GPW, Public Works, and the State Attorney. So we have a particular bias in favor of small suppliers. We do not want to jeopardize their futures, Chair. Chairperson, if you then allow me, on consequence management in the AG, the DG has taken consequence management. We have an audit action plan. We're executing that plan. We are now in the phase where we start with our drafting of our financials. I already have the trial balance. Chairperson, you also asked a question about capacity. We have done the interviews for the Chief Director Supply Chain and Asset Management, as well as for the Director Financial Accounting. To provide additional support, the DG has allowed me to appoint a consultant, two consultants actually, that assist us with that particular, with the drafting of the financials, making sure that our work is actually of an accurate and correct picture, Chair. Chairperson, the next question was, I think from Honourable Ruiz, was on the CSIR cost and whether we have an indication as to how much more we pay CSIR and whether it will benefit us if we go directly to our service providers. Chairperson, again, I don't have accurate figures readily available. The figures I last saw was on network connectivity. So CSIR charges a premium to go to firms such as Vodacom and MTN to provide us with those endpoints. And if we can get that, and when we ask those entities for direct quotes, big quotes are obviously then lesser than that of CSIR just because of the CSIR markup. So Chair, again, I can provide a better report if the committee allows. So Chairperson, then there was also a question from Honourable Member Modise Mpa, and it was about cost. So Chairperson, Landela cost us anything between 100 and 120 million per annum. I say anything between that because there's a dependency on the number of inmates. So there's a threshold of 1,500 inmates on average. If we exceed that amount, then the figure changes as well. But that's about the benchmark for Landela. Chairperson, I think DG has kindly answered the other questions in respect of the irregular expenditure as well as the infrastructure issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CFO. Okay, DM will deal with that when we attempt to summarize. There was 2 points which we raised and Honourable Mokhale on the Auditor General. And I don't know why your CFO decided to ignore those comments. The DM?
No, thank you, Chair. I think we'll deal with it when we summarize. And I will request that even in the future, Chair, if there are issues that are left out, we be given space to give the written submission. Now, let me start with the issue of the capacitation, Chair. It was raised by quite a number of members, and indeed, it is an issue. If we're coming from the 5th to the 6th administration, we had a serious problem of capacitation that was just sitting at somewhere around 35, 38%, which was a big problem. We did not have enough staff, but we ran the first capacitation program, which the DG was talking about. It took us to more than 40% in terms of capacitation. Again, we recognize that that is still not enough. We then made a business case, which we then sent to Treasury so that we can get more staff. So we are dealing with the issue of capacitation. And I think what we must do is just to bring a capacitation report to the portfolio committee on how we plan on dealing with it. I know that in the last Triple M meeting, of our own Triple M meeting, we did receive a report on the progress that has been made, but that is also largely dependent on the funding that we'll probably get as confirmation from Treasury on the basis of the business case that has been submitted, and we are continuing to fill some of the posts, and the online platform is also helpful in terms of managing the turnaround times around the issue of capacitation. Again, as I've indicated, we can bring a capacitation plan to the portfolio committee, and also assure the portfolio committee that we take the issue of human presence very seriously, and the issue of the digitizing project will not bring to disadvantage our current employees and future employees. We are looking at reskilling them. Part of the delegations I'm given is to deal with the issue of culture change within the staff so that they are also skilled properly. And I think the DG did deal with the issue of the training, as it were. Now, Chair, the other issue around legal costs, which is something we need to bear in mind and also couple it with capacitation, is that as we are carrying on with the large-scale investigations and effecting consequence management to wrongdoers, it means that there are people who exit the system, but they do not exit easily, Chair. They refuse to exit. They take us to court, to disciplinary hearings, they bring lawyers. And you must remember, these are people who have been in the system and being corrupt in the system, accumulating wealth, and which means they have the ability to hire lawyers. And if we were to give up on those cases and also not get expert opinion on the cases, we'll then lose those particular cases. Then that drives up our legal costs, because we have to deal with those issues, but also not just the internal one, but also even external individuals in the permitting unit that are also taking us to court. We believe that by going more digital, it will make things much more easier for us, but we cannot negate or neglect the current offices and the current situation. And that is why our expansion program, Chair, is not only based in terms of digital platforms, but it is what we call a multi-channel strategy, which means that for those who will be convenienced by malls, they can use malls. For those who can be convenienced by banks, they can be able to use banks. And for those who have access to hospitals, that is why we are setting up infrastructure in hospitals. Over years, we've been setting up that infrastructure in hospitals so that children can get their birth certificates there. We're looking at the modalities of having even death certificates being issued in the very same hospitals, which then opens up space in the traditional Home Affairs offices. That is why we then invested in the last financial year 100 mobile units to support our multi-channel strategy. That is why even today we are still upgrading infrastructure, like we were saying in Tohoyando, in Watuguza, in Taung, where we are building purpose-built offices. The only upside to it is that that is not reliant only on us, but it is reliant also on public works. And I think we have raised our issues with public works quite a number of times in the portfolio committee. The reason why we also came up with the kiosk strategy is so that we can have multiple channels that we are using in order to service our people in the various areas, even in the rural. The major problem that we have had, and I think we must deal with it. We did highlight it, we'll highlight it again when we deal with network challenges, was the dependence on SITA on sourcing service providers which lands us with sometimes a problem in terms of their ability to deliver. We have had a problem with the live capture, which is what had impacted our offices over the time because of service providers that we are getting from CSIR, and we've been raising that particular issue of CSIR giving us procuring services for us. In fact, they've literally become a state procurement institution, technology procurement institution, instead of them providing technological support to the department, which has really hampered us. It delayed the kiosks, it delayed some of the top edge technology and some of the modernization programs. We have made interventions, Chair, and you will start to see the situation getting better. And also you will see us rolling out the issue of kiosks as well. We are not only talking more about digital platforms just because we want to talk about them, but it's a direction in which the entire world is going. So we need to be prepared for it, once we still maintain our current infrastructure and make sure that we service our customers the best we can now. On the issue of digitization, again, a CSIR issue where you are told that you must procure through CSIR, and that system is now working. We are digitizing paper records in the millions, and it's continuing. It's a very important program. Even right now, as we're speaking, we're having other government departments looking at us, sharing knowledge with them on how we're able to set it up and for us to build from there. On the issue of early birth registration, as raised by Honorable Ross, the issue is, Honorable Ross, you are quite correct. We must have a system wherein the conditions under which a child is born does not determine the success or the failure of that particular child starting from birth. So the issue is that we need to have better systems to know that a child is indeed a South African. Because also we must put in internal control measures so that you do not have children of foreign nationals ending up being registered as South Africans, whereas they do not qualify. There is a problem with the mothers abandoning babies, with the grannies and all those sorts of things. So we are looking at a regulatory framework on how to deal with those issues. More specifically, for instance, just recently, the issue of having to carry an ID when you go and apply for a birth certificate of your child, whilst we have the ability to verify you on the spot, is one of those regulations that we're looking for. We're looking at. So we are looking at those issues, as Mr. Mavuso was also saying. Other contributors are literacy level and all those things, which really impact negatively. But literally abandoned babies, we work with social development. Once they are done with their part, we do not hesitate. We immediately act on that. Information in terms of protection of information. It is not us who share the information. Actually, vendors or commercial companies, they share information amongst themselves, which is why when you go and apply for a facility somewhere or some sort of a product in one institution, they then share that information with other institutions. That is why, Honorable Mesho, you then see those phone calls coming through. It is part of commercialization. We are also looking on how we can leverage on benefiting from that data that we have in order to make sure that we create our own revenue. Whilst we're still on the own revenue issue, which is self-financing, I know it becomes a bit of a scarecrow when we say, no, we run out of funds, and therefore we don't pay certain suppliers. It is rather a cash flow management strategy, Chair. As you know, that the Department of Home Affairs, we are not just reliant on what we get from the fiscal, but we must also work hard in order to have self-financing activities, which means money in the bank for us, and as such, we have to pace some of the payments that we have to issue. And I think we'll look into the issue of the white paper, Chair, and then get back to the committee. We're still processing it at a management level. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, TM, and thank DG and your team, DDG Mavuso, DDG, Acting DDG, Leon, CFO, Holombe, and CFO PMA, and the DC Tupana for interacting with the portfolio committee, and honorable members for contributing to this important task we have been assigned to conduct oversight on the department and its entities where they function portfolios. We are going to note the reports, and we're going to call Deputy Minister, we're going to call you back before we adopt the budget indicators and the strategic plan. I'm advised that we, in the next, or somewhere in May, you must adopt these reports. So we're going to call you back, and I will suggest to honorable members that we must have an in-committee meeting to deliberate on the presentation that has been made today and what are the issues we must carry up that the department may need to consider. Because part of the oversight is to draw attention to the views expressed by South Africans and any other person that interact with Home Affairs within the framework of the legislation that we occasion our responsibility on. And that must find expression. And that will confirm our responsibility when we conduct oversight. And I think all of us, we secondly agree that modernization or digitization of the transformation is a future platform that we must create a comfortable foundation for all South Africans to also acclimatize with the new regime in terms of the modernization or the new Home Affairs home, as has been coined by the presentation that the DG has presented before us. So what we'll do is that we'll interface with the presentation and deposit what members have expressed in this meeting. The council that deals with the BMA, the interministerial committee that conduct oversight, Deputy Minister, you've raised it sharply. That are some of the issues, including this BMA shortcomings of underfunding. We may need to find a way through you and the minister to comprehensively test their attitude towards this challenge that both the committee and the department and the BMA are facing. And I think the CFO has labored extensively on the business case, which was presented in the strategic planning held in Johannesburg and Sandton and I think one of the official of the Treasury that focus on the BMA and other institutions were in attendance, if members can recall that session. And she confirmed the issues that have raised by the BMA and also occasion advice on the need for a business case in which we have developed it. And I had an opportunity to also meet with her when we were attending the conference of the IEC when they were introducing the policy document on the electronic voting. And I've also raised this matter of the BMA. So we may need to deal with all fronts to make sure that all of us who are concerned on behalf of South Africans on the porous borders, we deposit these matters to the interministerial committee and get their attitude towards the concerns of all South Africans, including members of the committee and yourself as the commissioners, deputy minister and the minister. Quite interesting. Also, I have seen yesterday, I was shown one of the ministers in the cabinet that is concerned about the decisions of the cabinet around the allocation of funds. Secondly, is that I think the matter of stakeholders or imbizos and the budget allocation around that stakeholder function in the communication unit may need to assist us to reach out, at least to balance evidence in terms of the issues we're dealing with. Because anything you bring in the strike plan, it has to do with how society must be serviced in all fronts, both rural and urban. I think it's a matter that we need to deal with the Director General. Mr. Mavuso raised an important matter of multi-front of this initiative that you are introducing that has been carried over a period of time, including the current narrative that has been built out in this presentation of the modernization. So these are some of the issues that will, with the content advisor, at the time you're going to come back to the committee, will deposit it to yourself so that when you meet again, so that when the committee adopts a strike plan and the budget framework of the department, with all of us collectively zoom into the issues that are on the ground and we're able to interact with both the executive and parliament are able to account the issues, and the money that we use are informed by the issues that are being raised on the ground. So there's no use for us to go to unannounced visit or yourself DM one day, or DG or Mavuso or Leon, you pass over Home Affairs, you get issues, and those are critical issues that must be within the line function, or the dominant issues that must be within the line function of a strike plan, but are not being carried by all of us. And I think those are some of the issues that will draft and respond, because the expectation is that the committee must also respond to the budget and the strike plan that you've presented to us and advise how collectively we must navigate to prioritize issues that we think collectively will move the country forward. The issue of the white paper is a definite attitude of the committee as an urgent matter that you ought to review the time frame. And we accept that there's a process you are undergoing in terms of the issues that are interacting with DECO, the protocols that initially were briefed that will be withdrawn. And I think once, in the legal opinion that Mr. Mavuso, the DDG, has articulated, once you have satisfied clarity with the minister and the DM, at least you'll bring back to the committee for further understanding. But the principle, which we affirm all of us, is that there must be a review on the time frame that you have targeted to 2030. I think the issue of the Auditor General is central. In the next meeting, what you've raised, we will request that the CFO need to write a detailed presentation on the issues that relates to the his portfolio, audit outcome, procurement, failure to pay the service provider in time, and any other matter that related to issues that members have raised. So will the Deputy Minister in committee deal with some of the issues that all members have raised, which will assist us in the department to occasion the issues that were raised. The issue of what Honorable Ngubane raised on you see, the committee is a collective work of all political parties. And I can affirm that and you must take it up that we are not going to. You see, when we were working in the previous minister, Mtsoaledi, there was no any other matter that members of the committee are not briefed. And it's a principle we've taken in the sixth administration, in the committee, that we may have differences on this and that, but we must be alive to the issues that the executive are engaging on, because accountability, in other words, it will require that members of the committee, in terms of the legislation, must be detailed on any subject that is involved in the executive. And we are not controlling, attempting to control what the executive must do, it must come to the committee. No. The separation of powers and how we must conduct our oversight. So I'm alerted by what Honorable Ngubane has raised, that there must not be an occasion of celebrating, putting a wrong, and I want to work on this line. Statistics that it has been occasioned, but does not talk to the presentation that has been presented to us today, in terms of the work that has been done and anything that has been published. So we must caution that, DM, because you and the minister, you are a collective team, that the committee must have a confidence on the work that both you as the executive in the department you are doing, but you must be built up in the committee. So those are some of the issues that want to make a write-up, so that in the next meeting we deal with the different principles and directives. DM, I'm now grounding it to you that even if you deposit it to the interministerial committee, it may not be that when you come to the committee meeting, to parliament, this is a parliament session, there's a failure of clarity on what you are presiding on. And you build a presentation that is not accurate. And I indicated earlier that we're underlining the different this statement, because as we move forward as a collective of members of committee and yourself as a collective of institution we're deriving on, we must know that we do this on behalf of South Africans. And I think we'll pay attention to that. So we'll want to end up this summary that will, before adopt this, because committee must deliberate, and I think in terms of the program, there's a day that we're going to adopt all the issues. We're going to call back the department. We're going to call back the Border Management Authority to deal with some of the issues that have been highlighted by all members of the committee, that I think will template issues that we think will be assisting us. That must be included also in the strike plan, so that we move forward. So that will be a summary on the issues that we've been dealing with. And thanks very much for the presentation exposing some of the progress that has been done in the period of time to date, and also the work that has been done by the Border Management Authority. Must give it credit on the work that has been done with the shortcomings that have been identified in terms of the budget allocations, and areas that the members of the committee have raised. Will interact with you further when you bring up the full comprehensive report to the committee. We'll now adjourn this meeting for 30 minutes, Deputy Minister, unfortunately. And then when we come back, we'll introduce the CSIR presentation and also the presentation of department kiosks, and then we'll deal with other committee matters in relation to the continuation of the marriage bill and the Dubai trip. No, sorry, the trip that deals with Brazil, that will deal with the decision that was taken in the sixth administration of the electronic voting, which will require members of the portfolio committee. It will mean that we must reconvene. Let's reconvene at 2:45. Mr. Matuns, I think that will be sufficient. If we can reconvene at 2:45. Can I get members? Is it fine we reconvene at 2:45? It's quarter past. It's quarter past.
That will be fine, Chairperson.
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Supported.
Thank you. Let's reconvene.
Supported.
3:15. The meeting is now adjourned for that session. Thank you, members who have stretched out. Thank you very much for having stayed for this long. Thank you very much.
Eddie? Hello? Check your WhatsApp, please. Yeah, no, I saw it. I've made him. Who's going to do the CIS presentation?
It's Karen.
Okay,
Eddie?
let's
Make Karen.
let
Make
me
Karen.
talk to you on the phone. Wait.
Afternoon, Chairperson.
Hi, afternoon, Karen. I just asked Eddie to make you a co-host so that you can share your presentation.
Oh, right. Okay, no problem. Mr. Matuso, we're starting at 1:45. Am I correct, or do I start now?
No, the chairperson will advise us. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry, I missed it. Thanks.
Mr. Matonsi?
Aye, Chair. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Matonsi.
Yeah, it's 14 minutes to, and then I think we can start. The department is here.
All right, thanks very much, DM again, for staying with us, and the DG and the team that is responsible from the CSIR to present the diagnosis report of the Department of, or the challenges that are confronting the Department of Home Affairs. And also will then receive a brief also or respond therefore by the DG and the Deputy Minister and Mr. Mavuso in relation to the kiosks. And those that I'm informed that the acting DDG Leon Dupres, who has been seconded by CSIR, will also be in the meeting. The committee has, in the sixth administration, raised concerns about the challenges that are faced by the department in relation to the network downtime. And if you recall, members of the committee, in the year 2021 or 2022, somewhere there was a budget vote that was debated, and I can assure that most of all of us, including, which was sharply raised also by members of the opposition, it was around the issue of the network downtime, to the extent that there was a bilateral between the late Minister Mboweni and Minister Mtsoaledi around the concerns and the attitude of the budget vote in terms of the line debate that arise from all oppositions, including the ruling party in that debate on the downtime. And I think if you can count from that date to today, in terms of the challenges that we're facing, it's almost 6 years or so that we have been confronting about this matter, and we've been inviting the department to specifically deal with this item. The former acting DG, Mr. Mavuso, will recall that in the sixth administration, there was a report that was presented in relation to this subject matter that has arisen from the CSIR, which the committee rejected that presentation because of the issues that have been identified by members of the committee, and they had to go back and rework the report to present it in the meeting. So I'm just giving a side highlights of how far we've gone in terms of these challenges. And now that the matter is raised by members of the community, even by that time, that everywhere you go is a downtime, the network is not working. I mean, the network challenges for 3 hours or 4 hours. Clients are coming back to the Office of the Home Affairs. And as we conduct an oversight, and I think all of us will agree, including yourself, the team that's led by the DM, that we have reached a point that we may need to crack the problem. In the sixth administration, the minister and the DM, the DG reported to the committee that Cabinet has taken a decision that the security cluster must be exempted from CSIR. And we still write on that decision so that you are able to tap to some of the viable or effective systems that will able to make sure that Home Affairs, in line with what the previous presentation of the new Home Affairs Home or the modernization of the new face of Home Affairs in terms of the access to services, as the Minister and the DM continuously present to the nation, including the previous presentation we have received. So a decision was taken by yourself as the department to source experts from that institution, which is a reliable institution and credited in terms of its work, to conduct a diagnosis report on the ICT system, overall system. And to that extent, you know that a process of exempting the security cluster from the CSIR, it will require that there must be a proposed legislation that is presented before Parliament to consider. So I'm just trying to tap into the background, why we have arrived, and what is an expectation of the institution that was brought in. And also a briefed on the secondment by the minister then of the acting DDG, Mr. Leon Dubris, from the CSIR in terms of the expertise that he possessed or the collective that is bringing to manage this transition. And hence I said to the DG, it will be expected that when we deal with this matter, in its response, at least we must understand where we are in terms of appointing a permanent CIO and the process thereof that has been occasioned in terms of the facilitating of recruitment. What's going to happen, the time frame, and because you know that there was a CIO who was also assessed, and because of his performance was demoted. I think that was a report we've received. And for the fact that I know that we've struggled for 2 occasions or 3 occasions to get a permanent CIO to respond to the challenges, which led for acting DDG again, Mavuso, to act in that portfolio, and subsequently was given other responsibility. So we are bringing this meeting to respond to the issues, challenges that our communities are facing, offices are facing. We've went through the offices of Home Affairs. We've listened to all South Africans or the public clients that have services to Home Affairs. And the issue of the downtime has already been occasioned all the time we've been interacting with. So you have been appointed in the 6th administration to respond to these issues. I'm familiar with the engagement of the Memorandum of Understanding in terms of the initiative that the department is engaging on. And I think we have all of us, including yourselves, that the new Home Affairs must talk to the realities on the ground. And hence we have invited this diagnosis report to be presented by the CSIR. And I think the Deputy Minister will introduce the team, and then I will receive the response. Thereafter, I will then receive also a brief report on the kiosks, as I've highlighted in the first session, that there's a matter also that Honorable Mtolo raised in relation to these kiosks and the issues that are related to that. And thereafter, I will invite members to comment on the 2 reports, and then we establish how we're going to proceed in line with the decisions that we took earlier on in terms of our summary. Deputy Minister, I will then invite you to introduce the team and also the 2 presentations. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I will not take long on this one. Just firstly to indicate that Karen will be the one leading the presentation that we are going to be making, and then Mavuso will lead the presentation on the progress on kiosk. we have also prepared some responses in terms of the recommendations that are coming from the CSIR. Now, the digital platforms that we're building as Home Affairs, a digital first Home Affairs, is really dependent on network connectivity and reliability of our connection. And that is why today we're making the presentation on the systems downtime diagnostic assessment report that you correctly put it, Chair, that we had commissioned some time ago. The intention was to get a full understanding of the Department of Home Affairs network architecture and problem areas where they need to be issues resolved so that we could have stable network, and also to run a pilot of the South African National Research Network. The team has done that, and today they are coming to report on that. But not only the networks on the issues, but also they are looking at applications of Home Affairs, which ones are causing downtime, how are the issues. Some of them have been resolved in terms of them causing downtime. But the major recommendation that is being made by the CSIR is that it recommends that the INT infrastructure of Home Affairs must be re-architected and it must be modernized. And as such, we have provided the responses to that. On the issue of the kiosk, Chair, as you will know, this is one of the projects that was close to our hearts, and especially since we unveiled them with the president when we were in Limpopo sometime last year. However, the project hit a snag when CSIR gave us a service provider for live capture. And as such, it's been a problem with live capture integration, but it has been an issue that has been resolved, and we're hoping that very soon we'll then continue with the rollout once the live capture integration with the kiosk has been resolved. I will then request that we give space to Karen to then make the presentation. Then Leon will then come in, Mr. Duplessis, as well as Mr. Mavuso on the other presentations. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much, Deputy Minister. Can you explain, not explain, but just give a background of our colleague who's going to present is from the CSIR, and what are the position so that at least members of the committee are also exposed to the background, the expertise that they possess. Thank you.
I will request, Chair, that he provides her expertise, but she is from CSIR. She's one of the very highly technical people there who have been helping us throughout this particular process. And you will notice that the report and the presentation is quite very technical and follows to detail. But I think her credentials, I will leave it with her. Thank you.
Okay. No, it's fine, DG. I see the hand of Mr. DDG Mavuso. If we can, I think there's
yeah.
No, thank you very much, Chair. And so I thought, Chair, maybe while TM was inviting the colleagues, that maybe I could just advise that the delegation from the CSIR is led by Dr. Sandile Malinga, who is the co-chair of the steering committee that did this work together with myself. Chair, I will probably then recommend that Dr. Malinga, who's the leader of the delegation, can then maybe introduce his team. Thank you, Chair.
No, I think thanks very much. I was trying to draw that attention. I think in the same line with the DM. Dr. Malinga, if you can introduce your team. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair and Deputy Minister. I've got an echo on my side.
Yeah, there's an echo. Unless we ground the video, maybe it will be better. Let's try it, Dr. Malinga.
Can you hear me now?
There's still an echo, yeah. I don't know what are the issues. Can you give it 3 minutes to sort out the echo?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there's still an echo. I'm not sure. Unless you are...
Maybe let me ask to introduce while I sort out my technical issues.
What are you suggesting?
Dr. Wakaba to introduce the team.
Thank you very much. Proceed, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to the Portfolio Committee. I think I will begin by introducing Dr. Sandile Malinga, who has just spoken. So he is the Group Executive of the Smart Society Division within the CSIR. And as DDG Mavuso has mentioned, he is the co-chair of the work that is taking place around the diagnostic study. And then, of course, I am Lulama Wakaba. I'm the Executive Manager of the Next Generation Enterprises and Institutions Cluster at the CSIR. It is a cluster that focuses on enabling digital transformation. And the presentation will be rendered by Dr. Karen Kalto. And Dr. Karen Kalto has been leading the project, implementing the work in relation to performing the diagnostic study. And with that, Chair, I will hand over to Dr. Kalto.
Thanks very much for that intro, Dr. Kapo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much to the Portfolio Committee, honourable members of the Portfolio Committee and the DHA Executive for this opportunity. I'll put up my presentation and just get it into slide mode. If you could perhaps just confirm for me that it is up. Then yes. I will switch off my video and continue.
It's not yet up, Doctor. Yeah, now we're fine, Doctor. You can proceed, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Members of the Portfolio Committee, executives of the department, thank you very much for the introduction to that chairperson and the Deputy Minister. And thank you very much, Deputy Minister, for the introduction that you gave and the background that you sketched. You took away much of what I was going to say in the first few slides, but let me see. So the presentation outline is as follows. I thought I would give a very quick overview of the study and then hone in onto zoom into the networks work that we did, the networking issues, the issues that we found with regard to applications, or the work we did with regard to applications, the work that was done with regard to cybersecurity, people governance and enterprise architecture, and then end off with the findings and a few recommendations. I must say I'm very heartened and pleased to hear that many of the recommendations that we made and the findings are already being acted upon. And when Mr. du Preez spoke earlier on, he referred to some of the aspects which you will then recognize in some of the later slides. But it's been a good collaboration between the two entities to try and address the issues that the department is having and get to a better outcome. So as you rightfully said, Chairperson and Deputy Minister, this instruction came during the 6th administration, where we were asked by Minister Motsoaledi to look at fully understanding the DHA landscape, to identify the root causes of the system downtime incidents that the department has been experiencing, to see if one could do a live pilot over an alternative network, and the network that we selected was the South African National Research Network, or SANREN. Some might be familiar with that. It is the network that connects many of the universities to high-speed broadband. We were asked to provide a root cause analysis, and we were asked to look into implementing some high priority remedial actions, things that could be done within the time frame and scope of the project. So I put in this slide just to give you a sense of the breadth and depth of the study that's commenced in April 2023 and it concluded on the 31st of March 2025. There was a second phase, but altogether, this is what it looks like. And you can see that we really try to do an end-to-end study, looking at things like people, the network issues, the applications and infrastructure, ecosystem, cybersecurity, governance, where we looked at specifically third-party management, SLAs and so on, and enterprise architecture was the last. So much of the work has been completed. As you can see, there is one item here under enterprise architecture, the model maintenance there in purple, which is something that continues post-project. And the orange, the NDR deployment, I'll speak to that a bit later on, is still in progress. There were delays with procurement, and they are wrapping up towards the 3rd week of April. So we're almost there. So I'll go then into the networking side of things, specifically looking at aspects such as the architecture, the monitoring system that was deployed, the alternative network that we deployed and piloted, and then some of the work on bandwidth modeling that we undertook. So when we started working with the department, we found that many of the architecture drawings and so on for the networks were static documents, as you can see in the top right-hand corner. Very difficult to interpret, very difficult to work with, and you don't see really what is going on within your network. So we developed and implemented an interactive map, which enables one to filter for various things, as you can see in the legend, in the bottom picture in the legend on the right-hand side. You can now see what the network bandwidth is to the various branch offices. You can filter per province, you can filter for data centers. It really gives you a much more comprehensive live view of what is going on in your network. Obviously, this was just an initial implementation, and it's something that one needs to keep maintaining and broaden, and there's a lot more information that one could absorb into this. But eventually one could get to a unified and expandable network architecture that enables one to see where you have faults and that provides a centralized view of all the network devices that are on the network. At this stage, that is not the case. In addition to that, we implemented a network monitoring dashboard or visualization. So we looked at various things. We looked at latency. So how long does it take for something to move from from the data center, for instance, or from the Sita Centurion side up to a branch office? We looked at the throughput. In other words, how much bandwidth is being used, how much data is being transferred over the network, and various other aspects. And we took that all up in a network monitoring dashboard. This is available. It's been transferred to the DHA staff in the Information Services branch, and they're able to continue monitoring these sites, the ones where we deployed the hardware to do this. It was 15 sites over a range of types of offices. And they're able to monitor what is going on within their network using this dashboard. So it shows you the bandwidth that is operational. It also shows you what is not operational per site. So you're actually able to then monitor your network remotely, which is very useful. And of course, because you are collecting data, going through the monitoring tool, you're able to use that data for further analysis. The third aspect was around piloting on an alternative network. Here we use the SANRAY network. The SANRAY network is a high-speed network. It runs at many gigabits per second, whereas we see that if we look at the example there in the top right-hand side, we see that the Weinberg office, before we transferred it or cut it over onto the SANRAY network, it was running on a 1 to 2 megabits per second line. So, of course, that makes it makes the amount of data that can be transferred over that line very, very minimal, and that contributes to some of the issues and some of the downtime. After we had cut it over onto Sanren, it was running on a 100 megabits per second line. Whereas before we were seeing packet loss of about 5%. So in other words, 5% of the data being transferred from the main office of CITA Centurion to the branch office, from the server in Centurion to the branch office, that was actually reduced to less than 1%. So a significant change there. And then the latency was reduced from about 15 milliseconds to less than 10 milliseconds. So again, I think one of the big insights from this part of the work was that there seems to be really poor link quality on the current links. We found that the routing has many hops to traverse. So a call from Centurion could, let's say, to Wynberg, could go to Limpopo and then be transferred to another province and then be transferred back to Pretoria and then only go to Wynberg. And we found that this was creating a lot of issues, a lot of delays and a lot of failed jobs. So that's certainly something that was positive out of this cutover and out of the pilot. There is a clear indication that if one runs on a higher speed network that has more bandwidth, it improves the network stability. So our recommendation was that one really wants to look into the link quality. One needs to look at things such as, what kind of network is running there. We'll get to some of those detailed recommendations a bit later and findings. We need to reconfigure the links to minimize the hops, and we really need to do some live and proactive monitoring. The bandwidth modeling side of things. So when one does bandwidth modeling, you're trying to determine what is the minimum bandwidth that you require between the server in Centurion and the actual site to make sure that the data that is being transferred is stable, it runs as it should run. My apologies, and there are no issues. But you don't want necessarily to be paying for 100 megabits per second line because that's far more expensive. So it's really important to get a clear indication of what the bandwidth is that you require for a particular branch office. So we anticipate that with the move towards ABIS, where one sees or expects more biometric data, more image data. Image data is generally larger than other kinds of data. So one expects that when that starts running over your network, that the minimum bandwidth that you would require is 10 megabits per second. And then as I said, one needs to log the data on the link utilization so that you can dynamically try and quantify what the bandwidth is that you require and adjust accordingly. But the quality of the link remains critical. So it's really important that one does a review of the network architecture and that one aligns with the overall strategy of this, the information services branch. In terms of applications then, we'll look at the dashboard that was implemented. We'll look at which applications are contributing to system downtime, what value was added through the work that was done, and some of the recommendations. So this talk or this presentation was prefaced earlier, I think, by a comment that the environment, the applications environment of the DHA is extremely complex. and it has been built piecemeal. So out of necessity, right? Because as things changed, new applications were developed and had to interface with the various systems. In the study, we looked at 8 applications. They are listed there. Those applications run on 5 different operating systems. You will recognize Windows, but also there are, for instance, ZOS, Solaris, Linux, and AIX. So in that sense, there were 38 unique systems that we looked at. The current state when we started the study was that each system was being viewed in isolation, and there was no real-time information on the state of the system. So interactions between the systems were not being tracked or monitored, and the department really had no way to observe how the system is functioning, how it is failing, if one looks at it as a whole. What we implemented was this type of a dashboard, which shows you a live view of the system functioning. You're able to see things like the requests per minute across multiple applications. You're able to access data on who is accessing what, or view data on who is accessing what. And that becomes extremely powerful, because then one can start doing some remedial action, and one can start addressing the issues that you're seeing coming. So we did a bit of that in this study already. For instance, I just selected this one example during the voting period last year. I hope it was clear to you that you noticed that there was no system downtime during that period. So we did that by using that dashboard, being able to identify abnormal behavior. So for instance, one finds that there are many batch jobs being sent. So your third-party clients who would want to access, for instance, your national population register, they would send a whole lot of identity numbers to the system just to see whether it is up and whether it is running. And that obviously causes many issues. Now one is able to identify those batch jobs. You're able to deal with them much more successfully, and you're able to make sure that it doesn't affect the system downtime. So we had batch jobs, and of course some batch jobs are important, but they also impact on the availability of the system. So what we found was that, for instance, the impacting of the issuing of temporary identity documents together with these batch jobs, one needed to find a balance between them, because both of them are critical for election preparation, but one needs to find a balance and decide how to manage this, especially traffic from heavy users such as CIPC, and the other mentioned there is the Gauteng Department of Education. So this was during the school registration period. So by using the dashboard, we were able to free up some resources to process the batch jobs and the temporary identity documents successfully. We were able to improve the stability of NPR, which led to less downtime, and to improve the performance for external clients, enabling them to process more requests. And because one can now see the data, you're actually able to do better accounting for external user requests to actually more accurately bill your users. These are the applications that we found are contributing to downtime. ESB and harness were not the issue. ABIS was causing a bit of downtime, but the issue was able to be resolved. Service manager, there was limited monitoring, so we can't really say whether it was making a contribution or not. But things like NPR, which is running on outdated infrastructure, was really a major issue, as well as your whole system architecture and your incident management. that was what was causing a lot of the downtime. So what we recommend from this work is that this monitoring system that's been developed should be deployed and operationalized across the DHA operations. One needs to offload the verification requests from the mainframe, for instance. If one could do that, you'd be able to free up some of the mainframe resources to be able to deal with other requests more successfully. There's a recommendation for implementing a billing module by combining data from various applications to generate detailed usage data for billing purposes. And of course, what we've been talking about several times this morning was around the infrastructure modernization, where one really needs to re-architect the capabilities and introduce capabilities between the data centers so that one can move towards a more modular and scalable architecture. Mr. Dupree also referred to that. On the cybersecurity side, we did a security assessment and we managed to improve your security posture already of the department. These are some of the things that we did. We undertook a threat hunting. We developed a threat hunting plan and we implemented that. We undertook various remedial actions such as implementing updating antivirus licenses. These might seem simple, but at the end of the day, they make a big difference in terms of how secure your network is and your system is. We deployed with the department deployed latest patches on workstations and servers. Many of these things are ongoing. As Leon said, it's not as if it's a target, it's more of a process. We also migrating the websites from HTTP to HTTPS, that was sort of a once-off that would be completed. There was email security and cleansing that was completed. And we did a penetration testing of the Mobi app, the DHA Mobi app, and there's a report on that as a separate deliverable. These are some of the recommendations. There needs to be a strategy. One needs to prioritize the remediation efforts based on the severity of the threats and vulnerabilities. The department would need to improve protection of assets against threat intrusion, and that includes various aspects, as you can see there, including a cybersecurity awareness program. So one can deploy this on the systems and on your hardware, but if people do not realize when they're clicking on an email or a thread or something that is a phishing expedition, then you remain vulnerable. Leon spoke about the Security Operations Center capability that they've started already implementing, and the Security Information and Event Management, which is planned to be completed by the end of July. Some of the security orchestration work needs to happen, and we're currently busy with a network detection and response system that will be done by the end of the month. There's also CSIR has a virtual security operations center, and they provide this as a service. So that is also something that the department could consider if there is interest in that. In addition to that, one needs to have incident response plans, recovery procedures, and make sure that your firewall management is really up to date and that there are processes to do this so that you identify issues, but you don't create bottlenecks which create further issues. I'll quickly go through the people governance and enterprise architecture part. The people and governance, we looked mainly at the role clarification, the SLAs of third parties, your third-party provider management, and with your third-party providers, and we found that the management thereof is not really optimal. We found that responsibilities are fragmented across different information sources. We found that agreement on the responsibilities is a bit of a challenge. It's never really explicitly articulated or combined in a consolidated view. So there is quite a bit of work in terms of governance that needs to be undertaken to improve that. And we're proposing that you, for instance, you improve your information technology service management capability, which will address some of that. We also found, as has been mentioned several times this morning, that there's subcritical mass and there are skills shortages within this branch as well. So that should be something that is addressed within the branch strategy. And then we're suggesting that if one were to look at a frontline officer program where one has ICT, staff with ICT related skills in branch officers that can play dual roles perhaps, it would help to quicken, to shorten the response times when there is an ICT related issue at a branch. What we are seeing is that very often it might be a different issue, but because staff are so used to it being a network issue that the message that goes out is that it's a network issue, but it isn't necessarily a network issue. Could be some of the peripherals, some of the hardware and so on, linked to that is problematic. So in terms of the enterprise architecture, I think suffice to say here that we developed a meta model for your enterprise architecture. All of the information that we could collect on your policies, your processes, etc., all of the reports emanating from the study, everything has been added to the enterprise architecture. It really is there. It's a powerful tool. It can become the foundation for future operations. But it's a functionality that and a skill that needs to be strengthened and become a sort of a culture of running the branch according to running the systems, the ICT systems according to the enterprise architecture, making sure that one updates that and keeps it updated all the time. Right, then I'll move on to the findings, both the root causes and the recommendations. So some of these aspects were mentioned briefly earlier. The SITA mainframe, as I said, that is hosting NPR is severely constrained, which means that there is little opportunity for expansion. And that's probably one of the biggest issues. And moving it off of that mainframe is not a straightforward thing to do. But I'm sure that Mr. Priya can talk more to that in detail if you're interested in that. We found that there are interdependencies. The DHA systems are distributed between different data centers, which creates an interdata center dependency, which means that if there is a failure in one data center, it can actually bring down services in another data center. So that is something that one would need to address. The infrastructure needs to be re-architectured. We need to eliminate dependencies and make provision for redundancy and higher availability. So if one data center fails, the services it was supporting need to switch to another data center and continue operating and not cause failures in other data centers. Then we found around integration issues, we found there are the development of the system architecture, the whole ICT system architecture is quite suboptimal. As I mentioned at the beginning, there are many platforms. It's a collection of platforms spanning many generations. It's curated by the DHA, but because of that, it introduces significant complexity and it makes it extremely difficult to respond to failures. So, and then the other thing we found under the integration issues is the data quality. We found that there is an issue with, for instance, it can happen that data on a person is not consistent across all of the DHA's databases. So this is an issue that really needs to be addressed quite urgently. We propose that one establishes a single source of truth within the DHA so that one queries that single database instead of querying multiple databases. So that would require a new architecture and the implementation of that. Some of the security considerations, the monitoring side of things. One needs to scale the ICT environment to effectively and efficiently identify security breaches. A system needs to be implemented that collects logs across various systems and ICT components so that one has a unified view of security events. We've spoken about the security information and event management solution, which is in progress, which is great. Attack surface reduction. So this is where, for instance, possible attacks can come from emails and so on. So one really needs to conduct regular security awareness training to reduce human error. And then the security architecture, one needs to find a balance between implementing a layered security approach to protect against cyber threats and maintaining operational efficiency and user experience. And you need a security architecture review of the existing and the newly implemented security controls, and this would most likely be an ongoing process as new applications are added to the system. Network architecture. So this is where the networking findings come in. The access technologies really need to be looked at. At this stage, your network comprises several last mile access technologies in fiber, in DigiNet, which is copper, mobile links, 4G and LTE, and microwave. And these are really deployed based on the availability of the connectivity and the feasibility of that connectivity in at a particular branch. Microwave and 4G LTE are deployed in the most remote areas where there's no access to fixed network, such as copper or fiber. But the problem lies mostly with the DigiNet technology, which still dominates the DHA network connectivity. The maximum bandwidth of this technology is 2 megabits per second. And as we've indicated, that is not sufficient for modern applications to run over the network. In addition to that, of course, we know that copper has got many issues and it's prone to interruptions. Flooding can affect it, theft can be stolen. So it really needs to be replaced with a viable technology. The network infrastructure side of things, it's a joint management aspect. The DHA and CSIR jointly manage the network architecture and the network infrastructure. CSIR manages the wide area network and the DHA manages the local area network. But this refers back to what I said under governance, that it's not always clear in enterprise architecture who is responsible for what, where does your role start and where does your role end. And it can result in a lot of finger pointing from the one to the other. Network monitoring and testing. There is really suboptimal network monitoring, which makes it very difficult to be proactive because you can't see what is going on in your network in a live state. Testing, if one were able to do network testing offline, it would really enable a view of the network performance, and you'd be able to hold your service providers accountable to ensure that your network is fit for purpose. Configuration is an issue. We found inconsistent configurations which negatively affect the network. I mentioned the hops before reaching the central application center, and that's contributing to many failed jobs. And then we need to align hardware and firmware and apply relevant protocols across DHA and CSIR. So there needs to be an updated network configuration guideline, which is actively implemented, monitored, and updated. Bandwidth is paramount. I mentioned that to operational efficiency. At least 10 megabits per second is required. But in addition to that, one needs to look at the quality of the links. So looking into alternative connectivity options is really quite critical. I think we think that it is really a problem that DHA currently does not have sight of the link utilization raw data that comes from CSIR, because that does not enable you to actually, or that should be available from CSIR. It doesn't enable you to figure out where there are problems and to address those issues. And then, you know, there needs to be a whole process management, like a change request process that is implemented, needs to be developed and implemented, and it needs to, there needs to be agreement on what that change request is going to be. So our last slide is around the recommendations. And I think you will have heard that some of these items have actually already started being addressed. We need to re-architect the system to introduce capabilities between data centers and to move towards a modular and scalable architecture. The network architecture needs to be reviewed in line with the other enterprise architectural pillars. The network architecture should provide guidance and principles and processes that can drive the network build, configuration, operation. One needs to improve your security posture and do the awareness raising training. Deploy the applications monitoring solution that was developed on all DHA systems and operationalize it. I think you will get very quick gains from that. And then combine data from ABIS harness and NPR to generate detailed usage data for system management purposes and introduce a single source of truth to improve data quality. So that is a very high-level view of the end-to-end study that was undertaken, the diagnostic study. As I indicated, we implemented a few changes which already started to improve system stability. But we are, of course, interested as the CSIR in leveraging our capabilities to assist the department to address any further issues as the department decides. Thank you very much, Chair. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much to the presentation. I want to check because Dr. Malinga got cut before we go to invite second presentation, so that he comments, then we'll invite the department. Thereafter, we'll invite members to, if there's any other matter that you need to add on this comprehensive detail work that has been done by the institution. Dr. Malinga?
Thank you very much, Chair. There's nothing much to add. This is the work that we started during the sixth administration, and we're presenting the findings that we've made, as well as the recommendation, and we want to appreciate the partnership that we've had with the department, and we remain committed to support wherever we can. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. Okay, thanks very much for that. Members, I will invite Mr. If there's comment, Mr. Leon, and thereafter invite Mr. Mavuso, DDG Mavuso, to deal with the presentation of self-service kiosk status report, and then we'll interact with the two reports that has been presented. Acting DDG Leon Dubres, is there any other matter you want to add?
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, members of the committee, for the opportunity to share with you the progress we have made regarding the CSIR recommendations in terms of its implementation. So I'll deal with the presentation in two parts, but let me just share Okay, I see I can't share, Chair, so maybe if somebody else can just either enable the capability for me to share my presentation, or alternatively, I'll wait for it to be flighted.
I will not know because the presentation will be from your side. Mr. Muzi and Mr. Matons, is there any?
Chair, I've made him to able to share, so he can share whatever he wants to share.
Yeah. Can I check if the presentation was distributed to us so that before we engage on this one that's going to be shared? Mr. Matons?
Yeah, the one that was presented was distributed. So, but
I know about the one. I'm saying the one that Mr. DDG Leon acting want to share to us.
I don't know it, so I don't know what you want to share.
Okay, then we have a difficulty to. Okay, can I ask a different question? Maybe let me try. DG, this the report that's going to be shared now has gone through yourself, Deputy Minister, and the Minister.
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, there was a report that was linked to the CSIR, our own responses to issues that were raised by the CSIR. So it responds to those recommendations, which was sent through as well. I don't know if it was not transmitted. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we did not receive this report. That I don't want to.
Chair?
Mr. Martin?
Yeah, no, if it is that, you remember, we asked the department to also brief us on the issue of the network. So I'm assuming is that report that he wants to share before the kiosk one. So if it is that one has been shared with members.
Okay, no. I wanted just to qualify the authority of the our clarity on the document we have received. Thank you, DDG acting Leon Dubres. You can proceed. Let's share the report. Thank you. Because also I think we're doing for the public so that you know where we are in terms of the work that both the committee and the executive and the institution that were requested to assist us are doing. Thank you. You can proceed.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Can I just confirm, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see it. Yeah, proceed.
Okay, so I'll be sharing with you two parts. One is the update on the implementation statuses of the recommendations made by the CSIR. In essence, those are all other medium or long-term interventions beyond a 6-month period. And then part two will deal with the most recent systems-related issues that we've been experiencing, which is obviously classed in short-term interventions that we've undertaken. So I'll dive into the implementation statuses of the recommendations. And if you can recall the recommendations on the last page shared by Dr. Calcio, I have just quoted them at the bottom, indicating that recommendation 1 then talks to the systems re-architecting that is required to also introduce HA or high availability capabilities, and also then to reduce the number of data centers and to consolidate infrastructure across the DHA into a smaller footprint, which is more manageable, and thereby also then introducing more modular and scalable architecture, and by doing so to remove single points of failure. As Karen has also indicated that over time this infrastructure and systems have grown. I don't think that I think perhaps the experience or knowledge was within the department to then look at applying specific architectural principles to then ensure that as we then expand, that we also then move with high availability, that we ensure that the life cycles of infrastructure as well as applications are then reflected refreshed. And I think that's the expertise that I'm also proud of the CSIR and what we bring to the fore. So Chairperson and members, I'll just divide each slide into giving the status update, but also then talking about the dependencies and some of the next steps that we're undertaking to then achieve this recommendation. So just on a high level, we have embarked, as I've highlighted earlier, on a new journey to develop a new biometric and PKI infrastructure. And ultimately, the idea would be to consolidate across government and to create common infrastructure where possible, to also reduce the total cost of ownership that we see being incurred across departments. And there's many discussions currently on the way to or in progress rather, to facilitate such creation. We have successfully then also concluded on the conceptual architecture for both the digital identity and PKI infrastructure. So if I just decompose digital identity, in essence, that would be our biometric data sources, which is currently our ABIS and HANAS infrastructure and systems, as well as in the NPR, which holds non-biometric type of data. And the PKI infrastructure is your cryptographic security layer that would then just secure any credential that is being shared. I think the DG also highlighted that during his initial presentation. We cannot do that alone, so we're embarking on securing a strategic partnership agreement to then ensure that we consolidate our infrastructure into already active data centers, to then address the issue of high availability that we don't currently have across, in particularly this space. It doesn't mean it stops here. There are additional work that is then required to look at the front end system, which is our orchestration layer, and that environment is currently undergoing a health check with the intent to identify bottlenecks, and I'll talk to that in a bit. But obviously, to consolidate data centers and revamping it into brick and mortar requires a significant investment. So our dependencies were definitely and still is funding. However, we didn't go back to National Treasury every time and ask for money. We came up with a plan, and that was to introduce data verification services, which also addresses some of the recommendations, which I'll touch on later. That sits separate from our production environment, and also formulating or entering into those strategic partnerships to leverage existing infrastructure that has already been established for us to then alleviate some of the constraints with regards to this particular recommendation. So the next steps for us is to migrate all third-party entities to the data verification services on separate infrastructure. So the target date that we're aiming for there is end of April till mid-May. We are in the consultation process and making sure that we engage each of those parties prior to us then migrating them. We have successfully tested already with 3 entities, and we've managed to reduce the verification response rate from multi-second up to a minute right down to sub-second response times as a result of that. And that's really just built on the layer or the foundation that was laid by the CSIR in terms of the HA proxy infrastructure, which was established through that particular project. In addition to that, our aim is then to conclude on the procurement of the infrastructure for PKI and digital identity. And our target date for that is then March 2026. The second recommendation made by the CSIR was to re-architect our network. Now, Karen presented and said, obviously, it requires a new network strategy. It requires a reconfiguration of the routing and the different hops to optimize and ensure that you do not introduce, but rather reduce the latency. Latency just being response delays across transactions that are then being channeled across the infrastructure and carrier networks. So although we've implemented quite a number of switches, 8 routers, 61 switches, 21 servers, we've also upgraded 18 network links, with the CSIR also implementing or upgrading on the high-speed networks and at 5 offices. There's still a lot to do, and I think I've just highlighted the additional offices that remains to be modernized, with the understanding that those offices require a total makeover. I think the CFO had highlighted in his presentation as well that there's going to be a significant investment required to make sure that we within and I would say a very swift time upgrade infrastructure and which includes both server endpoints as well as the offices, as well as the connectivity infrastructure to those particular offices, to reduce downtime that is being experienced by those offices. Obviously, our dependencies are very similar to the previous recommendation that was made. And in addition to that, it also hinges on the footprint reconfiguration that we need to relook at the offices, which offices are priority offices for us to then upgrade infrastructure. Where can we also expand our footprint into banks to also alleviate some of the pressures that we have in terms of queues lining up at our offices. So in addition to obviously giving life to the Home Affairs at home, and that is by providing digital systems that are online. But we also need to make sure that each and every office, especially in those rural areas, as was mentioned earlier by some of the honourable members, we also then address with upgraded connectivity and infrastructure to make it more accessible and more proficient to then process your own applications. So the next steps for us is to, within the next quarter, then develop our network strategy. And that network strategy would need to then be accompanied by a high-level estimation in terms of our connectivity upgrading infrastructure, as well as then the replacement of the networking kit that would be required across not only the 100 offices, but those other offices where the infrastructure have also reached end of life and end of support, for us then to zoom into what is required for us to go to market. And the idea would obviously be to, as per what the CFO had mentioned earlier, go to market both to SITA as well as then to open market through an RFI process, and then look at how we can cover through the limited funds that we have more offices by going through a more competitive bidding process. Now, I say that tongue in cheek. I know there's processes that one needs to follow, but that's really the thinking that we need to then want to go through. Our target date for and I know it's a steep target that we've set for ourselves, is to, by the end of March 2028, to have upgraded connectivity to all offices within the recommended 10 megabits per second being the minimum standard, as also highlighted by the CSIR. The third recommendation made, which I've touched on earlier briefly, was to improve the information security posture. Now, I think in any environment where you go and ask any IT manager whether you have adequate controls in place in the security environment, if any one of them tells you yes, I don't think they have a full understanding of what transpires in their environment. This is always a moving target. Each and every day their attack vectors changes, and you have to really be on top of things to ensure that you have defense in depth across your enterprise. Defense in depth, Karen highlighted, and she alluded to it as being specific security layers, starting from your perimeter being your firewall, your web services, your application security, network security, up to the point where the last a line of defense being your endpoints. In other words, the desktops that each of our clients then uses, to make sure that they don't click on those particular links that may be malicious. But in the event that they do that, at least you have endpoint protection in place to then quarantine any potential malicious code that may want to then exploit that particular endpoint and gain access to the network. There's a lot that was done in this space. We've developed a three-stage maturity model in terms of security roadmap. We've in the final stages of implementing our foundational stage, which also then includes the additional systems as Karen has presented, of advanced threat management, also security information event management that gives us this, insight into what's happening within our environment from a security event perspective, as well as then improving our access management practices, which is quite critical to ensure that we prevent any potential unauthorized access, and that these will be continuous improvements that we then undertake before we then move into our second maturity stage, which is the resilient state of our roadmap. Also, dependencies then being the funding, and I've already highlighted the strategies that we are adopting to make do with not having adequate funding. I must add that I'm very, very grateful for funds that was availed during late last year, and that was based on a forensic audit that we wanted to conduct in our NPR and VPN-RA environment. VPN-RA is the system that we then use, and all departments have access to, developed by CSIR, to then gain access on an administrative level to the different core business applications in each of the respective departments. So we've onboarded a service provider who's assisting us with that, and is currently assisting us with the implementation, also with regards to that team reviewing our AD security groups, which then facilitates the activity of granting access on the different layers, being either on a database or on the applications or just on the network. So those are what we're currently reviewing. Once we have access, have implemented the SIEM, that will then give life to the SOC, which is our Security Operations Center, to then enable monitoring across the enterprise, for us then to know exactly what's happening and to respond to that adequately. Our target date then for the completion of phase 1, or stage 1 rather, is July this year. Moving to the fourth recommendation, and that is has to do with the monitoring of the implementation of the monitoring solution as presented across applications, to increase our observability for DHA systems. There's a lot of work that has happened in this space, although the progress has not been that great, if I may be honest, and it's not the doing of the CSIR. It's really the availability of system administrators to ensure that we deploy all the necessary data collectors, and there's a rejuvenated approach that we are undertaking, combined with the implementation of the SIEM, to ensure that at the time when an administrator then touches a system, that they deploy both the SIEM as well as then the monitoring solution to all systems on the enterprise. I'm proud to report that yes, and on all our critical core systems, the data collectors have been deployed, administrators have been trained, and the next steps for us is really to deploy to the remaining systems. What that will then enable us to see is it will then provide information, but a lot of noise. So there's a reconfiguration or configuration and refinement of thresholds that would need to then happen to tell it that you at which stage should it then provide a response, or where it should then alert a particular system to be affected. So it just provides the intelligent information to the administrators then to respond to both proactively and reactively. The third step then being for us then to create those sub-service or monitoring dashboards, and the intention is then to have a target date then to complete by July 2025 the implementation and deployment of the monitoring solution. The fifth recommendation was to combine the data for both our biometric and non-biometric systems into a separate environment. Now, I know Karen reported that we've not seen downtime during the election period, but unfortunately, as a result of those two entities and others who misused the verification process, we had to then introduce policies that would which blocked them during that particular period of not processing any further data verification requests, purely to protect the integrity of NPR and to facilitate the printing of temporary ID cards, which is a service that was unfortunately leading up to the election period, which was affected. But with the assistance of CSIR, we managed to to then during the election day have no interruptions, and then thereafter we've seen quite a stabilization up to the point where during November we've seen a huge degradation in terms of response rate to furnish or to service these kind of requests, which then resulted in us needing to separate the verification service from production, just to protect the integrity of those systems. We've successfully developed and implemented the system. We've tested with 3 entities already, and we're currently busy with the Justice Cluster to unpack to plan the implementation also for that particular cluster, with the intent to then migrate all third-party entities onto the new system. We've set ourselves a target date of April 2025. Realistically, that timeline will probably move into the first week of May, just purely because of the public holidays that we have within the next 2 weeks, over the next 2 weeks. From a billing system perspective, I know the CFO also spoke to that. We have received proposals, and the intention is then to also then try and automate and ease the revenue collection process through the implementation of this particular data or billing system. The sixth recommendation, or sixth and final recommendation, was to create a single source of the truth. Now, I've in brackets called it intelligent populations register. But with the intent that you would have a single view into any transaction or historic information that pertains to a citizen and non-citizen. Now, the digital transformation strategy and the roadmap thereof is currently being developed. Within that particular strategy is also then the development of an intelligent populations register that will then give access or grant access to that particular information. I know previously one of the honourable members, I think it was Honourable Magale, also requested or asked a question where that particular system is that allowed you to query just by providing a particular ID number. I know Mr. Mavozo had responded to that, but ultimately this will then give us the capability so you can securely, through the use of your digital identity, also then decide what credentials you want to expose, and that will then be done securely, and it will also then be cryptographically signed and secured to also then enable other organization who has been accredited and has access to the public and private keys to then verify those credentials as an authoritative credential. So similar, the dependencies are very similar to what I've presented previously, with the only addition being the re-architecting of the systems landscape is obviously core to us embarking on this new digital transformation journey. Next steps then being to develop and implement that intelligence register or intelligent populations register, and our target date that we have set is March 2028. The second part of the presentation would then zoom into the current interventions or the most recent system downtime challenges that we've experienced and the corrective actions that we have undertaken, translating into more shorter term interventions. There were really 3 core issues that was identified. Now, before I go into what was identified, what we've experienced, and maybe some of it you may be able to relate to, officers were reporting offline, or they were unable to upload documents, or it was too slow, and it unfortunately resulted in some officers needing to close and needing to call in the police as a result thereof. So we brought on board a third party to assist us in assessing the health of this particular live capture environment. Now, within live capture, you've got Service Manager Web. Service Manager Web is a sub-service that enables the flow of transactions from an applications perspective, and especially in the new modernized offices where it then forms part of. they've conducted the health check, and we've collectively then identified the 3 core issues, being service manager web issues, which contributes to document uploading issues. So what they've then implemented as part of corrective actions is to scale the infrastructure. In other words, to add additional compute power that would enable the load balancing of transactions, which just means that the more compute you then provide to the transactions, the easier it is for it to then process those applications and uploads. And then in addition to that, they've also identified the re-indexing of database queries. Now, indexed inefficient database queries, which then improve the searching function for any documentation or applications, etc. By implementing those corrective actions, we managed to bring down the response time from just below 2 minutes to 2.5 seconds, which is quite a significant improvement. There's no further improvements that was identified, and we can then report that the system is stable. The second issue that was identified was within the live capture environment, there are multiple databases. Now, any API or application program interface, which is really just a nerve that would pass on a message to, if I can use the analogy of a body, to a limb. That particular process was unfortunately impacted negatively by non-optimized database queries. And similarly here, they needed to optimize the queries. There are hundreds of database queries that would then interact with your APIs that spans multiple systems for either information to be provided through web service, etc. After they've implemented the corrective actions, we've seen the database performance stabilizing, and there's no further improvement at this point that is being identified, bearing in mind that there's continuous monitoring and improvement identified across this whole ecosystem. The third issue that was identified was a biometric verification issue at the time of application. Now, there's a 2-tier verification process. What happens, an applicant would then apply at an office. A photo will then be taken from the webcam. The webcam will pass that photo on to ABIS to verify whether it's the same individual. If the verification is then yes, it says it's green, it will then pass on that particular transaction to the next stage of the workflow process, and up to the point where there's a second tier verification that happens, and that verification happens between ACP, which is our workflow engine, who then matches the same request with an ICAO standard biometric record. And unfortunately, in this scenario, ABIS passed the one, but the second one ACP did not pass when they matched it against the ICAO standard. Now, initially, there were only 46 applications that was identified. What then happened is that particular transaction was then deleted by ACP, which is in line with the process, but then it needs to re-register. And once it re-registers, it would then prompt the client that you need to then go retake your biometrics because it did not match the necessary standard. So what we're now doing is we're building in the ICAO verification much earlier in the process. And we've also then managed to release the 46 applications successfully. And thereby also then ensuring that there's faster execution times in terms of the queries and biometric verifications. So although there's stability, there's still improvements that is being undertaken and that are being required. And there's a daily report that is being produced, and we engage and interact with with all parties that is involved in this particular ecosystem to support us from a system stability perspective. That then concludes the update, Chair and members, on the progress made to implement the recommendations by the CSIR. Yes, there's still a journey. At least there's a clear plan on how do we want to achieve that end state, and that is to implement all the recommendations, and also at the same time also the progress that was made with resolving the service manager and web system stability issues that we've seen plaguing our environment from January up to mid-April. Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to conclude. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Acting DTG of department, Mr. Leon Dubris. I will now invite the acting DDG operations, Mr. Mavuso. Then I'll invite members to comment on the 3 presentations.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I'll be very brief. Just to confirm if my presentation is visible, Chair.
Yeah, it's visible, the DDG.
Yes, no, thank you, Chair, and thanks, honorable members. So, Chair, as you have indicated, just a quick background on this particular presentation. I think talk to what also the DM has spoken about, that we had done the geographic accessibility study owing to our own understanding that our footprint was not actually able to reach all citizens. Again, owing to the fact that we have a number of people who reside far from offices, and the fact that we deal with a lot of LRPs was an indication. So therefore, the study was to look at the distances that citizens travel to our service point and identify the gaps in the provisions of services and evaluate how the needs of the citizens to access facilities within and also rural areas in an equitable manner. I think Honorable Mutambe has been vocal about the issue of rural citizens also accessing the services in an equitable manner, and also make recommendations about the locations and other affordable solutions to improve access to services. So, Chair, we're taking this as part of our regulatory obligations that are mandated by the Constitution, used to complement channels which were traditional working offices, as I've said in my responses, were the mobile units and other innovative mechanisms. This is where the likes of self-service kiosks and mobile apps were born. And also the ultimate goal of the department was to attain, through digital transformation program, was the automation of business processes, also to move away from paper-based environment to more interactive environments. The study, interestingly, also conducted by the CSIR during 2019 and 2020, pointed out to travel distances to offices. I mean, if you look at the legend, was indicating those who were traveling in the Northern Cape in particular, far-flung areas. But as you move to more urban areas, you see on the green, offices were less than 10 kilometers, some of them 20-kilometer radius, some of them 25-kilometer radius. So it pointed out to say that these are some of the areas that we needed to look at in terms of DHA accessibility. So in view of the above, we then, as a department, appointed a service provider to design and a virtual interactive service, self-service kiosk prototype to host the live capture system to allow the customers to complete and submit electronic application for smart ID cards and passports, and for reprint of birth, marriage, and death certificate without the assistance of our officials. This was in the main, Chairperson, made to ensure that the services can also be accessed even outside normal working hours. The project, Chairperson, has been affected in a similar way with other modernization projects. I think DG spoke at length about that and the need for us to change service providers. So what we have now done, taken some remedial actions to ensure that this project is completed in the new financial year, because the front end, Chairperson, as you indicated that in last year when we were launching the 100 mobile units in Mukopane in May, we were able to demonstrate the front end of the system in terms of how the client will interface with that particular system. What is of importance was the integration at the back end, so that it talks to live capture, because without the back end, the front end is good enough for you to transact, but it doesn't send the message to the back end to be able to process your application. And the last part was some of the payment devices that we needed to change based on our bankers being apps. So, Chair, this was just to demonstrate the similar, as shown in the slide, that these are the kiosks that are meant to go to underserviced areas to enable clients to apply for their documents. There's 2 types. The one on the left-hand side has got a bench where a client can be able to sit down while they're processing the transaction and also do all the payments, capture the biometrics. The system can authenticate the client utilizing their fingerprint in order to determine that you're dealing with the client. And when they're taking the picture, also it has got liveliness in terms of motion. So that's where we are, Chairperson. So our expectation that the remedial plan that we have put in place will then deal with the issue relating to finalization of the kiosk. And as I've said, we want to locate it in areas that also operate outside our working hours, but in safe environments where they will not be vandalized. Thank you, Chairperson. That concludes our presentation.
Thanks very much, DDG Mavuso, and thanks very much, Dr. Karen. Thanks very much, Acting DDG, also Leon, on the three brief presentations that you have occasion to this meeting. And I will invite members to comment. I'm sure that some of you have followed the discussions earlier on in the first two sessions in relation to the challenges that and the progress that has been made by the department and stakeholders, but also the challenges that members have raised. And I will also propose that some of the issues that could not be accurately responded, the expectee residents with the CSIR may also need to take us through. I have three issues which I want to raise, at least will be more taken into confidence. One is the short-term strategy to improve the stability and performance of an NPR. Since I think there's a demonstration that it was relied on the outdated system. And I think we've labored around all committee members that we went throughout the ground, and there's continuous complaint about downtime of the network. What is and I get a sense of the recommendations that the CSR has demonstrated comprehensively, including the shortcomings that CETA, you have identified on CETA, and it will be more costly to continuously to rely on that front. What are the short term that you may need to deal with that? And also the security vulnerability that we've raised as the committee in relation to this front of the network. I appreciate the recommendation that we must have a single unit that is accountable to all the system, that though that will take longer to integrate the system, but I think we may need to have a mechanism, instrument that we must have a short-term program to the current challenges that we're experiencing, all of us as members of the committee, yourself as the team, but also the South Africans. If tomorrow you go to Sabi, to Home Affairs offices, you go to Makwarela, for example, you go to Umtata, the same experience are dominant, but how the short-term program that are going to deal the steps that will be taken to ensure that the enterprise architecture is effective, that is being utilized to all the system. There was a case move that we may need to tap into the SARS system, Dr. Malinga, in order to integrate it into the Home Affairs so that we test the efficiency in terms of all the integration that had been done. DDG Mavuso is indicated earlier that there's a multitude of fronts of modernization in response to what the Department Home Affairs need to exert for proper service delivery, and how do we begin to demarcate labor in terms of making sure that at least the short-term benefit is demonstrated to the public. The second part is for the Director General of Home Affairs. Because this area of the ICT is a critical component that it will require competent officials in the unit. And you'll note that the sixth administration minister executive seconded Mr. Leon to this, and I've asked the matter earlier on. There must be an assurance when are you going to advertise this post and the process that you're going to engage on, so that at least we were able to understand, because Leon is going to leave, obviously, it's not appointed by department, the seconded, unless there's other arrangement. It's going to go back to CSIR. What is the plan, the time frame, and when are you going to advertise this post? I think the recommendation that have been presented by CSIR, we appreciate the work that has been done, and also to give a clear, open picture of the status quo of the Home Affairs. The last point is on the DDG Mavuso, the presentation that comprehensively done. One of the challenges that all of us will face, and I'm sure you will agree that the interpretation on the ground is that when the launch of kiosks was put in place in the 29th of May in 2024, was a demonstration of work that Home Affairs is bringing to the citizens, both in urban and rural. And I think we've labored on in terms of the education, how we must enhance continuous engagement with members of the public. And to date, if you go to Home Affairs, you will not get that service. We want you to demonstrate the time frame in terms of the implementation fully, and whether the footprint will be increased to reach out to all the services points of the Department of Home Affairs, in light with the initiative that has taken to increase the mobile trucks and also this self-service unit, which is a good program that all of us must own up in order to make sure that citizens have arrived. I want also to get a sense from CSIR whether they've also tapped into the mobile trucks network issues and integration, because where we've interfaced, sometimes I recall the former minister Aaron Tswaledi went to Bushbuck region, Ekenok, the mass Imbizo or stakeholder, and the network collapsed. So he spent the whole day there struggling he had to account as a minister because he came to the public. And I wanted to get a sense whether you have broadened the scope in terms of making sure that the system that you've recommended and also the integration into the mobile trucks and the volumes that also be intake in terms of the kiosks. I fully agree with the position of both the executive decision that they've been taken, that we must need to look at the security cluster, particularly Home Affairs, in terms of the positioning of SITA services into the Home Affairs, but also the observation that you've made that legitimize the view that the committee and other committees have been raising in relation to the systems that are being carried by this the CSIR is the institution that we have been built. It has been built up by or introduced or the legislation that governs is by the legislature. Or, I mean the parliament and also the executive. But where there are weaknesses and where we must shift the post to meet the demand that the objective and the mission that the DG has presented earlier on, and also society that must reflect. It's important that we observe that observation that has been made. I'll invite members to comment on the three presentations. Mr. Matonsi, as I've requested, you assist me to note members that have raised their hands for comment.
Chair, there are 3 hands so far, Mr. Ross, Mr. Ngubane, and Ms. Machi.
Okay, thank you. Let's move in that order. You can lower your hands, colleagues. Honorable Ross.
Thank you, Chair, and yeah, thanks to the presenters for the comprehensive presentation. Chair, I'd like to agree with you. It would certainly be good if we could possibly have several officers and get them right in the relatively near future. I've always asked this, why can we not get a couple of officers, a couple of big officers, put in the dual links into those offices and make sure that the connectivity is 100%. So I'd like to echo your request in that regard, so that we can at least say there are some key high volume offices that are now resolved. Secondly, I would just like from the CSIR in particular, I'm still struggling to understand the CETA mainframe. So we say now that the mainframe is constrained. In every presentation we've ever seen on these services, the uptime has been 99.5%, 99.7% on the server side. So I'm trying to understand, what do we mean by the mainframe is constrained? Does it mean that one has to go to a gold level or a different level for there to be more resources? If you can just expand on that. And then I'd also just like to understand the last presentation, or the presentation in 2021. So CETA and Dimension Data did a similar analysis in 2019. In 2021, we received a presentation, and it said that 40 to 60% of downtime was as a result of office LAN devices, WAN equipment that was obsolete, and offices that don't have dual links. So I think 88% of LAN devices were obsolete and 28% of WAN equipment was obsolete. I'd just like to understand, has that been completed, or is that also part of this project that is going to take place? And then finally, in terms of the next steps on the CSIR recommendations, I'd also like to understand whether these are funded and whether there are any constraints. For example, are these in the direction of Home Affairs, or are some of them CETA's responsibility, some of them SARS's responsibility, etc.? You can just get an idea on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ross. Honorable Ngubane.
Thank you very much, Chair. We really appreciate the presentations that have been done, especially the presentation by the CSIR. It clearly shows, Chair, that the Home Affairs IT as a holistic is in shambles. So, and it emphasizes that there is a need for infrastructure modernization. And you've seen on the presentation, Chair, Home Affairs at this day and age, they're still using things like mainframe, and technology has moved ahead, far ahead with systems like mainframe, which even till today, you still sometimes get don't get people who have these skills to maintain this mainframe, because it's all the age technologies. So the infrastructure modernization is at a critical pillar of this institution, which needs to be done as of agent need. It's amazing that simple things like virus prevention, application license, patch update of operating systems are contributing factors to these things that are these highlight that are caused for mostly our IT downtime system by Home Affairs. And I saw when the CSR was presenting, they spoke about that there was no systems administrator. If again we can confirm that they could an IT company and an IT intense department, how come it didn't have a systems administrator to update simple things like patch update, virus prevention application license? And Chair, when we were in Eastern Cape again, you remember there's a guy who even who threw hands at us. He complained about that the new web system that is implemented is the one that is always down, which means the Home Affairs always implement, just procure new systems without looking at its the bandwidth, the network pipe, whether the new systems, how is it configured to work on the old age, the old network infrastructure that they have. So they complain about this new web system that is always down since it was implemented. I think they said since it was implemented in December, if I'm not mistaken. The system has never been up. It's always down. It's one that causes a downtime all the time. So, Chair, what we would like to ask as well is what's the plan in place again to address all these shortcomings highlighted by CSIR? What are the were there SLAs agreement existing between CSIR and Department of Home Affairs? If there were those SLAs, how many of the breaches that have been done on the SLAs and what consequences has been done, especially pertaining to the penalty measures included in those SLA contracts? Because we cannot keep on blaming the CSIR, this CSIR, that as if there's no SLA agreement between these two departments on the system that the CSIR is supposed to maintain for Home Affairs. If they were not maintaining those systems efficiently for Home Affairs, there needs to be SLAs breach and contractual termination between the two if people are getting impacted with these systems downtime. And on the CSIR, they didn't come out clear on what is the recommendation on the relationship between CSIR and the Department of Home Affairs. Is the Department of Home Affairs getting the value of its money in terms of working dependently on the CSIR? And then I saw one of the dependencies that the CSIR presented was the funding as the biggest dependency. What is the budget likely to, with the budget likely to be chopped or cut? What are other models of funding plans other than depending on the Treasury fiscus that probably the CSIR can recommend? Because we know for sure, according to the CSIR presentation, it's amazing, it's brilliant. It needs funds, it needs budget to make the Home Affairs be a modernized institution that runs latest state-of-art technology. But without funds, this again, good exercise that is run by CSIR will be a fruitless exercise. I can tell you now, there were many propositions, papers, of latest papers of introductory technology, what needs to be done and what needs to be implemented for Home Affairs to be efficiently working. But because of the lack of funds, all those papers, they gather dust within Home Affairs, sit there with good recommendations of the latest system technologies, of integration, service-oriented architecture technology for integration have been proposed to Home Affairs. But most of these nice things, proposals, they get a dust somewhere in some maybe IT manager's office, not being implemented because of the lack of funding. So what will the other source of funding that will be put in place to make sure that all these good proposals are implemented? And again, we need to turn these CSIR propositions into project plans so that we are able to trace it, what the CSIR has been proposed and has been implemented on some occasion, so that we put the timeline, the dates. I saw there were some other dates where they say end of July, end of this, we need to be implemented X, Y, Z. So we need to turn the whole of this thing into project plan and have timelines and associate those project targets with funds so that we get to going with turn around the Home Affairs. Especially, we are busy talking about that the only solution for Home Affairs to solve these corruption activities, this downtime, this non-capacitation and non-working system is the digitization. And this presentation by CSR shows very well that without digitization and without funding it, the Home Affairs will be as it used to be, and we'll keep on complaining day in, day out with this threat plan that we're presenting now. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngubane. Honorable Maji.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me welcome the presentations. The presentations were so comprehensive. We thank you very much. The people who have been presenting, it shows very well that they know what they are here for. The only thing that should happen now, we've got to see to it, what they've been presenting being implemented, because even their recommendations were so, yes, they were telling with what they've been presenting, as long as they can be followed accordingly. The other thing, Chairperson, is I would like to request that maybe if it's possible, that the number of Home Affairs offices which are modernized in each province, if they can be increased in numbers, especially in those which are in rural areas, where you find out that those citizens are traveling long distances, only to find out that they are going to be attended in one provincial office, Home Affairs office, which is modernized. Maybe it's one in the province. For an example, if my memory serves me well, in Eastern Cape, I don't remember, maybe it was a Queenstown, where even the officials there, they were proud that it's the only one which is modernized. And then the other ones are having that problem of not having enough network. Maybe the network today is available, tomorrow there's no network, or 2 hours. The network is there after an hour, there's no network. If that one also can be sorted out. And then, Chairperson, I will, I think since we've been in different offices, we've seen some things that can be sorted out. I know maybe it can't be a thing who can be happening to tonight or tomorrow, but those people who are said to be senior officials, like managers, senior managers, those who are accountable for each office, if they can be grouped together, maybe divided into groups, so then they can be capacitated somehow, because you find out that they are managing, but they don't know what is expected of them. They don't even know which machines or which computers are working, which one is for what. And then you ended up being told by those who are being the employees, the juniors. And the other thing, Chairperson, thank you very much for that one, the kiosk system. It's good, but it will need maybe a lot of education, especially to those who are in remote communities. And there will be always a need of the cry, of that network cry, of which is always a problem in most of the provinces or in the areas. And the unfortunate part of it is that with us as Blacks, let me put it like that, the government is trying to assist us. When there will be those kiosk system being installed there, our own kids will vandalize them. So now there will be a need, a great need or high need of security. And then I know it's good, but once upon a time in some years, we've been provided by the telephone booths from Telkom. In few months, there was nothing where those booths were pulled. And we were assisted by the government not to travel too much to towns to make some calls. But our own people were destroying them. So now with those things, there are lot of them are good, but I think also there will be a need of education and also the security. Otherwise, I'm happy about the presentations that brings hope to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Machi. Mr. Matons, is there any other member want to comment?
Chair, there's Mamudisa.
Okay, Honorable Mudise.
Thank you very much, Chair. And just on a quick one, I think firstly, we appreciate the CSIR report. And I think as the previous speaker has said, that the challenges with the IT systems in Home Affairs are really great. And there is indeed a need for this digital transformation. Though earlier we would have alluded much that it does not yet respond to the current challenges on the offices on the ground. But after having had went through this report, clearly there's really a need for some work to be put on the IT system. But firstly, Chair, I want to check that with the kiosks still dependent on CSIR to provide them with a system for them to function. Actually, I'm not even sure how to put this because we have previously spoken about the CSIR on how we should do away with the CSIR providing services to the Home Affairs because clearly they've been failing when it comes to the system. But now the fact that the kiosks also are not functioning and they've been seated there for long because of a system that CSIR is yet to provide, I really am not sure why is the department still keeping CSIR or still is dependent on the CSIR to provide services. But is there any other options to ensure that we charge up the kiosks so that they can start working outside of what has been indicated on the awaiting of the CSIR? But secondly, Chad, one must have missed a detail earlier when the CFO was presenting on the budget. How much has been allocated in this current financial year, taking into consideration or seeing that some of the CSIR recommendations are already been put in place and the department is implementing, and clearly it needs a huge funding. So how much has been allocated for this current financial year to deal with these CSIR recommendations and respond to issues of the system? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other member before we invite the team? Okay. I'll propose that we start with the Leon to Brice. If there's any response, then invite DDG Mavuso. Then we invite the DG. And then we end with the team that's led by Dr. Malinga. And the Deputy Minister will summarize on the issues that will have been canvassed by members and his team.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. May I proceed?
You can proceed.
Thank you so much. Chair, let me maybe just reflect on some of the comments that you have made. And I think it latches on to Honorable Modise and what she had mentioned, that our current environment is divided into two tiers, if I can call it that. There's a front office, in other words, infrastructure and systems residing at the branches or the offices for that matter. It contains its own infrastructure in terms of servers, endpoints, peripherals, etc. And then connectivity is facilitated through the SITA WAN infrastructure, as Karen had presented, and then ultimately where it peers into SITA, and it then breaks out into our systems that are hosted at the combination of SITA, BCX, and Telkom, and at Hallmark, that's where DHA staff then comes in to manage the connectivity. Now, the work that we have sourced from the third-party provider to conduct a health check, I also heard, I think it was Honorable Ngubane speaking about the service manager web or the web-based system. Now, I have reported in the presentation the service provider that was onboarded to assist with the health check as well as the corrective actions, particularly focusing on stabilizing the service manager web infrastructure and system. I have also reported that the corrective actions were implemented, and we've stabilized that environment as recent as about a week and a half back. So there's no further improvements that we are picking up that needs to be affected in that particular space. But to the point that you have raised, yes, certainly we cannot do this alone. I think hence the point that we have onboarded additional services from a third party. We've also, with the securing of the SARS agreement, obviously would want to mimic what they've done in their tax collection processes from a modernization perspective. And there's a lot of what we are doing. We're doing in collaboration with them, with the Reserve Bank, and with our current partners to identify areas of improvement and how we can consolidate the infrastructure where we need to modernize and also rebuild, because ultimately we cannot use the same architecture and just refresh the infrastructure and expect a different result. You're going to have to go through a process of re-architecting this complete environment. Now, that is no small task. I think as to the point that Honorable Roos had made, why don't we just take one or two or three or few offices, stabilize them? You can stabilize given the context that I've indicated earlier, that you have front-end systems, distributed architecture, and you have back-end infrastructure. Now, the health check that is currently being conducted is across those two tiers. And although the CSIR has implemented high-speed networks in Menlyn and Wynberg and King Shaka and Ngeni and Soshanguve, we've seen a significant improvement as Karen had highlighted. But if there's any problems on the back-end systems, which we've been experiencing up to recently, then you would see those officers also suffering. And the problem just gets exacerbated if there's poor connectivity to a rural office or no modernized infrastructure. Now, all of what I've spoken about is in a tech refresh plan that needs to be effected. Yes, progress was stifled last year because we did not have adequate funding available. The vehicle that we have identified, as was mentioned by the CFO, and what we've implemented was the third-party data verification services. We want to then, with the new tariff structure that was gazetted, for which we've held back for the month of April to implement, allows us then to consult with the third-party entities just to make sure we give them an opportunity, and the DG can talk a bit more about that, so can the CFO, to provide us with input. Ultimately, that becomes a vehicle that would fund a lot of the infrastructure investments that needs to be made on the IT front. So let me just see. So I just want to make sure that I cover everything. I think to the point that was made by Honorable Ngubane as well, with regard to CETA penalties, we do effect those penalties. In other words, where service level agreements are not met, there are credits that are passed on to Home Affairs. I think the challenge, sure, and this will probably take a whole day if we dive into the CETA discussion. As we've presented last year, I think on the 12th of December at the Portfolio Committee, there's such a lot of improvement that needs to happen in that space. We just don't have the time from a Home Affairs perspective to wait for the improvements. hence the new regulations that was also issued by Minister Malatsi, which we would definitely welcome. I think the department will certainly still explore further how we can continue to deviate from CETA for two reasons. One is the CFO has spoken about the port charges that are being levied, as well as the management fees on top of what we are being charged by third parties. So we do believe that we can do it much more economically. If I just compare the pricing for firewalls, for networking, connectivity, as well as the anti-malware, just to name three, compared to what we've sourced through the CSIR also in recent years, there's a major difference. So in terms of costs that are much higher that are being charged by CETA. So there's definitely a motivation to process and to continue with that deviation. Let me just see. I do agree. I think also the comment made that to projectize the implementation of these recommendations, and I did try to highlight and address that through the presentation as well. And maybe in future, what we could potentially do, Chair, is to have a more detailed deep dive into the project itself that would talk to the digital transformation journey that I think would create the visibility of when we envisage to implement all the recommendations, but also then achieve the vision as was highlighted by the Minister and the DG and DM. I think to the point from Honourable Roos as well, the CETA mainframe environment. Yes, I think the mainframe as such, as hardware, is not necessarily a bad thing. It's very stable infrastructure. I do think that the application that runs on it and how it is applied as a co-hosted environment. In other words, we have a multi-tenancy approach that was taken by CETA. We have multiple departments hosted on the same mainframe environment, which is still running on natural adabas, very old technology. So perhaps maybe just drawing your attention to the slides that I've highlighted, where we are introducing the replacement of NPR, and we rebrand that as a intelligent populations register, which will then run on more commercially available technologies that are much more easy to support and would not attract the premium that we're currently paying. We're also struggling to attract the necessary resources to support that environment. And obviously with the new strategy, we would want to make sure that we have access to a market that has adequate support to support both the technology underlying infrastructure as well as then the applications that runs on top of that. Let me just see. I think to the point that was also mentioned about anti-malware and patch management, I think Karen did mention it may sound very trivial, and it is true. You know, if there's a difference between saying we've got anti-malware implemented and making sure that it actually functions still appropriately. Similarly, that we've deployed the patches, but you are monitoring that the patches have been activated, that you restart your service. And I think that's the kind of controls that are required, which we've implemented, and we're tracking those on the respective governance platforms, which was never the case. And that's the level at which management is required to actually monitor all of these controls. There are definitely administrators that are appointed to monitor each of these controls. As I've mentioned earlier, the 8 control areas that we are focusing on. Although there are 2 additional resources or vacancies that we're now filling, there's the interviews will commence shortly, and similarly also on the networks side, there were 2 network controller positions that have been advertised. And I'm just looking at the Chairperson. I think that concludes my input, and let me hand back to you, Chair.
Hello, Chair.
Thank you very much.
No, Chair, thank you very much. I think on the issue of Honorable Mudisa, the issue of the kiosk, the back end is not going to be done by CETA. So It basically will be done by the service provider, BBD, and our team, IT team here. Thank you, Chair. That was all from my side.
Okay, thank you very much, DG.
No, thanks, Chair. I think Leon has covered the bulk of the questions together with DG Mavuso. Just to indicate two issues, I suppose in relation to the question that Honorable Ross is asking, Leon has already answered partly that question. We were amongst the first to submit inputs to the regulations published by Minister Malatsi, wherein they're seeking to decentralize some of those functions to departments themselves, to whether it's procurement or what it will become. And I suppose subsequent to that, the Minister of Finance has given them concurrence. So we're just waiting for the final regulations, which will then assist us to get to the question that Honorable Ngubane is raising, whether from CETA were we getting value for money. And I suppose the jury will be out on that one as to whether we were getting value for money, because at some point we were, you will recall, Honorable Ross, we were told that if we moved from bronze to platinum, the service levels will therefore improve. But there was no indication as to what is it that was going to be implemented that was going to trigger a change in terms of the improvement, because this work by the CSIR has given you an indication that if you don't fix the infrastructure, if you don't attend to issues related to governance, we're not going to achieve much. So even if we had moved from bronze to platinum, if we had not done these basics, we will not be able to deal with some of the issues. So you asked a question, Honorable Ngubane, around some funding. Of course, while we're relying on self-financing, and this current financial year, we're expected to raise at least 1.6 billion. We hope we should be able to end at around 1.3. But the critical thing is that we have received some funding already from IJS, which is the Integrated Justice System, because these systems are also used by the Department of Justice, Corrections, and the police, I think to the tune of about 40,274,000 to assist us on this journey towards digital transformation. But if you look at the budget for IT in particular, in the presentation that I made on slide number 33, you will note that for this financial year, it's 767 million rand for goods and services, in particular information services for modernization. And then in the next financial year, it grows to 804 million, and then 840 in the outer year. So we'll be adding to what is currently being allocated by Treasury to address some of these challenges. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the team from the CSIR for the presentations.
No, thanks very much. DG, I have asked you, when are you advertising for the CIO position? If there's any from your side or the department.
You will recall we had advertised for that position, and the panel at some point met to consider the candidates that had applied. I think the panel is of the view that we need to go out again to the market, but it was previously advertised. Looking at the caliber of the work that needs to be done, I think the panel, which the DM is part of, and the other ministers, has considered the option of headhunting. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I'm deliberately asking this question, DG, because I know that the department has been struggling around this area. And now that the committee, we've resolved to venture in directly on the issues of the ICT informed by the diagnosis report by the ICT, it's important that also we check the capacity of the unit itself as we move forward. And will be appreciative that we'll be given we take note of that response, but also caution that it will be important that you begin to advertise to look on the modalities I don't think all South Africa, we don't have skill package throughout the country that we can struggle for almost 7 years without. I know even Minister Mtsoaledi struggled with this area, but I think it's a matter that we'll deal with it when we have a comprehensive report with the team. Dr. Malinga, we'll request you to, with your team, to respond to some of the issues. Thereafter, we'll invite the minister, deputy minister, because we're going to follow up in detail the presentation that you've made in relation to link to the strike plan that we have received. We've done so on any other tasks that were outsourced for assisting both the committee and department. We've done with the panel appointed by the minister that was dealing with the government printing works. To date, was also following up on it, including the task team that was led by former Director General Lubisi. And there's great progress in line with some of the issues related to permitting and the multidisciplinary team. So we're not taking granted for this presentation. We take it highly. And I can confirm to you that we'll follow up on all the recommendations in time frame that they were outlined so that we're able to deal with this matter. I'm also raising this question to DG in terms of the appointment of the CIO linked to the presentation, the tasks that are involved, will be involved in relation to this issue. Lastly, is that the network, the short-term and the long-term strategy that I think we may need to explore as a collective. Dr. Malinga, you'll also assist us and also direct the team that they are bringing to respond on some of the issues that are being conferenced by members. Doctor?
Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members. I think most of the questions and comments have already been made by the department, and there's very little for us to add. It suffices, though, maybe it's just on some of the specific questions with regards to the mobile trucks or offices. We didn't do anything specifically related to that, but to a large extent, our understanding is that their connectivity will be similar or close to some of the rural areas that we will have worked with. And so one will expect that the constraints that one sort of experienced there will apply to those as well. But it's something that we didn't work on as such specifically. And then the other one, just clarity on the administration of the networks. We're not by any suggestion saying that there is no administration that's happening. There is. I think Leon covered it adequately. It's more making sure that there's more of those resources that are working those with regards to the administration of the system. And so there is work. There are people who are dedicated for that as well, but there's more capacity that's required. And then I think it's just in the nature of such a study like the one that we've conducted that one will focus on the things that are not going right. But then we want to just appreciate that there's quite a lot of work that the department is doing, a lot of things that are going right that we didn't highlight as such. But we really appreciate the sterling work and the hard work that the teams within the department are putting together to ensure that the country receives the services that are required. With that, Chair, would like to thank the department as well as the Portfolio Committee yourself and the honorable members for the opportunity to present. We are committed as the CSIR to working with the department continually with regards to these issues. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much. I assume that you are commenting on behalf of the collective so that we don't suppress others.
That's correct, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. And also we thank also your hard work and the team that was involved on this process. From time to time, DG will request through you to invite the team when the committee needs to interface with some of the issues that have been put as recommendations and what will contribute to the work that your team will be doing. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Firstly, let me just thank the team from the CSIR for the work that they've been doing with us for all this time. I think what is of note and what is important about the work is that we're no longer going to be troubleshooting as to what is the problem, what might not be the problem. They've actually given us very clear issues that we need to work on. I think on the question by Honorable Maliboheng Modibe Mpia on the issue of CETA, as Leon has indicated that yes, regulations have already been issued, which will then leverage on them to get away from the CETA situation. I think that will help us quite a lot so that we do not place a lot of dependency on external stakeholders and will be fully in control of our own environment and already understanding what needs to be done in the environment. In the main chair right now, the only thing that is left is implementation. And we do commit to the portfolio committee that will implement the recommendations. Our focus is clearly on building a digital home affairs. So improving our current environment, our current connections is at the top of our priorities. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks very much, TM, and thanks very much, honorable members, and thanks very much the team that is led by Dr. Malinga and the Director General and all the team that stayed with us since in the morning to interface with the work of the department and the stakeholders, but also assessing the performance of the department. We will, as per their previous summary, reconvene the department before adopt all the reports so that we're able to present it before the House, at least during the budget vote. There are issues that we've raised with the department and you have included them in the budget and the strategic plan. And I want to thank also Dr. Malinga and your team for the work that the support that you are providing to the Department of Home Affairs that will ultimately contribute to good service delivery to all South Africans and those that are visiting the country in terms of interacting with the work of Home Affairs. At this stage, we'll release you, the DM, and with your team, and also the team of the Border Management Authority, and also the team that's led by Dr. Malinga. We're also left with the two items before only for members of the committee to deal with. And thanks very much, honorable members, also for interacting with the subject matters before the portfolio committee. We'll now invite Mr. Matonsi and content advisor to two items that are left. Thank you very much.
Chairperson?
Yes, Mr. Matonsi.
Okay, are you able to see the program? Yeah, what I'll do, Chairperson, I'll go through the program. While going through the program, I'll also deal with the issue of the public hearings as well as the study tour on the program, give more details on it.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, Chair, the program was sent out last week to members. I will just start from in other words, this week is our last meeting this week. And then next week from the 29th until the 2nd of May is leave payroll. So members are going to be taking leave and rest. And then from the 6th of May, we are going to receive the strat plan presentation and APP budget of the IEC and government printing works. That will be on the 6th of May. And then if time permits, and then we'll also get a brief presentation on the submission on the one-stop border post. we did receive some few submissions, if I'm not mistaken, it's about 7 or 6 of those submissions. So the content advisor will have summarized them and just give a brief to members before we do the public hearings on the bill. And then that will be on a Tuesday. So we're also proposing that on Friday the 9th, that is May. And then we also get the BMA to brief the committee on the recently festive season report. And then also the committee has to deliberate on the immigration amendment bill. And then the content advisor will also table the draft committee strategic and annual business plan. And then we'll also on that day consider the oversight visit reports of at the Bombo Port of Entry that was conducted in December, and the government printing works, the one that we dealt with in another day in a meeting. That will be on a Friday, the 9th. And then we go to Tuesday, 13 May. And on Tuesday, 13 May, although I did not put them in a order, but we are going to be looking at the budget vote report, the report that we just received, the APP reports and the strat plan. So we must try to have the report adopted by the 13th, because from the 13th until the 23rd, Parliament will be involved in budget vote debates. Our budget vote debate in terms of the parliamentary program is scheduled for 22 May. So before the 13th of May, by the 13th of May, we should have adopted our report on the budget. And then we also, on that 13th, will look at the issue of the report on the counter-corruption and security services to curb corruption and fraud in the department. And then we also, remember the previous week, we have received a committee strat plan and annual business plan from the content advisor. Therefore, the committee will have to look at it and consider and adopt it. 20 May, which will be Tuesday, further deliberation on the immigration amendment bill. And then briefing by the Minister of Home Affairs on all court judgments against the department. Update on the progress made to amend Section 22 and 22 subsection 12 and 13 of the Refugee Act. You recall last year we were briefed by the Parliament Legal Service in terms of the Refugee Act that was found to be unconstitutional, wherein if an an asylum seeker has not renewed their permits, then they were considered to have been abandoned applications. Then the other one is on the immigration, again, on Section 10 and Section 11 and 18, that were declared unconstitutional, that they limit the right of human dignity of both the child and the parent who is a foreign national, as well as the right to family life, to the extent that if after the end of good faith relationship between the parents who is a foreign national and the parents who is South African, then the permanent resident parent who's a foreigner must cease to work and leave the Republic in order to apply for a new visa. So these two issues were briefed by the legal service, and then we just want to find out from the department in terms of how far are they in terms of coming up with legislation. And then 27 May, we are planning there to have public hearing on the one-stop border post. This will be public hearing that will be held virtually with stakeholders that have made submissions. So we're not going to be going via provinces, and then to just be oral submission that will be done via virtual. And then Friday, 30 May, briefing by the IEC on the national and provincial election report, hoping that it will be ready by then. And then around 12 to 15 May, we are proposing the Northwest and the Free State public hearings. Here we're looking at the issue of splitting the committee into two groups, like we did in Gauteng, but this time one group goes to Northwest, another group goes to the Free State, so that we're able to to conduct public hearings on time, because the deadline for Parliament to have finalized this immigration bill is next year, June, which now we don't have much time because the bill still has to go to the National Council of Provinces. So we are suggesting that we split, and then from the 12th until the 15th of June, then we do that, bearing in mind that the 16th of June, or that weekend is a long weekend, because the 16th of June, which is, I think, is Monday, then it makes it a long holiday. And then 17th June, that is after the public hearings. And then I think I made a mistake here. I think it's a mistake here, Chair. We have we have got this public hearing, the IEC report, and also the IEC report here. I think we'll have to find two. I'll have to rectify that to put another agenda item either on the 7th, I think on the 17th of June, or on the 30th of May. And then Friday, 20 June, briefing by the BMA on the annual report of 2023-2024. You will recall that they did not brief us on the annual report, but the report has been tabled to Parliament and it has been sent to members. And then also here we have put in briefing by the Deputy Speaker on the Electoral Commission Amendment Bill. That's the private members bill that was tabled in 2023. Yeah, and on the 24th of June, we are proposing that the committee still breaks, split into two. One group goes to Northern Cape, another one goes to Western Cape, and then the last province would be Limpopo, and then the committee converging, the two groups converging Limpopo and finalize around that area of June 24 until June 30. The study tour, Chairperson, is I've written to the embassy in Brazil just to check on the dates. They've indicated that because we proposed dates, but they came back and said, no, in terms of the parliamentary program, that side, their recess will start, I think, around the 17th of July. So we propose that the committee leaves before the 17th of July and then finalize its work around the 19th of July. So what we have done so far, we have written a letter to the House Chairperson indicating the intention of the committee to conduct study tour to Brazil on these days. And also we have sent a letter to the Minister of International Relations to notify him about the intention of the committee to conduct a study tour around those days. There was a concept paper that was developed by the content advisor, including an analysis of countries that we have made the decision on, which was done by the researcher, the previous researcher. And then those documents, including the list of members, were sent to the Minister of International Relations, and then also to the Office of the House Chairperson. Yeah, I think that's their Chairperson, except that I have to rectify where for the IEC presenting the report on the election twice, Chair. That's the report, Chairperson. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you, members. This is a report on the program, public hearings, and the trip to Brazil. I'll request your comments, but let me make the following observations. It will appear that in today's meeting, we've noted all the reports that have been presented, and the team that is assisting us have noted what you have said that must reflect the strategic plan as outlined by the department, both department, Home Affairs, and and the Border Management Authority, including the last presentation, particularly from the CSIR, on the work that must be done. So what we're going to do, we're going to convene with the content advisor and the researchers to consolidate the views expressed by all members. Look on the strategic plan of the department, budget allocation, and will request that we convene a special meeting before we send them what we thought is your views carried, so that when they come back to the committee, before adopt it on the, as Mr. Matons indicated, on the 13th of May, we're going to adopt all the reports of the entities we're conducting oversight on. That's the first point that I want to emphasize and propose that members must consider, which will ultimately says to us that when we meet in an in-committee meeting, we also, because we'll have received reports from Government Printing Works and the IEC, we'll able to flag some of the issues that it must direct us to the strategic. So when they come back to us, and I'm not saying IEC or the government to come back, we'll tell them to come back, but I think the experience that we've in the discussions today would suggest that we must be ahead on the thought process in terms of the carried legislation that were mandated to conduct oversight to this institution. So that's the first point that I wanted us to propose that we agree on. And the special meeting will almost take an hour to reflect on some of the issues. Then committee adopt it, we send to department, and they come back. I'm raising this because I wanted to remove the item on the border management, on the border post update on the submissions in our next meeting, because it suggests that in the next meeting, where we're dealing with the IC and Government Printing Works, there's a border post public hearing update or something like that by the content advisor. Yeah, Bill. I wanted us to shift this item and to shift it all to include the department. They must come back with the BMA on the issues that we will have agreed on as a committee, what they must respond on, and what must be included. I don't want to repeat what issues we have raised in the meeting, so that we deal with this matter. It should be the third item. If we have time, we can deal with the update of the briefing on this thing. So it will mean, therefore, Mr. Matons, that we must look a time, where we must have an in-committee meeting on the issues that will be drafted. I would recommend that tomorrow I will meet with the research team. We'll agree on the time, consolidate all the issues that members have raised, and then in an in-committee meeting, we then present those issues and then send to the department that they must come back and report to us. The second matter is that on the IEC report. We have now, I think there's in our last meeting, all of us have but I think there was a line from the IEC that they will be ready by the first week of June to report on the public, on the provincial and national elections of 2029. And we know that there's a court impulse between IEC and other parties and civil society that is in July that will be carried. But we'll need that report as we agree that we'll process that it's an important report because it deals with many issues that I think society and members of the committee may need to interface with that, including that the Mr. Matonsi and the research team, both Ndaba and Salmon, the proposal for what is the attitude of the IEC in relation to the next local government elections, the preparation. So when we deal with this report, I know that there will be more interest on many of the political parties, including those that are not participating in this meeting. We may need to allocate time, at least from in the morning, that run down into the afternoon, so that I know sometimes we start the meeting at 9 and we end up at 1 because we must rush to plenary. So we must see how we manage and have application to be recused on the day that will be allocated to deal with the IEC report sufficiently, notwithstanding that there are issues that are pending in court. So I wanted to ask to deal with that. The issue of the marriage public hearings. I've said to the team, and I'm reporting to this meeting, just adding to what Mr. Matonsi is raising, that there are two observations we've made when we're dealing with the public hearings over the weekend. They were in, I think is it Northern Cape or Mpumalanga, one of the two areas. There were substantial responses on the response participation of residents, stakeholders, including a public representative, in other words, councillors and members of the provincial legislatures. In the 3 days we're in that province, I can't recall which one we were, but the presence of the public representative, both councillors, provincial legislatures, and some were in attendance in all the stakeholders. But another observation that I think were made is the question that I've made to the committee, that we may need to look on sometimes members of parliament across committees work so hard to the extent that long weekends, they think that they must accommodate for any other activity that related personally to them or families. And I think we need to be cautioned. I've cautioned to members of the committee of the team that we must look at that, so that we also create a space for members of the committee to facilitate their own personal obligations if there's a long long weekend. Noting that all of us work 24 hours every day. Like we've started at 9 o'clock, it's almost now 6 o'clock, and you're committed to the work of the department. So we may balance, and sometimes you don't find all members of the committee in the public hearings. And that is the limitation that we need to navigate around. And we've suggested that in order to in terms of the directive of the court's judgment, that there's a need to make sure that all sectors of parliament, which is the National Assembly and the NCOP, sufficiently conduct a consultation. There must be no pressure to one of the other or delay of one of the other. So to give opportunity to NCOP to deal with its work, and able to give also to Parliament to engage on this matter, and also opportunity to a president to consider what might have arisen from these two houses. In other words, I'm trying to say that the reasoning behind the options of splitting committee members is as a result of also observing the court judgment period, and also the advice of the legal team of Parliament, so that we comply with the Constitutional Court and also or the court judgment in terms of the time frame. But we must also the team administration and the education unit be alive that at some point we will not have members over the weekend, as has been experienced over time, and it does not sometimes reflect good when you have two split and you find the committee is vulnerable with only one member or two members in the public hearing. So I want to say that to this meeting and members of the committee that this is the observation that the chair of the committee has made, which has implications on how we will process this bill. The last point is on this, what you call the trip of Brazil. Members, you know that in the sixth administration, there was a decision that was taken when IEC was presenting a possible proposal in the last local government elections. I can't recall 26, yeah, somewhere there. The last local government elections, they proposed that we must have a pilot on electronic voting, which ultimately will be used in 2020 in the last provincial and national elections. And the committee, because of the wisdom of members of the committee, we then suggested, and I think the IEC agreed with us that we will not move to this system because we must carry society along. We must carry stakeholders along, and the members of parliament who are responsible to facilitate the endorsement of legislation must be able to have service clarity on this process. And that proposed amendment was then deferred that, one, the parliament committee must get in involvement to trace from other countries who have implemented this study. And I think the committee resolved on the two countries, India and Brazil. And because of the shortcomings of financial issues, were then resolved on the Brazil. But the preparations of that process the administration did not do it well. At the time we asked the date when it was coming, I think that thing was arranged in a week, and we decided, now look, we can't embarrass ourselves, members of the committee, to do things that are procedural. So the decision that this committee must take is that by end of May, and I'm emphasizing to the team, we're going to write the letter to also the Dr. Twalo, and also by end of May, we'll want the team that must come and present to this meeting the total logistics and communication that they've brought before this meeting today, so that there's clarity on the preparation from the tour, and also the research study that has been done from the other country, which we've identified as Brazil, and the communication platform that members are going to, that when members leave the country to another country on this key subject matter, there must be full clarity on the details and programming of the issues we're going to deal with. We must also involve the Independent Electoral Commission, because it also has a body that deals with election from that other front. So we're trying to say that by end of May, we don't need this thing of a verbal presentation in this meeting. We need detail, a logic of what members are going to be engaged on, research details on the platform that are using electoral voting from that other country, and the conversation of the committee on the subject matter we're going to deal with there, so that when you arrive there, is not the first contact of information on how it interface with the platform which were required. You know that the IEC has now launched a discussion document in relation to this platform of the e-voting. And at a particular time, we must invite them to, before in fact we go to Brazil, to interface with other. There are strong cases that have been outlined there, cases that succeeded in electoral voting, failed systems, countries. So the subject matters and the views that have been expressed in the conference that we must be able to do that. So I want to emphasize in this meeting that by end of May, we must receive the complete report logistics and details on the engagement and the study that is being conducted from the other front of the report. So I wanted us to avoid the experience we've confronted with in the last issues. So those are the issues, members, that I wanted to raise, and I think I will invite you to comment on the and also the program that I think has been brought in. Generally, these are some of the issues that we discuss it in our administrative meeting, including that when we are going to deal with the issue of the legal costs, legal battles that departments involved and the cost implications, we have invited that we must invite the SCRA, because in our last interaction with the SCRA, they've raised the issue of the concerns about budget issues that are involved in. Yeah, so I was trying to say that I must best frame how we think that we must liaise. Other issues that were shifted in terms of the program, we'll see how we navigate them in the program. We know that the chair of chairs is written a communique to all chairpersons on the focus framework for this term, but we have a room as a committee, given the urgent matters that the committee may need to deal with, to position so that the committee satisfy its own oversight for accountability to the National Assembly. Can I invite hands for comment, and then we adjourn the meeting? I see Mr. Matonsi, can you assist me on the hands that are on the platform? Okay, Honorable. As they come, you indicate Honorable Mukhale, Honorable Ngubane.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just 3 issues that I wanted to raise, Chair. Firstly, on the program, Chairperson, I don't see a meeting with BMA on the issues that were not responded to in the previous physical meeting we had in Parliament. Remember, there were specific issues that we had requested them to present to us, which they have not done up to so far. So I don't see that being included as part of the program as to when they are going to come to the committee to respond or present on those issues. And then secondly, Chair, I think I agree with you that the issue of splitting the committee when we go for these public hearings, I don't support that, Chairperson. Particularly, I see there's a proposal that we split up when we go to Limpopo, Northern Cape, and I forgot the other province there. I don't think I'm going to support that, Chairperson, because it means, like we said, would be left with 2 or 3 members to facilitate the proceedings there, and it will also deprive members of the deliberations and inputs from the public, in the other provinces. So I think I support us traveling together as a team, as we have done all along. And also, the meeting with the IEC chairperson, I am going to make a proposal that it must be scheduled as a physical meeting, Chair. That meeting where they are going to present the 2024 elections. My proposal, Chairperson, that, we must do whatever on your side to ensure that we get the necessary approval to have that meeting scheduled as a physical meeting. So those are my proposals, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mokhale. Honorable Ngubane.
Chair, I think I wanted to ask as well to say you spoke about the court findings about splitting the teams to two different provinces. Are we trying and push this public hearing quickly so that we end early, or what's the reason behind splitting the team into two provinces? That's all what I want to ask. And the other thing, to Eddie, I saw on the presentation, some of the presentation of the previous team were not the same as the presentation we're having. If you can ask for the latest presentation, it looked like the presentation, some of the CSIR presentation were changed. If you can assist us with that so that we have the same presentation document as they were presenting to us. That's all from me, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, any other comment, Mr. Matons? Is there any other hand?
No, there's no other hand.
Okay. I think the IC, I think the IC agreed that we're going to have a fiscal meeting with them in relation to it was going to be only one item, but also more time to members to interrogate on this matter. We'll also raise the formal rights a letter to them, Mr. Matonsi, that if there's any matter that it has to do with the incoming local government elections, they must, even if they don't propose any legislation, but they must highlight that there's a possible attitude, obviously, given the new experience. I've noticed that this matter that has been contested or been raised by political parties in the previous by-elections last week, 2 weeks ago. So those are the issues that we need to stretch out. I think that will carry that, it will be physical, but also request from the parliament, check the date, that there are no key matters that we need to deal with in the house so that we have at least enough time to deal with this matter of the IC. When we are going to deal with the matters in the next meeting, when BMA and public and the Home Affairs are going to come back to the committee for adopt, will include the matters that Honorable Mokhale is raising, that were raised in the previous public fiscal meeting. And I think they came in the fiscal meeting, I may not be sure, but interact with Honorable Mokhale, what were those issues that were raised, because I recall they came to the meeting to deal with some of the issues, but let's include them in the
Chairperson, before
Yes.
you back, my recollection, I remember on the 18th of March, I was not there in the meeting. They did send a presentation responding to issues that were raised on the previous meeting. So, and it was a fiscal meeting. That's my recollection, because I remember I sent that presentation to members, even though I was not there at the meeting.
No, I'm saying we're talking the same thing. I'm saying I recall that but follow up. Honorable Mokhale is in the meeting now. You will indicate what were the issues so that when tomorrow we meet, the research team will deal with the intake of today's meeting. We include, so that when they come in the next meeting, we comprehensively deal with all the issues. I think the issue of the public hearing, the experience that is demonstrated is sufficient that we need to consider having the committee to conduct one public hearing at once to avoid what members have been raising. And it's something that we have deliberated in the meeting with the members of the team, given the date was done. But what I want to suggest, Mr. Matonsi, is that tomorrow when we meet, we must request to meet with the legal team so that we must not conclude on this matter. If the legal team advise on the perimeters of the law in relation to 2025. And recall that the National Council of Provinces have raised this matter to the NA that there are bills that requires them to go to public hearings. In other words, not visual public hearing, but contact and interact with provincial legislatures to facilitate the public hearings. And sometimes find that there's good is we bring legislation late before the NCOP. And that is a matter that was cautiously raised by the Speaker, including in the last administration. Recall members that in the last, towards the elections, there were a lot of public or bills that came late because of the process that was engaged by the NCOP, which was also late. So we need to meet so that and the decision will take tomorrow, whether we confirm the two process of advancing the public hearings, or and I understand where Honorable Mokhale is coming from on this suggesting that we need to have a one team. Sometimes we're likely to have a one member facilitating the public hearing, and this is an involved a process that require attention to the collective and also assisting us to run the process together as members of the committee. And I think this is a demonstration of the collective work that we've maintained as members of the committee. So tomorrow we'll then reflect on these issues with the legal team of Parliament and decide what we're going to do and we'll inform members on what we have decided to deal with. The other issues, I think members, I think they agree on the proposed team. Will then inform the COC, Mr. Matonzi, on the possible changes that we are going to engage tomorrow, and plead with the chair of chairs that, and remember that we've changed this program over time, but we'll maintain the structure on how we manage the times because we're allowed. And remember that the committee is only one Tuesday, but we're still allowed to request a special line to have conversations with members. Let me thank members for standing to this time. Without, okay, Mr. Matonzi?
No, it's myself, Chair. Yes, sir. No, sorry, Chairperson, to interrupt you, but I wanted clarity on that item. There's an item on the agenda where the minister was supposed to give feedback on issues that were raised by honorable members on that issue of Phil Craig and some of the issues we picked up during the oversight that we did Western Eastern Cape.
Yeah, I think you're right, because we've overshadowed by the key issues that I'm not saying it's not the key, these are not the key issues were structured. And I think they just escaped themselves because I think they were also tired. We'll include it in the next session when they're coming back. I know that there's a report on the three issues, particularly on this, is it Phil, this Phil guy, in this membership status in the country. And
yeah, it's Phil Craig, Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Phil Craig, and the two people who have met in Umtata in a public hearing and also in PE. So the report are ready. I must apologize that I could not even, given the stretch of the meeting. I think in the next meeting, those will be the first items we deal with. But Mr. Matonzi, I think tomorrow must decide that we must receive a report earlier on, that so that members are able to be empowered on the information. Members, I must thank you and all that in the staff for having stayed for this far since in the morning to 6 o'clock, and also thank your contributions that enhance the work of the committee and also legitimize the framework of members conducting oversight on the issues that before us, and also the recommendations that you have brought to the strategic plans of both the entities that have been brought before us. And I think I want to appreciate collectively members for standing the fort. We'll then, once we have dealt with the matter tomorrow, and send to members what we think as a collective must be included in the strategic plan, send to the department once we convene the special session to brief you, and think that we must invite the department to respond on the issues, also on the time frame. But I think importantly, on the issues that are on the ground, members, you see, it's heavy to go to a Home Affairs office and see a network that has collapsed. 3 hours, members are saying, no, can't have an IT. I've been here for 2 days or 3 days. And I think the team that ended with the presentation from the CSIR, at least they give indicators of how the short-term and the long-term issues that will resolve these issues. I want to thank all members, and also thanks our officials for also assisting the committee to navigate this process. The meeting stand adjourned, and then until we reconvene again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chair. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Chair.